Who? A spear swept out. The crimson flame domain was ripped apart like a flimsy piece of paper. Lin Ming's spear swept towards Crimson Wishjade's waist. Clang! Crimson Wishjade pulled up her sickle blade, wanting to block this spear. The sickle blade was known for being a strange and tricky weapon that was hard to defend against. In terms of meeting other weapons in a head-on collision, though, it was inferior to the sword. If this were a direct melee, then Crimson Wishjade would naturally suffer a loss. She felt her arms shake, her hands turn numb, and her entire body was thrown backwards. Lin Ming stepped forwards, using golden rock shattering the void to instantly close the distance between them. His spear came pounding down once more. Clang, clang, clang. With another violent and fierce impact, Crimson Wishjade's arm went numb and her hand turned red with blood. However, Lin Ming's attacks came in a ruthless and aggressive barrage, simply not giving her any chance to counterattack. Her high comprehension of the fire laws had been completely suppressed by the heretical god seedling. Her crimson flame domain was torn open by Lin Ming. Her tricky and unpredictable sickle skills were forced down by Lin Ming's melee assault, rendering her incapable of displaying her abilities. This was omnidirectional suppression. As everyone looked at this battle, they were left speechless. According to the hosts, this Crimson Wishjade was likely the peak genius of a great world. So how could she be suppressed so miserably? Is Lin Ming actually this strong? His opponent is a peak character of the Crimson Light world. Didn't I hear that Lin Ming was ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal decree? Even around 10,000 is extremely fierce. Moreover, the Divine Seal decree rankings don't represent one's true strength. This is far too fierce. He's able to maintain such a brutal onslaught of attacks on the Divine Seal Altar's 23rd step, as if he isn't being suppressed at all. Everyone could see that the Lin Ming in front of them was far more formidable than Crimson Wishjade. As for where his true strength lay, it was difficult to say. Lin Ming, how could he grow so quickly? Crimson Strife Cloud grimly said, finding this unbelievable. Back in the past, when Lin Ming had defeated his 8th stage life destruction avatar with a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, his talent hadn't been much greater. His daughter Crimson Wishjade also had a similar level of talent. But now the disparity was far too great. On the center of the battlefield, Crimson Wishjade was crazily shouting, "Remember me! One day I will burn you to ash." Crimson Wishjade screamed. This was not so much a threat but an expression of her shame and anger. Her arrogance had been foisted upon her since she was a child, growing all this time. Her father was a high-level figure of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, and she also possessed the Ancient Phoenix bloodline and the Scorching Blood bloodline. Her talent was amazing, thus she had always had the right to be proud and rampant. If your strength matched how arrogant you were, then I would let you burn me as you wish. But what a pity, you don't have this ability. Lin Ming's spear swept out once more, breaking through Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade light and continuing to sweep towards her. In the semi-finals, killing another participant was prohibited. Lin Ming simply avoided Crimson Wishjade's vital points and instead swept his spear up to her butt. The flames were overwhelming, unstoppable. Crimson Wishjade's face flushed red. She brought her sickle blade cutting down, but even if her hand wasn't injured as it was, she still wouldn't be able to block Lin Ming's spear light. Pong! Her protective true essence stopped the Phoenix Blood Spear for the briefest moment before collapsing to nothing. Lin Ming's spear continued onwards and smacked onto her butt. By not using the spear edge and only using the spear shaft, the spear was not dissimilar to a large stick. Crimson Wishjade miserably screamed. She felt a burning pain on her ass as flames burnt up her skirt. As the flames burned up her body, Crimson Wishjade began to panic. The fabric of her skirt was made from the hide of a 10,000-year fire rhino. Its durability was equal to a top-grade Saint artifacts. Even so, it wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. With just a few strikes, it would definitely be damaged. At that time, once her skirt was torn apart, it would be unimaginable for her naked buttocks to be exposed to the world. In the audience, everyone was shocked. Crimson Wishjade's skirt had a clear black mark on it. A dignified genius of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a proud daughter of heaven, had actually been spanked on the butt by someone else. I'll kill you. Crimson Wishjade turned absolutely crazy. This was simply the shame of her life. In front of billions of people, her butt had been struck by a man. This was only a scene that would occur when a parent was punishing a child. Moreover, she was a child that had always been coddled. Since when had she ever been treated like this, especially under the gazes of so many people? She recalled Lin Ming's words. She remembered that he said he would teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother. In that instant, a raging fire erupted in Crimson Wishjade's heart. She was crazy with anger. Today's matters would certainly spread out and become a great joke to everyone. Even if she were to become a master of the Crimson Light Holy Lands in the future, today's events would still be privately spoken about. Even her opponents would use these events to mock her. This was a shame she would never be able to wash herself of. I will rip you to shreds. Crimson Wishjade plunged towards Lin Ming like a wild cat. However, it was impossible to overcome the absolute disparity in strength between them. Lin Ming's spear crushed through her sickle blade light and continued smashing towards her butt. As Crimson Wishjade saw this brilliant spear light, she cried out in alarm. Pong! The strike was even heavier than the last. With a scream, she was sent flying backwards. But Lin Ming continued chasing after her. The truth was that as soon as Crimson Wishjade admitted defeat, this fight would be over. But she stubbornly didn't open her mouth to speak these words, because admitting defeat of her own volition was also shameful. Lin Ming instantly arrived in front of Crimson Wishjade, about to bring his long spear down on her once more. But at this time, a trace of pleading appeared in Crimson Wishjade's angry eyes. She was frightened. If Lin Ming were to hit her again, then her skirt would really be torn apart. Even if she were to use fire energy to form a skirt, that skirt wouldn't be as tough as the fire rhino leather skirt. It was impossible for her to block the naked image that everyone would see. At this time, an angry and vigorous voice rang out, "Enough!" In that instant, a red shadow flew up from the audience, flying straight towards the divine seal altar. A massive wave of energy came crashing down. Lin Ming found it impossible to raise his phoenix blood spear, as if he had been stuck in a block of iron. Lin Ming frowned. He turned to see a tall, red-haired, middle-aged man floating a few 100,000 feet away. This person had a similar aura to the Crimson Strife Cloud in the illusionary god combat array. It was clearly the true Crimson Strife Cloud. At this time, Crimson Strife Cloud's face was gloomy. Although he also hoped that Crimson Wishjade would suffer a small loss, it was definitely not in this manner. No father wanted their daughter to receive such humiliation. Daddy! Crimson Wishjade's nose stung. She vented all of the anger and sorrow in her heart. Daddy! Kill him for me! Turn him into ash! Burn him! Kill him! Enough! Crimson Strife Cloud angrily shouted. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough with your loss? If you are weaker than others, then what else can you say by being insulted like this? I already warned you. Do not be arrogant. Do not be conceited. Just as Crimson Strife Cloud's voice fell, a figure emerged from thin air in front of Crimson Strife Cloud. This person's aura was even more formidable than Crimson Strife Cloud's. His strength like a constant weight atop Crimson Strife Cloud's head. This person floated high in the air, overlooking Crimson Strife Cloud. He said without any feeling in his voice, "This is the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. All non-related personnel are prohibited from entering the martial field. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." This person was the direct disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, Xiao Daochild. As a World King powerhouse and also an Empyrean descendant, even if the Crimson Light World King were to come here himself, Xiao Daochild wouldn't care for him at all, much less a mere Crimson Strife Cloud. Whether it was status or strength, Crimson Strife Cloud was far inferior to Xiao Daochild. I apologize, Senior Xiao Daochild. This junior will immediately withdraw. Facing Xiao Daochild, Crimson Strife Cloud was extremely humble. Even the Crimson Light Holy Lands was only the holy lands of a third-order world. In front of vast universe heavenly palace, they weren't anything at all. Daddy, Crimson Wishjade nearly fell into a bout of tears. She didn't want to stay on this divine seal altar anymore. She had lost far too much face. Crimson Strifecloud's expression was ice-cold as he said, "Compete honestly and fairly for me. With your strength, you should be able to pass. If you cannot pass through these semifinals, then I will punish you with 100 years of confinement. As for today's matters, consider this your lesson." And also, Crimson Strifecloud turned to Lin Ming. "Boy, you remember what happened today?" Crimson Strifecloud said these words and then flew away. In truth, his last few words were only to maintain his own face. He simply couldn't do anything to Lin Ming at all. With Lin Ming's strength, he would surely blossom into splendor in this first martial meeting. There would be no way he could move against him. In the audience, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all shocked speechless as they saw this. "This boy is too shameless," a violent stone gulped. Then he suddenly guffawed. "But I like it. Those 2 strikes were well done. I've long disliked the Crimson Light Holy Lands. As for that little harlot, mercilessly beating her ass in public is what she deserves." These words were privately spoken to all around him. As Fairy Feng and Lianjin heard him, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Lin Ming and Crimson Wishjade's battle was the most intense fight to erupt on the Divine Seal altar so far, and also the highest level showdown. Everyone was watching it. As for Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, after they defeated their opponents, they didn't immediately climb up to the 24th step. Instead, they stopped for a moment to look at Lin Ming's battle. "Interesting," Nether Limitless smiled. Then he turned and began to climb up. Bloodless Sword also began climbing up to the 24th step. In their eyes, Lin Ming was only worth paying some attention to. But he wasn't a great worry. As for the other participants, they weren't able to remain so calm. The pressure that Lin Ming placed on them was far too great. What a terrifying fellow. He's impossible to defeat. Originally just characters like Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fong were able to leave us gasping for breath. But now this dark horse Lin Ming has come from nowhere. How can we still live? If any of us aren't careful, then we'll be ruined. Of the martial artists present, 99% of them didn't have any confidence in facing Lin Ming. This fellow is quite skilled. Isn't he a participant from your true martial world? He doesn't seem like a disciple from your true martial holy lands. Near Wu Final Cloud, a black-clothed swordsman with vibrant green hair said. "He isn't." Wu Final Cloud frowned. He didn't like to speak about Lin Ming. To him, Lin Ming was his shame. Indeed. Well, if such a person existed in your true martial holy lands, I would have known about him already. Brother Final Cloud, aren't you the big brother of the true martial world? While that Dragon Fong is a character that can't be provoked, it seems even this Lin Ming is going to outshine you soon. Do you plan on doing anything? In the eyes of that green-haired youth, Crimson Wishjade was simply a martial artist from a third-order world. She was naturally weaker than Wu Final Cloud. Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming should be able to fight for some time. But what he didn't know was that Wu Final Cloud had already been defeated by Lin Ming. This battle had occurred in the Divine Dream World, and it couldn't be seen by outsiders. Who cares? If someone overshadows me, then I'm supposed to challenge them? Do I look like an idiot to you? Wu Final Cloud responded. The green-haired martial artist thought that this response didn't suit the normally haughty and arrogant Wu Final Cloud. Are you admitting that you aren't his match? The green-haired martial artist thought something was a bit strange. In his opinion, it was natural for Wu Final Cloud to avoid Dragon Fong. As for Lin Ming, although he was able to defeat Crimson Wishjade, they should still be on par with each other. But now that he listened to Wu Final Cloud's words, it seemed that he may have lost to Lin Ming before. "I don't need you to worry about me. You do what you want. It's not my problem." Wu Final Cloud no longer spoke. He turned around to climb up the 24th step. He wasn't an idiot. If he knew that he would be suppressed by Lin Ming, why would he bother making such jokes? He believed that in that fight just now, Lin Ming hadn't even displayed half of his strength. Wu Final Cloud even had a creeping suspicion that if Lin Ming were to fight with Dragon Fang, Bloodless Sword, or so on, it was still a mystery who was weaker and who was stronger. Against such a freak, anyone that encountered him would be in for a bout of bad luck. He couldn't avoid him fast enough. As for the green-haired swordsman that just spoke, Wu Final Cloud hoped that he would bump into Lin Ming and experience some suffering himself. This was simply how people were. After suffering a loss and also knowing that he wouldn't be able to win in the future, he also hoped that others would do what he did and eat defeat. Wu Final Cloud climbed towards the 24th level. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter the freakish powerhouses here and steadily continued upwards, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the semifinals. Amazing! After being low-key for such a long time, Lin Ming actually defeated Crimson Wishjade in a single fell swoop. Crimson Wishjade is amongst the greatest geniuses to appear in the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Moreover, he also easily defeated her. It seems that Lin Ming had been intentionally saving his strength. The two twin hosts shouted from above a spirit boat. They certainly didn't know that Lin Ming was being deliberately probed by someone as he fought the spirit bodies. Senior apprentice Brother Lin has defeated the highest-ranking martial artist from the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Moreover, he did it so easily. On the 21st step, Yen Little Moon was shocked as she heard this. Because of where she was, she hadn't been able to see Lin Ming's battle at all. The Crimson Light Holy Lands was the ruling power of the Crimson Light world, the great world where the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters were located. To the ancient Phoenix clan, that untouchable mountain known as the Crimson Light Holy Lands had actually been defeated by Lin Ming. Yen Little Moon felt this was a bit unbelievable. All of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan began loudly cheering in unison. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is too dashing. Haha! Well fought. This feels great. Our ancient Phoenix clan can finally hold our heads up with pride. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all extremely excited. The Crimson Light Holy Lands had always been a pressure on them, and none of them had ever even thought about pushing back. But now Lin Ming had done so, and he had done so amazingly. He had truly and honestly swept away the Crimson Light Holy Lands. How could they not feel amazing about such domineering aggression? On the 24th step, the number of martial artists in the first group had been reduced by over half again. Now there were only around 1,600 people. Even after meditating and resting for 2 hours, only another 200 to 300 more people climbed up. From the start, those that won in the first group were able to climb up to the 24th step. But these waves of participants behind them, even if they won their matches, weren't necessarily able to climb up to the 24th step. After being defeated by powerhouses on the 23rd step, some people simply weren't able to continue. Although the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit had healed their wounds, they still weren't able to restore their exhausted energy. Even though one could be defeated 4 times, just a single defeat would have a very great influence on their following results. On the 24th step, Lin Ming sat down. The area 1,000 feet around him had actually become empty. The people nearby were all staring at him with some fear in their eyes. This was a type of treatment that only universally acknowledged monstrous geniuses like Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword received. Now, with the strength Lin Ming had displayed so far, he had been recognized as a top 10 master of these semifinals. Ha ha ha! No one is daring to approach senior apprentice Brother Lin. All those losers that were stupid enough to think of stirring up some trouble with senior apprentice Brother Lin Ming are now hiding from him. How fierce! Too fierce. There are only 10 people in total that can enjoy such treatment. But among them, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin has the lowest cultivation. To sit alone on the Divine Seal Altar and have everyone give him 1,000-foot berth, that was indeed the loneliness of a top master. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to cheer out loud for Lin Ming. The battles of the 24th step were about to begin. There were now just under 1,900 martial artists on the 24th step. The ones that were still down under basically wouldn't be able to climb up anymore. Once these 1,900 people fought, less than half of them would be able to climb to the 25th step. Lin Ming stood up. The martial artists around him immediately tensed. their minds tightening as if they stood on needles. There were even some martial artists that began stepping backwards. And at this time, Lin Ming moved. His speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he arrived in front of a small martial artist. This martial artist only came up to Lin Ming's chest. Compared to a normal man, he was a bit shorter. There was some fur on his face, making him seem like a short-furred monkey. This was clearly the manifestation of some special bloodline trait. As this monkey-like martial artist saw Lin Ming, he nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Shit! How can my luck be so bad? He had been so far away, and yet this evil star had eyed him. He had wanted to run further away. The problem was that there was even more freakish monsters that occupied this step, and he would eventually have to bump into one or two of them. Especially that nether limitless. That fellow completely didn't read the mood, instead randomly fighting someone far or near with a seemingly random pattern. If one was chosen by those dozen-plus peak powerhouses, they could only blame their bad luck. Hold on. Great hero, stay your hand. Just as Lin Ming rushed forwards, that little fellow shouted out. His voice was sharp and extremely grating, similar to the howling of a monkey. Lin Ming slowed down. The little fellow sadly laughed for a moment before saying, "You don't need to do anything. I'll make my own exit out of here." The little fellow immediately turned around and ran to the cliff of the 24th step. Without further ado, he jumped straight down. As Lin Ming saw this, he was left speechless. Was this okay? The truth was that admitting defeat of one's own volition was much better than being beaten up and defeated. The Divine Seal Altar was a protracted war. Regardless of it being climbing to the next step or battling other participants, all of this consumed a massive amount of strength. Moreover, this exhaustion would accumulate over time at a perpetually increasing rate. There were many people that were mainly eliminated not because they were defeated 5 times or because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. Rather, they squandered their strength, and after exhausting their strength, they took pills to recover. Because this caused the true essence within their bodies to become chaotic and mixed up, they weren't able to display even half of their strength. They were thus naturally eliminated due to this. So, on the 24th step, Lin Ming won by default. On the 25th step, his opponent admitted defeat once more. The ones that admitted defeat were not just Lin Ming's opponents, but also Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang's opponents. The number of participants decreased again. On the 26th step, there were less than 500 people remaining. Of the original 300,000 people, only this many were left over. However, not all of these 500 people were able to pass. In the semifinal region where Lin Ming was located, only 300 people would be able to finally pass the semifinals. These 300 people would be selected from whomever was able to climb the highest. Those that reached a similar level would be prioritized based on how much time they took. Thus, for many participants, even though they knew they might step on some mine if they followed the first group, they still grit their teeth and continued upwards with them, all in order to save time. For ones like Yen Little Moon and Dragon One, although they hadn't yet been eliminated, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. Without a doubt, 99% of those that passed these semifinals would originate from these 500 people. As for the others, they might have encountered a storm of bad luck that made them bump into monstrous geniuses again and again. Even so, they would continue climbing later until they reached the top 300. On the 26th step, the pressure rose once again. The rivers of heaven and earth origin energy had become much thinner on the 26th step. But the Empyrean pressure had increased to the point that it was like a continuous waterfall crashing down on them. Moreover, the higher one went, the stronger the pressure was. How is this possible? I can't climb up anymore? Halfway to the 26th step, a martial artist had reached his limit. Every step he took was extremely difficult. All this time, I've defeated every opponent, and I've also maintained my position in the first group, but I actually can't climb up anymore. The martial artist grit his teeth and desperately struggled to stay on. However, the massive pressure continued to crash into him. Finally, his hands slipped and he fell from that massive cliff. This was the first time that someone from the first group who had maintained complete victory over his opponents had dropped down because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. This meant that after every step, more than half of them would be eliminated. For over half of the remaining participants to be eliminated with every step, this rate of elimination was far too terrifying. Before long, the number of people remaining on the Divine Seal altar would be able to be counted with one's hands. At that time, only a few powerhouses such as Lin Ming, Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang would be remaining. That would be the true battle of the Divine Seal altar. It was unavoidable. Someone from the first group has fallen down. This is too terrifying. These are all top 5 ranked people of their own great world, extraordinary geniuses amongst extraordinary geniuses. Even so, they weren't able to withstand the pressure of the 26th step. When Lin Ming fought Crimson Wishjade, there were around 1,900 people competing, each equal to around the top 20 of a great world. Now, with just around 500 participants left, they were all the top 5 ranked geniuses of a great world. If someone from the top 5 couldn't climb up to the 26th step, then the others could forget about it. At the 26th step, and it will become more and more difficult the further they climb. At the last several steps, the difficulty will surely soar to an unimaginable level. Senior Xiao Daochild wasn't joking when he said that it was infinitely hopeless that any of the participants would be able to reach the top. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that there really isn't anyone that will be capable of mounting the summit. In the audience, there were some people that recalled Xiao Daochild's words. Infinitely hopeless. Is even Nether Limitless no good? A martial artist from the Demon Dawn Great World asked. In his opinion, Nether Limitless was simply far too fierce. Nether Limitless? It looks like you don't know anything at all. Nether Limitless won't be able to reach even the 32nd step. Within the audience, an old man with thinning white hair spoke up. His words caused some people to glower at him. Just who was this old man to speak as he wished? You ignorant juniors! What do you think the Divine Seal altar is? When Xiao Daochild said that it was infinitely hopeless to reach the top, he was simply being polite. In truth, no one can reach the top. This is not the first time that the Divine Seal altar has been used in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. As the old man spoke, the young elites around him immediately perked up, interested. Are you saying this isn't the first time the Divine Seal altar has been used in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting? When was it used in the past? Suddenly, everyone wanted to hear just how the geniuses of the past First Martial Meetings performed on the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was used once 100,000 years ago, and the geniuses from hundreds of great worlds competed on it. I also know that back then, let alone reaching the 33rd step, there wasn't even anyone capable of reaching the 32nd step. At that time, the rules of the competition were that it would only end once all martial artists were swept off the Divine Seal altar. In other words, no one was able to crawl up. So it's like that. There wasn't even anyone able to reach the 32nd step. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Everyone suddenly realized that if this were true, then it was impossible to reach the summit of the Divine Seal altar. At this time, Xiao Daochild was floating atop the Divine Seal altar, his eyes closed deep in meditation. None of the discussion from the audience was able to affect him. The geniuses of this era are far better than I expected. Only at the 26th step did someone from the first group fall down because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure of the Divine Seal altar. Perhaps there really might be someone that can reach the 32nd step. Xiao Daochild thought to himself. Everything occurring on the Divine Seal altar was caught within his sense. From the first group, after the first person fell down because they weren't able to resist the pressure of the Divine Seal altar in just half an hour, there were several more people that fell down from the 26th step of the Divine Seal altar. Finally, 478 martial artists were able to climb up the 26th step. As they sat down and adjusted their condition for 2 to 4 hours, several more martial artists reached the top, with Crimson Wishjade included. These people were originally quite strong, but their luck was bad and they encountered extremely strong opponents and thus lost. After Crimson Wishjade reached the 26th step, she didn't speak at all. Rather, She found a secluded location where no one was and hid as far away from Lin Ming as she could. After these several martial artists joined, no one else was able to reach the 26th step. From the 4 God Beast clans, Yen Little Moon and Dragon One were also eliminated. Although there were still people struggling on the lower steps, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. In other words, the 300 participants that would enter the finals would originate from these 490-some people. After winning here, it was possible that they would pass and enter the finals. But once they lost, not only would they fall a level, but they would fall to the 25th step and struggle to return to the 26th step. Even after that, they would have to battle the martial artists that were eliminated from the 27th step to continue advancing. To lose here would mean a bitter struggle. As the battle was about to break out, many participants had dignified expressions on their faces. This was a battle that would affect their future achievements. I choose you, you will be my opponent. Lin Ming arrived in front of a martial artist. This martial artist was Wu Final Cloud's friend, the green-haired swordsman who had prodded Wu Final Cloud into challenging Lin Ming. After receiving Lin Ming's challenge, the green-haired swordsman had an extremely peculiar expression. Beside him, Wu Final Cloud was watching all this with a happy heart, gloating over it. Although they considered each other as friends, this was simply friendly on the surface. You deserve what you get, Wu Final Cloud thought in this heart. All you do is swagger around like an idiot, but let's see just how you'll be arrogant now. You should just sit down and take the beating. If you can win, I'll walk backwards from now on. The green-haired swordsman's face darkened. He suspected that Lin Ming somehow knew what he discussed with Wu Final Cloud. Otherwise, how could this be such a coincidence? Loose tongues lead to trouble. Shit, I really stepped in it this time, the green-haired swordsman thought, filled with so much regret that his intestines were turning green. He had a sneaking suspicion that Wu Final Cloud had already lost to Lin Ming. If so, then obtaining victory here was impossible, because his own strength was faintly inferior to Wu Final Cloud's. Brother Final Cloud, could you tell me whether or not you fought with Lin Ming before? The green-haired swordsman asked with a true essence sound transmission. He regretted not thoroughly investigating some information on Lin Ming before this. The main reason was because Lin Ming's ending ranking in the preliminaries wasn't too high. Thus he didn't care about him. Otherwise, if he inquired about the participants of the true martial great world, it wouldn't be difficult to find out that Wu Final Cloud had lost to Lin Ming. If Wu Final Cloud had really lost, then there was no need for him to run face-on into a wall. He might as well just admit defeat and conserve his strength. Wu Final Cloud scoffed at the green-haired swordsman's question. He suppressed his gloating expression from showing on his face and asked instead, Zhou Hong, didn't you also try to provoke me to challenge Lin Ming before this? My strength is similar to yours, so if Lin Ming is coming to challenge you now, why would you just admit defeat like this? Hearing this, the green-haired swordsman's complexion turned increasingly ugly. Wu Final Cloud simply wasn't going to reveal anything. Regardless of what happened between Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming, the green-haired swordsman still found himself unwilling to just admit defeat like this. The green-haired swordsman was also the top-ranked master of a second-order great world. Moreover, even if he lost to Lin Ming, he was still confident that he could pass the semifinals. Just because you don't say anything, don't think I'm too afraid to fight him. The green-haired swordsman coldly coughed and then turned towards Lin Ming. He grit his teeth and said, Others may fear you, but I do not. Do you think I'm some noodle that you can just pinch around as you please? I will have you regret the choice you made in choosing me. The green-haired swordsman suddenly extracted his sword and pointed it towards Lin Ming. From the audience, disciples from his sect suddenly burst into cheers. Senior apprentice brother Zhou, you can do it. You can win. You have to win. Senior apprentice brother Zhou's sword can rule the world. This green-haired swordsman clearly came from a great world king holy land, and the number of relatives and friends and fellow disciples he had was enormous. There were several thousand people in attendance. Even a peak holy land like the ancient Phoenix clan wasn't able to obtain so many admission tickets. With the green-haired swordsman facing such a dangerous enemy, he stepped forwards and released all of his sword potential, creating a sword domain. A A sharp energy cut through the air, whistling. This sort of sword domain was completely galvanized by a martial artist's own sword potential, allowing one's sword potential to naturally form sword energies. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were to be enveloped in this sword domain, they would be instantly killed by the chaotic and wild sword energy. Even stronger opponents would be influenced. They would have no choice but to divert their attention into defense. That's the sword domain. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou immediately used his sword domain. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou is serious this time. This is going to be a fierce battle between two rivals. That Lin Ming is indeed fierce. But I believe in Senior Apprentice Brother Zhou. People only knew of their own things. These weaker core disciples with less talent found it hard to distinguish who was weaker and stronger amongst these peak geniuses. They simply didn't know where the limit of Zhou Hong's strength lay. They only knew that their senior apprentice brother Zhou was fierce. As these disciples saw the sword domain, they were all inexplicably excited. Then, they only heard a loud explosive sound as an incomparably dense spear light cut through the skies and ripped apart that sword domain. Their cheers were immediately dampened by over half. That vaunted sword domain was broken just like that? In the audience, all of Zhou Hong's friends and relatives and fellow disciples weren't able to react at all. At this time, Lin Ming has already grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and rushed into the sword domain. His spear light covered his body, tearing apart all of that massive amount of sword energy. The long spear swept out. The green-haired martial artist shouted out loud, and all of that sword light fell downwards like a river of stars, overwhelming and dazzling. As a top master of a great world, this green-haired swordsman was indeed talented. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that wild and savage collision, Lin Ming and the green-haired swordsman exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Although the scene was intense, the truth was that Lin Ming steadily gained the upper hand. Every single spear light he sent out would crush apart 3 or 4 of the green-haired swordsman's sword lights. Heart of the sword. After being suppressed to the limit by Lin Ming's spear light, the green-haired swordsman brought back his sword and then suddenly stabbed it outwards. The sword light formed a thin line that thrust straight towards Lin Ming's chest. This sort of highly compressed sword light was not just extremely sharp but also ridiculously quick. It was almost impossible to guard against. If one's strength was lacking, they would be instantly defeated by this sword light. However, no matter how sharp the green-haired swordsman's sword light was, Lin Ming's spear light was far too turbulent and fierce. He opened the 8 inner hidden gates and the heretical god force and then thrust out his spear. With a loud ringing sound, the heart of the sword that the green-haired swordsman shot out collapsed. Lin Ming's spear light continued downwards like a falling mountain. Bang! The Phoenix Blood Spear heavily crashed into the Divine Seal altar. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Thus it was unmarred. If this was a mountain or river, then this spear strike would have caused a massive avalanche and the earth itself to give way. The green-haired swordsman was sent flying backwards by the violent shockwave. Before he could stabilize himself, an alarm went off in his mind. He suddenly shifted to the side. However, it was too late. A wisp of spear light scratched past his shoulder, tearing through his protective true essence and causing blood to rain down. You still want to play around? Lin Ming stared at the green-haired swordsman. You are ruthless. The green-haired swordsman looked at Lin Ming and then gnashed out several words. I admit defeat. Well fought, Lin Ming said, putting away his spear. Wu Final Cloud. I'll remember this. The green-haired swordsman cast one last indignant look at Wu Final Cloud before he leapt off the 26th step. As for Wu Final Cloud, he remained calm. He didn't fear this Zhou Hong. His background was even slightly superior to Zhou Hong's. After all, although the true martial Holy Lands came from a second-order world, they were still an extremely wealthy Holy Land. He even thought that Lin Ming had been too light-handed. As for those that had been cheering for the green-haired swordsman, all of them looked as if they had collapsed. The entire area of his supporters, the several thousands of disciples, had all fallen into a deep and gloomy silence. On the other hand, the ancient Phoenix clan erupted with cheers like a rushing tide, serving as a sharp contrast to them. In these semi-finals, The ancient Phoenix clan was nearly one of the loudest cheerers. In addition to them, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands shouted loudly enough that their voices quaked the heavens. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is too strong. He's invincible. In the midst of these thronging cheers, Lin Ming began to climb up to the 27th step. He was part of the first group to climb up to the 27th step. In front of him was only a small group of people, with Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword included. The 27th step was close to the summit of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming also wanted to know just what step he would be able to reach. It was said that to step onto the summit of the Divine Seal altar was to step onto the road to divinity. If this was true, then the Divine Seal altar certainly had its own peculiarities. Although Lin Ming was only climbing onto a replica of the true ancient Divine Seal altar, he would still be able to take a little sneak glance through some of its mysteries. At the 27th step, the pressure rose once more. The further one ascended the Divine Seal altar, the greater the pressure was. When Lin Ming had climbed 50,000 feet high, the martial artists still remaining behind also began climbing up the 27th step. Among these people were some that Lin Ming was familiar with. The one in the front was the red-clothed bamboo hat woman. She was the woman with the hoarse voice that he had seen several times in the true martial great world. Her master was a world king and her own talent was amazing. She had defeated her opponents all the way here, but upon climbing to the 27th step, it also seemed as if she couldn't continue going further. Even she can't continue upwards. It will already be quite good if 200 people can reach the 27th step. Lin Ming immediately thought. This meant that as long as one could climb up to the 27th step, they would be able to pass the semifinals. If one couldn't climb to the top of the 27th step, that meant they would have to compete with the martial artists remaining on the 26th step, and those still climbing up from the 25th step, for the remaining quota of around 100 people. There would be several hundred people competing for these spots. Their battles would truly be cold and ruthless. The pressure increased, becoming stronger and stronger at an ever-growing rate. To climb up 100,000 feet in a single go was easier said than done. More and more participants continued to drop. On the 26th step, there were nearly 250 people that had defeated their opponents and earned the qualifications to climb up the 27th step. But, halfway up, there were only 210 participants left. At the end, there were only 202 people that managed to reach the summit of the 27th step. Just climbing up to the 27th step had eliminated nearly a fifth of the victors from the last step. Damn! I finally made it up. Wu Final Cloud let out a long breath. This Divine Seal altar was just too freakish. Even with his strength, he found it difficult to climb up. Wu Final Cloud took several great heaving breaths. Then, his face suddenly twisted and his throat spasmed. He looked up to see a pale black-clothed youth with blood-red pupils slowly walking towards him. This black-clothed youth was Nether Limitless. Wu Final Cloud savagely gulped. Wasn't this luck just too horrible? He hoped that Nether Limitless would pass by him, but he saw that his eyes were clearly locked onto him. Can you give me some face? It took a lot for me to climb up here. Wu Final Cloud stammered out, his voice lacking energy. Nether Limitless' complexion was cold as he lightly said, "Are you going down? Or shall I deliver you down myself?" Wu Final Cloud's face twisted like a withered pear. He had climbed up with such painstaking effort and now he was being informed that he would have to climb up once more. Was there anything more depressing than this? I'll go down immediately. At this time, Wu Final Cloud looked at the 100,000-foot cliff behind him and nearly wanted to die. This was the first time he realized just how weak he was. So weak that he didn't even have the courage to resist after being pushed down like this. This was the pity of the poor. It wasn't just Wu Final Cloud, but the opponent that Lin Ming chose also admitted defeat. Even these top-ranked geniuses of great worlds didn't have the ability to contend with Lin Ming. As Nether Limitless saw this, his lips curved up, his smile a bit fiendish. Lin Ming, was it? Lin Ming turned to look at Nether Limitless. You've caught my interest. One Fong, one Bloodless Sword, and you three are able to have me be a bit serious. There's also that purple blade who's quite good. On the 31st or 32nd step, I'm looking forwards to fighting you. That is, if you can climb up that high. Lin Ming grinned. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still fight you sooner or later. In these semifinals, defeating Nether Limitless was one of his goals. Defeating Nether Limitless was his start to defeating Tian Mingzi in the future. Amusing. I hope that you won't disappoint me then. Nether Limitless turned to climb up the 28th step. Lin Ming also began his climb upwards. Against this terrifying Empyrean pressure, the two people still remained as calm as before. Only 202 people had managed to ascend to the summit of the 27th step. It was destined that less than 100 people would make it up the 28th step. On average, there wouldn't even be one martial artist from each great world. There were many great worlds that were completely out of contention already. Those two monstrous geniuses have begun to climb up the 28th step. Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword have begun their climb up. There's also that purple blade. I wonder who is the strongest amongst them. According to the Divine Seal Decree rankings, the strongest should be Nether Limitless. The Divine Seal Decree rankings do not represent one's true strength. For instance, just look at that Lin Ming. He was ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree, but his performance here clearly doesn't reflect that. There are also many people that haven't displayed their true strength. But that Nether Limitless is indeed fierce. I've heard some rumors that he has an extremely high chance of becoming a world king in the future. And he even has aspirations of becoming a great world king. A great world king, the overlord of a great world. Because of the existence of Empyrean descendants, their fame was slightly lower, but not by much. It was also because of this reason that even geniuses bred from great world king holy lands of first-order worlds found it far too difficult to become great world kings. There were only some peak geniuses like Nether Limitless from the Skydark Holy Lands or Yuan Bo of the Wide Universe Holy Lands that had some chances of becoming a great world king if they encountered a massive lucky chance during the Divine Transformation or Divine Lord Realm. 28th step. Finally, only 80 people managed to make it here. After a violent round of combat, over half of them were eliminated on the sojourn to the 29th step. At the 29th step, there were only 30 people left. Out of 100 great words, only 30 people were able to make it this far. This was a truly exaggerated and ridiculous elimination rate. At this time, Lin Ming finally saw Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang had started climbing on another side of the Divine Seal altar. Thus the two of them hadn't seen each other yet. But on the 29th step, with only 30 people left, there were far too few participants here. Moreover, after climbing up this high, the surface area of the Divine Seal altar had narrowed down a great deal. The martial artists that were on the south and east sides naturally gathered together. You've really made it up here, Dragon Fang said as he looked towards Lin Ming. He had already anticipated that Lin Ming would arrive here. And you too. It is impossible to climb to the top of the Divine Seal altar. My goal is to stand on the 32nd step. I will wait for you there. And if you can reach where I will stand, Dragon Fang calmly said as he faced the strong astral winds that blew 2.9 million feet high in the skies. His clothes flapped around him. His figure was slender, his appearance delicate, and he seemed to encompass the brash spirit of a 17 to 18-year-old youth. Even so, his aura and his manner of speaking were extremely restrained, making one feel very comfortable just speaking to him. Impossible to climb? Lin Ming was startled. Dragon Fang's goal was only the 32nd step? It seems you know much about the Divine Seal altar. I've heard some stories. This is Empyrean Vast Universe's proudest creation. Ever since he created this replica of the true Divine Seal altar, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, over 100 descendants of Empyrean Vast Universe have climbed up it. This is one of the ways that they are tempered there. However, there has never been a Divine Sea Realm descendant, even a late Divine Sea Realm descendant, that has managed to mount the summit. Is that so? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. So that's how it was. No wonder Xiao Daochild had been so confident in his assertions that out of 300,000 geniuses, no one would be able to reach the top. It seemed that this was an extremely logical viewpoint. However, Dragon Fong actually knew about the internal matters of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. It seemed that his own background wasn't ordinary at all. Lin Ming didn't think this was strange. For a wandering cultivator, if they wanted to grow to this degree, they would need the support of a powerful master no matter what, otherwise it was impossible. Lin Ming could be considered as having many lucky chances, but he also had many teachers and masters. From the start, it had been the soul fragments in the magic cube, followed by others, included Demonshine, who had given him many pointers Mo Evers now, and even Empyrean Primordius could be considered as Lin Ming's half-master. If just Lin Ming was like this, there was no need to mention others. On the 29th step, there were only 30 people left. No one here would admit defeat of their own volition any longer. At this height, even if they lost, they would pass. Moreover, all of the people here were extremely proud and haughty geniuses of their generation, all of them brimming with confidence in their own abilities. None of them believed they were any worse. Even if they encountered Lin Ming, they would still fight with all their strength. And facing these people, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to easily defeat them like he did Crimson Wishjade or Zhou Hong. He would have to use a considerable portion of his strength to battle them for some time before winning. The opponent Lin Ming chose was a red-clothed saber wielder. This person's saber emanated a field of electricity, and there was also a saber domain that formed around him. In this part of the semifinals, domains and force fields aren't anything at all. They seem far too cheap. Nearly everyone has one. Lin Ming deeply sighed. There were even people that had 2 domains. Moreover, it seemed that a low-level domain like his Blue Lotus domain was useless here. The red-clothed saber martial artist's fighting spirit soared to the skies. He fiercely battled Lin Ming for a few dozen rounds. Finally, Lin Ming simultaneously opened the heretical god force, burnt the ancient phoenix blood, and used the power of the 8 inner hidden gates to defeat him. At the end, only 15 people earned the qualifications to climb up the 30th step. It was here that one could finally make out a vague outline of the Divine Seal Altar's summit. There are only 15 people that have the qualifications to climb up. I wonder how many of them will make it. In the audience, Hua Violent Stone mumbled to himself. These 15 people, no matter how bad they were, would at least become a half-step world king in the future. Such a white-hot competition between them would truly be blood-stirring. Vast Universe Great World, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. 24+ top masters of the divine realm were gathered here. Through 30 massive crystal mirrors, they were able to see everything happening within all 30 martial fields of the semifinals. The 30 semifinal locations all used different methods to hold the competition. 10 of the arenas had already concluded and had chosen 300 people to enter the finals. Juggernaut, Sable Rain, Dirong, Yuan Bo. These 4 people are truly rare geniuses. This divine realm first martial meeting has a wonderful crop of talents. Vast Cosmos laughed. These people had all achieved first place in their own semifinals area. There was a very high chance that they would reach the top 20 rankings of the finals. Haha. They still can't compare to the Empyrean descendants. Wide Universe World King smiled. Yuan Bo was a disciple of his Wide Universe Holy Lands. They are already quite good. In particular, there are several people who have strength similar to an Empyrean descendant, if not a bit weaker. If they are weaker, that is because their resources, inheritances, and talent are inferior. Vast Cosmos evaluated. This was already a very high degree of praise. The resources that an Empyrean descendant used were far too luxurious. For instance, they would use boundless world pills during the Divine Sea Realm, something that would cause even Great World King Holy Lands to feel pain. But, to an Empyrean descendant, these were simply common goods. This time, I will suggest to Empyrean Vast Universe that he increase the quota of people allowed into Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Juggernaut, Yuan Bo, and the others should all have some chances of entering. As Vast Cosmos spoke, the several great world kings present were overjoyed. Adding extra people always meant that a massive amount of additional resources would be used up. Even though an Empyrean was wealthy, they wouldn't freely squander the resources they had accumulated. It had to be known that the treatment one received within an Empyrean Heavenly Palace was something that no Great World King Holy Land would ever be able to compare with. This was an immense benefit to the growth of geniuses. They all hoped that they could send disciples from their own sect to gain experience in an Empyrean heavenly palace, even if just for a brief period of time. That's right. How is your Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless doing now? Vast Cosmos suddenly asked Tian Mingzi. Limitless hasn't finished competing yet, Tian Mingzi replied. There are a couple of dark horses that have appeared on that martial field. Their strength and potential are quite good. Oh, Vast Cosmos said, interested. Tian Mingzi's talent was originally extremely high, even faintly surpassing Vast Cosmos himself. If Tian Mingzi said some participants were quite good, then they naturally had to be outstanding individuals. Not only was Vast Cosmos interested, but the other world kings present looked towards the semi-final martial field of Grave Moon Star. Grave Moon Star's competition was considered slow compared to the others so far. Even so, they were still nearing the finale. Oh, there are 10 participants that actually managed to mount the 30th step. Not bad. Very good. Perhaps there might be someone that can climb towards the 32nd step. But to actually reach the top of the 32nd step is far too difficult. Vast Cosmos said, satisfied. As someone who came from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, he was well aware of just how difficult the Divine Seal Altar was. He originally estimated that even 4 or 5 people reaching the 30th step would be an extremely good result. Tian Mingzi. Who are these dark horses? There are 2. A black-clothed youth who wields a spear called Lin Ming, as well as a pale youth with a sword called Fong. As Tian Mingzi spoke, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were both engaged in fierce combat. Their opponents were top 300 ranked masters of the Divine Seal Decree or some people below who hadn't displayed their full strength in the preliminaries. Before this, climbing from the 29th step to the 30th step with 15 people at the start, only 10 had managed to reach the 30th step. A third of the participants had been eliminated during the climb upwards. The violent battles were like a raging fire in full swing. The entire 30th step was covered by a powerful and heavy Empyrean pressure. If an ordinary genius were placed here, they would find it difficult to stand, let alone fight. Because of the suppression of the atmosphere, they wouldn't even be able to use 10% of their strength. But currently, when the power and potential of these 10 geniuses gathered together, they formed dazzling beams of light that shot into the skies. Ha! Within the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds with its quadrillion trillion lives, there are truly far too many geniuses. However, Nephew Limitless is truly unique. I believe that Nephew Limitless has a chance of reaching the 32nd step. Of the others, 3 or 4 should be able to reach the 31st step. To reach the 31st step is already a heaven-defying accomplishment. Wide Universe World King acclaimed. But Tian Mingzi only faintly smiled, not responding. At this time, on the Divine Seal Altar, the intense battles had concluded, with 5 people emerging as the victors. Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, Nether Limitless, and Bloodless Sword had made it through, as well as Purple Blade, whose performance in the preliminaries had been impressive. Of these 5 people, all of them were potential victors. But the key point was that even though these 5 people had reached the 30th step, there were still 3 more steps above them. If this was the same elimination ratio as before, then perhaps there would be no one that would be able to reach the 33rd step. Perhaps even the 32nd step would be far too difficult. What Xiao Daochild said was right. There is no human that can reach the 33rd step. No one should be able to reach the top, not even Nether Limitless. At this time, people in the audience were discussing amongst themselves with true essence sound transmissions. With the semi-finals having reached this point, the billions of people in the arena were focused and quiet, patiently waiting for the final battles to come. When these people reached the 31st step, regardless of who battled who, it would truly be a magnificent duel. At this time, floating above the Divine Seal Altar, Xiao Daochild finally opened his eyes. A faint voice spread throughout the entire arena. If there is an odd number of people that reach the 31st step, then the person with the best results in the preliminaries, Nether Limitless, may avoid battle and directly ascend to the 32nd step. The rest will continue fighting and the victor will climb to the 32nd step. If an odd number reaches the 31st step, then Nether Limitless doesn't need to fight? This is far too great an advantage. In the last several steps, even if one didn't fight, they still couldn't save much strength. But now, on the 31st step, the advantages of being able to avoid a battle are just far too great. That's right. These 5 people are all peak masters, so it's likely they can all climb to the 31st step. If Nether Limitless can avoid battling them here, he can climb even higher. All the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, the new Paradise Holy Lands where Bloodless Sword came from, as well as the sect that Purple Blade originated from, thought that this was extremely unfair. But the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were actually cheering as loudly as they could. Haha. Too awesome. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether can avoid a battle. But this is also something that Senior Apprentice Brother Nether earned because his results were the best. If so, then Senior Apprentice Brother Nether might have some chances of reaching the 32nd step or even the 33rd step. In fact, even if Senior Apprentice Brother doesn't avoid a battle, he could still easily win anyways. On the Divine Seal altar, Nether Limitless maintained a calm appearance. He clenched his fists and thought, "Good, these rules are good for me." Even though Nether Limitless was exceedingly proud of himself, even he lacked the energy and confidence when facing the Titanic Divine Seal altar. If he could save some of his strength, then the benefits would be gigantic. If I can really avoid a battle, then I will be able to obtain an even better result here. My chances of catching Empyrean Demandon's attention will be that much greater. Nether Limitless was brimming with confidence. Begin the climb. Xiao Daochild closed his eyes again and returned to his meditation in the air. 5 participants that were screened out from all the peak masters of 100 Great Worlds immediately jumped up onto the walls of the Divine Seal altar in unison. At the moment when Lin Ming touched the stone walls, he felt a great pressure on him. What a formidable pressure moreover. This isn't just pressure of the body and true essence, but also the soul. Lin Ming could feel that as soon as he began climbing up to the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar, a wild and savage power rushed into his spiritual sea. This sort of soul pressure isn't anything to me, but to the others, this should be a great test. After Lin Ming tempered his soul in the divine dream world, his soul force was far more formidable than other martial artists of his level. A soul pressure of this degree was something he could easily withstand. With steady steps, he began to climb up the towering and roughly hewn stone walls of the Divine Seal altar. The closer he reached the top, the more vividly Lin Ming could feel the concept of the 33 layered heavens from the Divine Seal altar. As for the others, it was actually impossible for them to climb up as calmly as Lin Ming was doing. As they climbed up the Divine Seal altar, all sorts of illusions crashed into them. Fight, crusade, slaughter, heart demons. Dragon Fong felt as if he was climbing onto a blood-drenched Azura battlefield. Within his ears, all he heard were the echoes and screams of hateful spirits and doomed souls. The beating drum of war reverberated in his ears. A deep sword energy washed over his body, making him feel as if he would be torn apart at any moment. The Divine Seal altar truly lives up to its reputation. How intriguing! Dragon Fong closed his eyes and then opened them up once more. When he did, his pupils had changed. They became as narrow as a needle, and around these needle-like pupils formed a series of strange patterns. His eyes seemed wrapped in a shroud of unfathomable mysteries, making others not dare to look at him. Those who did would feel as if their very souls would be sucked out. After these variation pupils appeared, all illusions were instantly swept away by Dragon Fong, unable to affect his mind at all. He began to steadily rise up once again. And, because he was facing the Divine Seal altar, no one was able to see the differences in his eyes. As for Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, they were finding this much harder. The 31st step is truly terrifying. Bloodless Sword twisted his eyebrows together. Slaughter Sword intent. Erupt. At that instant, a deep crimson divine light blazed out from between Bloodless Sword's eyebrows. The killing intent that emitted from his body reached the peak. With his own killing intent, he resisted the countless waves of illusions. As Bloodless Sword climbed up, His forehead became drenched with sweat, and every movement he made was difficult. He clearly wasn't able to remain as relaxed as Dragon Fong. As for Nether Limitless, he was also in a similar situation with Bloodless Sword. By relying on his deep strength and cultivation, he was able to forcefully resist these illusions. To him, climbing up the 31st step was an extremely great test. And of these 5 people, Purple Blade was at the end. His face was wan, his fingers trembled, and every step he took was slower than the last. He seemed to be trapped in a swamp, his movements becoming increasingly slow. These are illusions. Illusions. They can't affect me. They can't affect me. They can't affect me. Purple Blade cried out in his heart, wanting to rid himself of all these chaotic illusions in his mind. However, his current physical state was already extremely poor and he had consumed most of his energy. No. Facing this dual pressure from the divine seal altar on his body and soul, he was finding it impossible to resist. This was the power of illusions. Even though he knew they were illusions, he would still be affected by them. I am the last. Am I the worst? Illusion and reality constantly shifted back and forth. Purple Blade could feel his own strength rapidly fading away from his body. In between these rapidly alternating scenes, he could see that Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and the others had already pulled ahead by a considerable distance. He was like a severely wounded mortal that had fallen into a deep ravine. Although he could see the top of the cliff, wanting to climb up it was simply a despairing matter. Is something wrong with Purple Blade? He's randomly climbing about. He's not going in a straight line at all. In the audience, many people noticed something strange happening with Purple Blade. He had already been left far behind by the other 4 people. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. You can do it. Put your back into it. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. Don't give up. The disciples from Purple Blade's Holy Lands were all cheering for him. However, he wasn't able to hear their cheers at all. His sweat had already covered his eyes and his consciousness had gone completely blurry. Blood. My hands are holding blood? Am I crawling in a sea of blood? The end. I cannot see the end. Every time Purple Blade took a step up, he felt as if he were grasping a mountain of swords. His palms and legs ached with a cutting pain. His exhaustion had reached the limit. He felt as if he weighed 10,000 genes, and the pain was so intense he thought he would die at any moment. With his final fading will, he forcefully grasped what he could. But he no longer had the strength to take another step up. Purple Blade had already lost consciousness. At the moment when the flow of energy within his body stopped, he was no longer able to withstand the pressure on the 31st step. The body of an essence-gathering system martial artist was frail to begin with, and without the protection of energy around him, he simply wasn't able to withstand the impact. Blood rained down and Purple Blade fell from the cliff. An aura of energy caught him, cradling him. He had been defeated. Purple Blade has lost. He was the 3rd to reach the 22nd step, and yet he actually wasn't able to reach the 30th step. Heavens! This is far too difficult. Will there even be anyone capable of reaching the 32nd or 33rd step? Originally, many people thought that Purple Blade was inferior to Nether Limitless, but close in strength to Dragon Fong and Lin Ming. Now, they all realized just how great the disparity was. The other 4 are already nearing the top. Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and Nether Limitless are in the lead. Bloodless Sword has fallen behind them just a bit. Does this represent the difference in their strengths? That might not be true. To find the actual difference in their strength, they have to undergo true combat. The Divine Seal Altar is merely a platform used to test the comprehensive fusion of one's cultivation and talent. It seems that all 4 of them will be able to reach the top. If so, they will have to fight. I'm really looking forwards to it. Regardless of who fights who, it will surely be a clash of rivals. These 2 fellows. Nether Limitless looked at Lin Ming and Dragon Fong with disbelief in his eyes. What are those 2 doing that they are climbing up so quickly? I have to give my everything in order to just barely keep up with their speed. Is it possible that the 2 of them have some sort of special immunity to soul pressure? Thinking about it, Xiao Daochild had said that the divine seal altar was not just a test of one's cultivation and thickness of true essence. It was also a test of one's will, potential, and all sorts of other factors combined together. Nether Limitless thought all of this was a bit grating to his ears. He was confident that his own strength and depth of true essence were far above that of Lin Ming and Dragon Fang. Could it be that his potential was inferior to theirs? Thus they equalized each other and all three were able to maintain a similar speed? Can my potential truly be inferior to those two? Nether Limitless found this hard to accept. In the way he viewed the world, he could accept it if an Empyrean descendant was superior to him. After all, someone that came from a great world king Holy Land background simply couldn't compare to the talent, inheritance, and resources of an Empyrean heavenly palace. But, for small influences, even if they were dark horses that rushed out from the endless masses, he could not accept that they were on par with him. It had to be known that in Nether Limitless' nearly 40 years of life, he had consumed a massive amount of resources. With all these resources gathered together, their value was no longer estimated in violet sunstones, but 9 sun jades. 9 sun jades were refined by half-step Empyreans and above by combining violet sun crystals with 9 different types of yang energies. A single 9 sun jade was equal to nearly 100 million violet sun crystals, or a trillion violet sunstones. Nether Limitless had used so many resources and also practiced a transcendent divine might. Even so, he wasn't much superior to 2 common martial artists. How could Nether Limitless accept this? It made him feel as if all those resources used on him had been wasted, as if they had been used on a dog. It's impossible that they are better than me. I will not believe this. They must have some special arcane skill capable of resisting soul pressure, or their own soul force is astoundingly formidable. Thus they are able to reach this speed. Nether Limitless speculated. In truth, his guesses were half right. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang both had an extremely strong resistance to soul pressure. One cultivated the soul and the other had a special variation soul body. An hour later, Dragon Fang was the first one to reach the 31st step of the Divine Seal Altar. And behind Dragon Fang, just after 20 breaths of time, Nether Limitless arrived at nearly the same time as Lin Ming. At this time, Dragon Fang's pupils had returned to normal. His face was a bit paler than before, and he seemed extremely fragile. It was hard to imagine that a terrifying strength slumbered within him. These two people haven't exhausted themselves too much. They must have some special technique to resist soul pressure. As Nether Limitless saw Lin Ming and Dragon Fang's appearance, he was increasingly sure of his own speculations. If that's the case, I will simply use my absolute strength to defeat all of you. After another quarter hour passed, Bloodless Sword finally crawled up the cliff of the 31st step with great difficulty. The 4 of them had all successfully climbed up. Without a doubt, besides the 4 of them, there wouldn't be another person that could make it up this high. A decisive battle would soon erupt between these 4 people. This is too intense. The 4 of them are all peak masters. Who will battle who? I feel that Bloodless Sword is the weakest. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang are both similar, and Nether Limitless is the strongest. Based on their performance since the 21st step, Bloodless Sword was a bit worse and the other 3 were the same. But in the eyes of the audience, Nether Limitless was at the late Divine Sea. Thus his cultivation and true essence were the deepest of the 4. Lin Ming and Dragon Fang should surpass him in potential, but if they truly fought, Nether Limitless was likely stronger. This Lin Ming is truly a freak. He's only at the peak of the early Divine Sea realm, yet he's this strong. I really have no idea just how he has trained. At this time, several hundred miles away from the Divine Seal Altar, a spirit ship floated high in the skies. In the spirit ship, a tall man in black robes was sitting in a grand black stone throne, looking through a window at the far-off Divine Seal Altar. Even though he was this far away, he was able to clearly see everything happening on the Divine Seal Altar in crystal-clear detail. Of those 4 people, 2 of them registered to enter the first martial meeting at my true martial word. But the truth is that they aren't from my true martial world, nor do they belong to my true martial holy lands. One is a wandering cultivator that just happened to be passing by, and the identity of his master is a mystery. As for the other, he is a disciple of a mere peak holy land. Even so, the two of them are able to stand on the 31st step. But the disciple that I carefully raised up for all this time was actually eliminated on the 27th step. I used my portion of the income from Starbind Bank and the Imperial Auction House as the foundation for your resources, and even gave you an incomplete transcendent divine might as an inheritance. Even though I did all of this is the trash result that you gave me. This black-robed man was fuming with anger. He was the great world king of true martial world. In truth, true martial world was only a sect from a second-order world, so it was normal that they wouldn't have any disciples able to reach the 30th step. But now, for people had appeared that were able to step on the 31st step, and although two of them had even registered at the true martial world, they actually weren't from there. This was truly a matter that made one lose all face. As the black-robed man spoke, the martial artists in front of him were all kneeling on the floor, trembling in fear. No one dared to speak up. The black-robed man heaved a heavy sigh. It has been over 1,000,000 years and I have used up countless resources. And yet, if another 1,000,000 years pass and my true martial holy lands still aren't able to raise another world king, then that is simply the hand of fate. There will be nothing else I can do. The black-robed man shook his head, no longer speaking. He alone was the pillar that propped up the entire true martial holy lands, but he would be unable to do so forever. At this time on the divine seal altar, the four participants still hadn't fought. Rather, they rested for a moment. This brief period of rest was most beneficial to Bloodless Sword because he had exhausted the most energy of the four. The pressure on the 31st step was extremely suppressive. Even though it was completely flat ground, Bloodless Sword still felt his own strength suppressed to no more than 40%. These damned fellows have actually climbed up faster than me. This weird divine seal altar simply doesn't allow me to display my sword skills to their full potential. In terms of total combat strength, with my sword in hand, I don't believe that I will lose to an early Divine C or middle Divine C brat. The truth was that a great world king Holy Land would deliberately train core disciples to participate in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. To guarantee the greatest chance of victory, they would make sure all disciples that entered were at the late Divine C realm. By entering a time enchantment, it was easy to accomplish this. Thus, Crimson Wishjade, Wu Final Cloud, Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and the rest were all late Divine C martial artists. If one wasn't at the late Divine C realm, it was easy to suffer a great loss. Only those scattered smaller sects would send a group of early or middle Divine C realm disciples to participate as cannon fodder. In any case, for them, attaining any kind of good result was impossible to begin with. Choose your opponent, Xiao Daochild indifferently said, his face like a 10,000-year glacier. No matter how amazing the participants on the Divine Seal altar were, he didn't have any expression at all, as if everything that happened was natural. To Xiao Daochild, the 31st step wasn't anything at all. As Xiao Daochild spoke these words, the billions of people in the audience held their breath. And on the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming, Nether Limitless, Dragon Fong, and Bloodless Sword all glanced at each other, a fierce and vivid fighting spirit blazing in their eyes, nearly causing the air to burn. The two of you have quite wonderful soul support arcane skills, HM. To think that you would do something so cheap as using them to climb up here. Nether Limitless was the first to speak. Oh? What are you trying to say? Lin Ming asked, an eyebrow arching up. Even if you don't want to admit it, you cannot hide from my eyes. But from now, it will be a battle of strength. Something that will depend on your true ability. Do you want to choose first? Or shall I choose first? Nether Limitless had an extremely confident expression, as if he were the top master of the four people here. Dragon Fong was silent, but Lin Ming grinned and then laughed. Since you let me choose first, then I won't be rude. I choose you. Lin Ming pointed his spear towards Nether Limitless. This movement caused a great commotion. Of the four martial artists, no matter how one looked at it, Bloodless Sword should be the weakest. Thus, if one was allowed to choose first, choosing Bloodless Sword was the most appropriate choice. But Lin Ming had actually chosen the supposed strongest nether limitless. This Lin Ming is too crazy. What a badass. As nether limitless saw Lin Ming's icy spear pointed towards him, a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. You've got guts. After Lin Ming pointed his spear at nether limitless, all of the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands went rabid with anger, their eyes turning red. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting semifinals on Grave Moon Star, their senior apprentice brother Nether had been in first place from start until now. How could they tolerate someone provoking him like this? This boy doesn't know the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. He is crazy. He actually dares to challenge senior apprentice brother Nether. Just who does he think he is? He wants to become famous, and he thinks that he can step on senior apprentice brother Nether to do so. But he has chosen the wrong person. Just wait until senior apprentice brother Nether beats his ass until it's red. No one was willing to destroy their own power and prestige. These people had been spirited for such a long time, and they also saw that Nether Limitless performance so far had been the best. As Nether Limitless supporters, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands all scoffed at Lin Ming's insolent tactics. Even the ancient Phoenix clan was lacking in confidence. Senior apprentice brother Lin is too aggressive. To think that he would choose to fight Nether Limitless as soon as he climbed up and not Bloodless Sword. What are you worried about? Senior apprentice brother Lin surely has some secret strength that he has yet to bring out. Moreover, someone like senior apprentice brother Lin lives for the thrill of battle. If he challenges someone, he will challenge the strongest there is. That's right, victory or defeat doesn't matter. What's most important is that he doesn't weaken his own fighting spirit. What is Bloodless Sword? He is simply nothing at all. If there is someone to fight, it must be the strongest there is. That's right. Senior apprentice brother Lin pointing his spear at Nether Limitless is truly fearless. The female disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all stared at Lin Ming as he challenged Nether Limitless with his spear. His valiant and heroic figure cut a handsome line, causing all of them to go crazy with desire. At this time, Lin Ming's black-clothed figure was as hard and straight as a spear. His clothing flapped in the wind and his long hair danced in the air. His eyes blazed as he stared at Nether Limitless, the edges of his face hard and his forehead as keen as a sword. His eyes were more electric than lightning. A single young man, underneath the gaze of billions of people, dared to jump ranks to challenge the #1 genius of 100 great worlds. That was a character that had a chance of becoming a great world king in the future. An extreme genius amongst geniuses. Every time had its own peak, and the peak of this moment belonged to Lin Ming. A heroic youth in the glory of his prime. Such a character had a limitless future. With his incomparably sharp temperament and his outstanding physique, it was natural that countless young girls would fall for him. Haha! How interesting. Tian Mingzi. That dark horse you favored actually challenged the #1 disciple of your Skydark Holy Lands. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos was extremely interested in this match. In these semifinals, it was difficult for anyone to catch the attention of a character like him. Tian Mingzi laughed, not having much of a response. Wide Universe World King said, "He is fierce, but in the end he isn't the match of Nephew Limitless." Nephew Limitless is someone that has a chance of reaching the top 10 ranks of the First Martial Meeting's Earth Proclamation. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would eventually produce 2 rankings. One was the Heaven Proclamation. That was the total rankings that included the disciples of the Empyrean Heavenly Palaces as well as all the geniuses of the 3,000 Great Worlds. The word Heaven implied the meaning of an Empyrean. With the Heaven Proclamation, there was also a corresponding Earth Proclamation. The Earth Proclamation was a ranking list that excluded the Empyrean descendants and other disciples of the Empyrean Heavenly Palaces. It was a ranking list that included only the geniuses of the 3,000 Great Worlds. After all, it was unfair to compare ordinary geniuses to the lofty heights of Empyrean disciples. Thus, being able to rank on the top 10 of the Earth Proclamation was already an extremely fierce accomplishment. When Empyrean Vast Universe had stated that the top 3 ranking martial artists of the First Martial Meeting could learn a transcendent divine might, and the top 10 could enter vast universe heavenly palace and accept the guidance of vast cosmos. This was basically aimed at the Earth proclamation. This was also a reasonable matter. For instance, someone like Xiao Moxian originally came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was in no way worse than Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, so how would she possibly ever desire the resources at Vast Universe Heavenly Palace? If Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had those resources, then Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace would also have them. As Wide Universe World King spoke up, another World King echoed him. If Nephew Limitless has a good performance, then he will inevitably enter an Empyrean Heavenly Palace. Maybe someone from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace will come to snatch away Limitless instead. Haha! The present World Kings all laughed out loud. First, they really did favor Nether Limitless chances, and secondly, they wanted to form good relations with Tian Mingzi. After all, out of the many World Kings present, Tian Mingzi had the brightest future. It was possible that his future achievements would be even better than vast cosmoses. Moreover, Tian Mingzi had extremely good relations with Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and had obtained the recognition of Empyrean Demon Dawn. The reason for this was that tens of thousands of years ago, Tian Mingzi had once entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and tempered himself in there for a long time. This was similar to the current disciples being selected to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This layer of relations was truly important. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar, Mo Eversnow's voice was echoing in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi's original background is the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and the Verdant Feather Holy Lands is a sect that focuses on the ice laws as well as the space and time laws. Tian Mingzi could have been said to have reached the pinnacle of achievements in these three laws. As his descendant, Nether Limitless should also excel in these three laws. I understand. When Lin Ming had seen Nether Limitless fight the spirit bodies, Nether Limitless Casual Palm Strike was able to contain 3 or 4 concepts. Miss Mo. Since the Verdant Feather Holy Land's Transcendent Divine Might Jade Slip fell into Tian Mingzi's hands, would Nether Limitless also have trained in it? Upon mentioning this Transcendent Divine Might, a flash of hatred appeared in Mo Eversnow's eyes. Yes, the Verdant Feather Holy Land's Transcendent Divine Might is far more complete than the true Martial Holy Land's Heavenly Demon Metamorphic Art. But that Transcendent Divine Might is an auxiliary arcane skill. Its role in true combat is minor, so you can more or less ignore it. Oh! Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. In truth, he felt that auxiliary arcane skills were more precious than offensive Transcendent Divine Mights. They were abilities that could affect one's future achievements. Offensive-based Transcendent Divine Mights were more focused on enhancing one's strength. For instance, the Heretical God Force was an auxiliary arcane skill. Without it, Lin Ming would never have obtained his current prowess in the laws of thunder and fire. He might not have even managed to cross heavenly tribulation. I've got it. One day, I will take back the Verdant Feather Holy Land's Transcendent Divine Might. As Lin Ming spoke, the aura of Nether Limitless suddenly erupted. On the Divine Seal altar, the black-clothed Nether Limitless seemed to become the only remaining person between the heavens and earth. Even the distant audience members were influenced by Nether Limitless' aura. This feeling was as if someone had pointed a dagger at their heads, making them feel cold all over. This was Nether Limitless' sword potential. A thick killing intent as pure and black as the endless night swept over the entire audience. What a terrifying potential. To be able to utilize his sword potential to such a degree. He can kill others with this alone. This is indeed horrifying. And the key point is that this is the sword potential that he is releasing under the suppression of the Divine Seal Altar's 31st step. Although the pressure on the flat steps is far lower than the pressure on the vertical cliffs, one's true essence will still be greatly suppressed. To be able to display this level of skill underneath this pressure, one can only remain in awe of the young. Even Hua Violent Stone, who always believed that his own people were the most amazing and wonderful, had a solemn expression on his face. His eyes were full of praise and shock. He couldn't help but acknowledge Nether Limitless' strength. As for the Skydark Holy Lands, their numerous disciples were cheering louder than ever. Senior apprentice brother Nether is invincible. Senior apprentice brother Nether will win. Haha! This is the majesty of a true king. At this time, Nether Limitless finally took out his blade. It was a 4-foot-long katana, thin with a foot-long hilt. This was a medium-grade spirit artifact that was used with both hands. In terms of quality, it was inferior to the Phoenix Blood Spear. But the current Phoenix Blood Spear had yet to fully grow. The power that this katana could display was in truth above that of the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a thrust, the sword whistled through the air. In that instant, space seemed to distort around Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless was hidden within this space distortion, sword and body having become one. Clear ripples formed around the edges of space around the sword, cutting apart all. As Lin Ming saw this sword strike, his pupils shrank. Once, a supreme elder who thoroughly understood the space laws stated that the sharpest weapon in the world was not any material object forged by a refining grandmaster, but space itself. When the skies broke apart and space collapsed, that force was able to tear apart all of reality. Although Nether Limitless couldn't tear open the incomparably stable space of the divine realm, he could actually form spatial ripples around his sword to greatly enhance its cutting ability. Just this casual sword strike was already so powerful. How would Lin Ming block this strike? Everyone's eyes widened. The heroic young elites able to sit in this arena were all heaven-gifted talents of their area. Even so, if they were the ones facing Nether Limitless, they would be horrified to find that they might not even be able to withstand this attack. Moreover, this was only Nether Limitless' first sword strike. It was nothing but a probing strike with the fierce attacks yet to come. What a powerful strike! Lin Ming is in danger. Facing this sword strike, Lin Ming shifted to the side and wielded the Phoenix Blood Spear. The long spear cried out as an azure spear light shot out like a brilliant flood dragon, smashing into Nether Limitless sword light. Chi. The sword light and spear light fiercely collided. An incomparably harsh grating sound spread out. The spatial ripples around the sword light continuously melted away, and the azure spear light also constantly broke apart, and at an even faster rate. Nether Limitless grinned. Space was known as the sharpest weapon. Its reputation as being able to cut through all was well warranted. But, just as Lin Ming's spear light was about to be swallowed up by the sword light, a mysterious scene occurred. After the broken spear light broke apart, it reformed, reborn once more. Endless growth. Nether Limitless eyebrows shot up. This spear light actually had the attribute of endlessness. Endlessness was an extremely special type of concept. Once this concept was evolved to the peak, it would become the concept of immortality. After Lin Ming absorbed the supreme ancient azure dragon bone, the endlessly growing attribute of his true essence had clearly increased. Pong! As the spatial ripples were melted away, the spear light and sword light both burst apart, turning into black and azure lights that rained down. In the first exchange of moves, both were evenly matched. He blocked it. I thought that Lin Ming would suffer a loss. Fierce. In a single exchange between masters, even if it was just a probing strike, one could see many things from it. Although the two were casually striking each other, their moves contained the mysteries of numerous laws, worthy of praise. Not bad. You are worthy of me being a little serious, but that is only being serious. Nether Limitless laughed. His body turned into a beam of light as he hurtled towards Lin Ming. 1,000 feet was nothing but a faint twinkle in the eye. In a mere moment, Nether Limitless appeared in front of Lin Ming. This was not space transmission. With Nether Limitless understandings of the space laws, he wasn't yet able to reach teleportation in the divine realm. But the speed that he could erupt with in this short distance actually seemed no different from teleportation. Nether Limitless had shown the limit of his speed. His hand had already disappeared. All that was left was a black katana that roused a storm of sword light. This was the same as 10 peak martial artists flourishing their swords all together. And their sword lights had all gathered in front of Lin Ming, each one able to cause spatial ripples. Such sword techniques caused one to gasp in praise. The might of these sword lights cannot compare to Nether Limitless' first strike, but they still contain 30 to 40% of the original's power, and they also contain the space laws, able to form spatial ripples. These sword strikes are fast, but they are also extremely cunning and tricky. It is nearly impossible to block them all. With so many sword lights gathered together, their might could be imagined. Altogether, they were at least 10 times more powerful than the first strike. In the audience, even those martial artists that were confident in themselves felt helpless in the face of such an attack. It was like being a frail leaf in a mighty storm. They would have no strength to resist. The speeds of these sword strikes are fast, much faster than a spear. Let's see just how Lin Ming deals with it. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. Facing Nether Limitless, there was no room to be lax. In contrast with Nether Limitless' dazzling sword lights, Lin Ming's attack was calm and steady, like mountains and rivers, like the boundless earth. He stood strong and tall, an indomitable wall. Lin Ming's spear light was far from being comparable to Nether Limitless' strike in terms of speed. But the brilliant azure light on his spear formed a halo, becoming one. Every single spear strike Lin Ming thrust out carried with it the stability of the vast lands, like a surging tide stretching to the ends of the earth. A single spear strike was able to counter several of Nether Limitless' sword strikes. Lin Ming had already opened 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and the heretical god force was revolving to the limit. Spear after spear, each stronger than the last. Ding 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 ding. The collision of sword and spear had long become a continuous sound, like a rolling thundercloud, like the roar of a dragon, echoing through the world. On the divine seal altar, with these two people as the center, turbulent air waves blew wildly about, incomparably violent. If this wasn't the divine seal altar, then just these air currents alone would have the strength to shear off mountain peaks. Overturn the mountains, sunder the seas, myriad water sword arts. Nether Limitless swords sharpened. His sword light became chaotic and wild, like splashing water, completely enveloping Lin Ming. This was the Verdant Feather Holy Land's water laws. The laws of water and the laws of ice originally came from the same source. The Verdant Feather Holy Lands was a holy lands that displayed the might of the water elements to their peak. Now, what Nether Limitless used was a fusion of the water laws and space laws. Every sword light caused deep and vibrant spatial ripples, just like ripples in water. Water, soft and formless. It could splash against stone and metal without being affected. But the power of water far surpassed metal and stone in many aspects. No matter how hard stone and metal were, they could still be crushed if struck with an even harder material. As for water, it was like a never-ending sword, a flowing blade without end. This was the concept of water, lingering and constant, able to erode away all material. Even a single drop of water, day after day, could slowly pierce through the hardest rock. As Nether Limitless used the myriad water sword arts, the concept of space that surrounded his sword lights instantly rose to a dramatic new level. Water and space fused together. In that instant, water ripples and spatial ripples superimposed on each other, their oscillating frequencies resonating. This was causing 2 fundamentally different laws to vibrate on the same frequency. Even many divine lord powerhouses present felt inferior as they saw this. Is this really a battle between juniors? We are old, far too old. The rivers will wash away the past and bring in the future. Even I cannot achieve such a magnificent fusion of laws. The unbroken cult great elder said with feeling in his voice. His strength was far above Nether Limitless, but that was because of his cultivation. In terms of comprehension of laws, the truth was that he also surpassed Nether Limitless. Even so, he wasn't able to reproduce such an exquisite fusion of the laws. This made him feel as if the 10,000 years of his life had all been nothing but a waste. Geniuses truly did not need explanations. There were some things that people couldn't comprehend for a lifetime, but that geniuses could actually understand after a single try. He is truly blessed by the heavens. I simply cannot compare. Beside the unbroken cult great elder, Yu Yuming sighed with longing. The difference between them was far too great. The myriad water sword arts and Lin Ming's spear light collided. At the start, Lin Ming's spear lights grew continuously, a single spear light breaking through several of Nether Limitless sword lights. But now, Nether Limitless sword light also contained the attribute of endlessness. But his perpetual endless was brought about by the water laws. Although it was inferior to Lin Ming's own technique, it still achieved similar results from different methods. Endlessness? I can do that too. In that instant, Lin Ming was covered up by Nether Limitless sword light. All of his spear powers were completely suppressed. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. Brother Lin. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all held their breath. As for Qin Xingxuan, her forehead was wet with a nervous sweat. In her eyes, all she could see was that Lin Ming had been completely enveloped by Nether Limitless sword light. In that dense sword light, even divine iron would be turned into powder. If a flesh and blood body was placed in that sword light, just what would happen? Mu Qianyu's palms were also wet with sweat. This was reality. This was not the divine dream space. Although the rules stated that one could not kill others, in a battle between peak masters, having accidents occur was an extremely likely matter. As for Xiao Daochild, he may be the one supervising this competition and his strength was also formidable, but he was several miles away. Moreover, Xiao Daochild had a very distant temperament. He hadn't meddled in anything so far, so it was hard to say what would happen if there really was an accident. What formidable water laws! It nearly traces upon the threshold of the fifth level concept. Lin Ming's face was cold and solemn underneath the sword light. If Nether Limitless could rank near the top of the divine sealed decree, he naturally had aspects that he excelled at. The space and time laws that he perceived were among the most difficult laws to comprehend, and even as he mastered them, he even managed to perceive the water laws to this degree. This was not something that the average person could hope to achieve. Even for Lin Ming, if he hadn't entered the divine dream world and swallowed an elementary spirit source, his comprehension of laws would be far inferior to Nether Limitless. If this is the limit of your techniques, then you have already lost. Sea-splitting sword, Nether Limitless shouted out, putting forth his killing move. The name of sea-splitting sword was no exaggeration. This sword strike could truly split a sea in half. With such a formidable sword potential and such overwhelming momentum, the might of this attack could be imagined. A terrifying aura swept through the entire audience, causing everyone to stare on with bated breath. Their eyes all focused on Lin Ming, waiting to see just how Lin Ming would withstand this sword strike. In that instant, Lin Ming's aura erupted to the limit. All of those spear strikes gathered together, condensing into one. All of those spear strikes from before had not been random attacks but preparing for this moment, this final spear strike. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. To use 100-layered waves to counter the sea-splitting sword, Lin Ming's technique was not based upon the concept of water, but with the constant spear potential superimposed upon each other, this was achieving the same effects as the sea-splitting sword. 100-layered waves against the sea-splitting sword. Bang! The spear light and sword light exploded simultaneously. At that time, it was like two tsunamis 100 miles high crashed into each other, causing the world to tremble and massive shockwaves to surge outwards. Everyone saw the phantom of a vast and raging sea appear in the skies above the divine seal altar. The waves roiled about, splashing into the deep blue heavens. Lin Ming and Nether Limitless were both fighting in this turbulent sea, like two flood dragons striving to be king. He blocked it. Senior apprentice Brother Lin. Well fought. Just that spear strike alone is enough for Senior apprentice Brother Lin's fame to rise. His name will be praised among all martial artists of 100 great worlds. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all delirious with excitement. The semi-finals of Grave Moon Star were far from being able to sweep through the entire divine realm. After all, each area had its own corresponding semi-finals. But, out of the 100 great worlds participating in the semi-finals on Grave Moon Star, Lin Ming was a name that no one could avoid. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was one of the greatest powerhouses from these 100 great worlds. Being one of the strongest wasn't the most alarming matter. What was most astounding was that Lin Ming only had an early divine sea cultivation, and he was just over 30 years old. For a martial artist that lived for several million years or even 10 million years, 30 years of age couldn't even be considered the end of their beginning. By just this alone, Lin Ming's talent was enough to sweep across everyone from these 100 great worlds. It was possible that he would even obtain the attention of an Empyrean. Obtaining the attention of an Empyrean was different from reaching the top 10 rankings of the Earth Proclamation and then being chosen to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This was because even if one were to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they wouldn't be able to see Empyrean Vast Universe and would only be able to receive the guidance of his direct disciple Vast Cosmos. What sort of character was an Empyrean? In their almost 100 million years of life, they would see countless extreme talents. To them, being in the top 10 ranks of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting's Earth Proclamation wasn't anything at all. Thus, how could the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan not be brimming with pride? Nether Limitless also realized this. In a sense, his limelight had already been swept away by Lin Ming. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge me. You indeed have the capital to be proud of yourself. Your talent can be considered at the peak of these 100 great worlds, and, if your talent was a bit better, you could even barely compare with those Empyrean descendants. But, talent is only talent. In true battle, all that matters is strength. And in strength, you are inferior to me. A sharp light flashed in Nether Limitless' eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Ming's talent had indeed surpassed his own. Even though he was 2 small boundaries higher, even though he was almost 10 years older, he still wasn't able to quickly defeat Lin Ming. This was simply his life's shame. He had already lost to Lin Ming in talent, but he absolutely would not lose to Lin Ming in battle. Even if he had to risk using every forbidden technique in his arsenal, Nether Limitless had to defeat Lin Ming no matter the cost. Otherwise, this loss would become a stain that he would never wipe away in his life. As for obtaining the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn, that would turn into a joke. Oh, Lin Ming faintly smiled. I will teach you that not only is your talent inferior to mine, but your strength is too. My talent is inferior to yours, and even my strength is inferior? Nether Limitless laughed wildly as he heard Lin Ming's words. Extremely wildly. Ha 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 ha. I didn't say that your talent is truly the best amongst 100 great worlds. Only that your talent can match the peak standard. Are you really so deluded that you think your talent is unparalleled? Do you believe that not only is your talent unrivaled, but also your strength? You want to teach me? Really? If I gave you a ladder, you would think you could climb to the top. Nether Limitless fused true essence into his voice, having it spread through the arena. As the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands heard this, all of them rose up in anger. The entire Skydark Holy Lands area was roiled up in a chaotic mob. This brat is too arrogant. Senior Apprentice Brother Nether. Kick his ass until even his mom doesn't recognize him. Beat up that brat. Throw him off the Divine Seal altar. Beat him into a pulp. It had to be known that the Skydark Holy Lands had an extraordinary status. With Nether Limitless added on, there were over 10,000 martial artists from the Skydark Holy Lands present, of which 800 to 900 were juniors. The first martial meeting was a wild scene that caused everyone to go crazy with emotion. Let alone these martial artists that often resorted to violence to solve all of their problems. Even in mortal nations, there was likely to be riots after kickball matches. Once the fans of these kickball matches rose up, it wasn't strange if dozens or hundreds of people were trampled to death. The 800 to 900 junior disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were roused into a frothing rage. Even the other martial artists from the Demon Dawn Great World were going mad. They originally had disciples attending the semifinals, but now that they had all been eliminated, Nether Limitless was the only one to come from their great world. Since they had the closest relations with them, they naturally had to support Nether Limitless. Xiao Daochild slightly opened his eyes, faintly frowning. His figure moved and he flew over the chaotic part of the arena. A great pressure suddenly came crashing down from the skies, and all of those mad spectators were forced down by this pressure, immediately subdued. Otherwise, with billions of people in the audience and all of them formidable geniuses of their era, once a riot occurred, let alone Xiao Daochild, not even a great world king would be able to suppress them. Perhaps only an Empyrean could do so. As the ancient Phoenix clan saw those from the Skydark Holy Lands go crazy, they also started to cry out. The ancient Phoenix clan only had several hundred disciples present, but every disciple was shouting as loudly as they could, "Lin Ming will win. Senior apprentice brother Lin is unstoppable." Whether or not they believed Lin Ming could win at this time, none of them would weaken their momentum. And in fact, with this sort of scene at the Divine Realm first martial meeting that involved the very honor of a sect, it was easy for others to be infected with the atmosphere. At this time, they simply didn't care if Lin Ming would win. Rather, they would all do their best to maintain the honor of their sect. Making sure that their own side had the greatest momentum was the most important matter right now. Nether Limitless isn't willing to admit that his own talent is inferior to Lin Ming's. But the truth is already placed right in front of him. But what he said is also correct. Lin Ming's current strength is lacking and he might not be able to win. But after 1 or 2 years have passed, Lin Ming will likely surpass Nether Limitless. Out of the 4 people, Lin Ming is the youngest and his future is also the brightest. A clear-headed spectator commented. There were many elders and juniors that weren't related to either Lin Ming or Nether Limitless, and they were calmly discussing the situation. Nether Limitless absolutely cannot lose this match. He already loses in talent. If he loses in strength also, then he won't be able to even lift his head up high. Currently, Nether Limitless should be the victor of this battle. If he couldn't win, then his face would sweep the ground. On the Divine Seal altar, Nether Limitless slowly walked towards Lin Ming. Suddenly, something strange occurred. Every 3 steps that Nether Limitless walked forwards, he would leave behind a shadow. This shadow was a complete copy of Nether Limitless. All of them held a katana in their hands, and all of them had an extremely dangerous aura. This was not an afterimage left behind by moving too fast. Rather, Nether Limitless was moving at an extremely slow speed, just like a normal mortal walking. Even so, he left behind 3 remnant shadows, making it seem as if there were 4 of him. Avatar technique? No, that is the space laws. Nether Limitless had extremely high attainments in the space and time laws. And once one perceived the space laws to a certain degree, they could create spatial mirror projections. These mirror images were different from illusions. They had true striking power. According to one's understanding of the space laws, their striking power could vary between 10% to 100% of the main body. If one could reach 100% reproduction, then that was a perfect mirror image. If one could reach the peak in this aspect, their mirror images would even inherit the laws, martial skills, combat experience, and memories of the original. That was a truly incomprehensible boundary. Moreover, an important factor was that these mirror images did not fear attacks. Shattering a mirror image wasn't difficult, but doing so cost true essence, and these mirror images could even be reformed afterwards. It's actually spatial mirror images. By perfectly fusing the first 4 level concepts of the space laws together and tracing the threshold of the 5th level concept, he can actually form spatial mirror images. Lin Ming is a monstrous genius, but so is Nether Limitless. The space and time laws are known as second amongst the most difficult laws to comprehend. He is so young and yet he has managed to perceive them to such a degree. This really makes us older generation martial artists feel useless. On the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming now had to battle 4 opponents. For Nether Limitless simultaneously attacked. For swords slashed out together. In the skies, dark clouds began to gather as snow fluttered to the ground, filling the world. Drifting snow of 8,000 miles. At the same time he created spatial mirror images using the space laws, Nether Limitless also displayed his ice law killing move. His ability to fuse laws together was truly praiseworthy. In just this drifting snow of 8,000 miles, every single snowflake contained laws and concepts. If these snowflakes touched someone, they could even freeze a life-destruction martial artist to death. With millions and billions of snowflakes falling down, it could kill all living creatures for thousands of miles. To nether limitless, this was his ultimate killing move. He had originally planned to use it at the finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, but now he was forced by Lin Ming to show his hand here. Facing this strike, Lin Ming pointed his long spear to the ground. Behind him, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower began to quietly bloom. Facing Nether Limitless all-out attack, Lin Ming directly opened the Grand Mist space. An ancient and boundless power erupted. As those endless snowflakes fell into the Grand Mist space, all of them began to melt away. Using the Grand Mist space was something that Lin Ming had already consulted with Mo Eversnow about and decided on before the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had begun. Facing these countless masters of the Divine Realm, as well as the unfathomably deep Empyrean descendants, he would need to use the Grand Mist space sooner or later. Otherwise, there was no chance that Lin Ming would win. After all, he was only at the early Divine Sea Realm. If he failed to blossom in the First Martial Meeting, he wouldn't be able to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, let alone study the Divine Dream Law from Empyrean Divine Dream. To study the Divine Dream Law was something that Lin Ming desperately wished for. After the Grand Mist space was camouflaged with Mo Eversnow's technique, even a World King wouldn't be able to see through it. The only chance was if they had seen Empyrean Primordius use the Grand Mist space with their own eyes in the past. But Empyrean Primordius was someone with a similar status to Empyrean Divine Dream. And just how mysterious was Empyrean Divine Dream? Even if one became the champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and reached first place on the Heaven Proclamation, they still wouldn't be able to see her. Even an ordinary World King or Great World King did not have the chance to see her. And wanting to see Empyrean Divine Dream display her full strength was an even greater impossibility. Only a similar Empyrean-level character would be able to see her strength with their own eyes. In other words, unless one was an Empyrean-level existence similar to Empyrean Primordius, then even an Empyrean chief disciple like Vast Cosmos wouldn't be able to recognize the camouflaged Grand Mist space. Perhaps the Grand Mist space being recognized by an Empyrean was an inevitability. But Lin Ming believed that these characters would certainly know of the Great War 100,000 years ago, when Empyrean Primordius had waged a cataclysmic war with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and other peerless powerhouses. This war had involved countless masters of the Divine Realm, and had likely even included god-beasts. It was even likely that Empyrean Primordius or Empyrean Thunder Punishment had perished because of this. How could such a great matter not be known by other Empyreans? They should also have guessed that Empyrean Primordius had left his inheritance within the Sky Spill continent. But the reason that they turned a blind eye to all this definitely wasn't simple at all. In other words, those that could recognize the Grand Mist space would also know about Empyrean Primordius's inheritance. As for those that couldn't recognize the Grand Mist space, they wouldn't know anything at all, so letting them see the Grand Mist space wasn't a big deal. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if someone coveted the transcendent divine might known as the Primordius Martial Intent, it was still impossible for them to take it away from Lin Ming, because Lin Ming didn't have a jade slip at all. Even if they caught Lin Ming and searched his soul, they would still find nothing. There was indeed danger, but Lin Ming had to make a desperate gamble no matter what. If he could truly blossom in splendor at this first martial meeting, then no one would be able to move against him. The resources of an Empyrean heavenly palace, the Divine Dream Law, these were chances that he absolutely could not let go of. In the instant that he released the Grand Mist space, within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, all the Supreme Elders there were able to see that the drifting snow of 8,000 miles was being rapidly melted away by some bizarre force field. It is a domain ability and extremely powerful force field. Could it be a transcendent divine might? Several great world king powerhouses could all see shock reflected in each other's eyes. It should be an ability on the level of a transcendent divine might. Moreover, it is quite complete. It could be 20 to 30% complete. This Lin Ming truly had great lucky chances. It is impossible for an influence like the ancient Phoenix clan to possess a transcendent divine might. That is also reasonable. Without a great fortuitous encounter, how could he possibly grow to this degree and stand on the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar? Even that Dragon Fong must have encountered some heaven-shaking lucky chance. These world kings were a little surprised that Lin Ming possessed a transcendent divine might, but they had already guessed this long ago. To be able to stand at this height, who wouldn't possess a transcendent divine might? These great holy lands, if they didn't possess a complete transcendent divine might, they would at least possess an incomplete one. As for the Empyrean descendants, they certainly had at least one complete transcendent divine might. However, at the center of the Grand Hall, there was one person, vast cosmos, who had a strange expression on his face. This force field seems like. Vast cosmos seemed to make some vague associations in his mind. But, before he could think about it further, in less than the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already attacked Nether Limitless. In this moment, Lin Ming's entire body was burning with deep red flames. From deep in his heart, purple fire erupted. Even his gaze seemed to hold an inferno. He opened the heretical god force to the limit and completely burnt the phoenix blood within him. On the phoenix blood spear, two divine lights of red and purple began to shine. Purple was virtual fire. Red was true fire. The divine lights intertwined, fusing together. This spear strike was the peak utilization of Lin Ming's fire laws. Nether Limitless comprehended the first four-level concepts of the space laws and water laws, even tracing the threshold of the fifth-level concept. This achievement was enough to earn him endless praise. But as for Lin Ming, he had already stepped past the threshold of the fifth-level concept of the fire laws. He had achieved the boundary of truly summoning virtual fire. This fifth-level concept was a completely new level. Stepping into a threshold and tracing it were two completely different boundaries. This was the greatest harvest that Lin Ming had gained after entering the divine dream world and swallowing up the spirit source. Concept of virtual fire, virtual disintegration. Lin Ming poured all of the flames that wreathed his body into the phoenix blood spear. Purple and red flames twisted together on the phoenix blood spear. Facing the four Nether Limitless and the endless dominion of snow around them, his attack seemed common and weak. But, in that instant, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower wrapped around Lin Ming. He burst forwards, his speed reaching the limit as he directly tore apart that curtain of endless snow. Underneath Nether Limitless control, the millions of snowflakes swirled together, gathering into a massive white tornado that swept towards Lin Ming. But Lin Ming remained unstoppable, breaking through everything. With the Grand Mist space, he had wiped away the increased striking power from Nether Limitless space laws. Then, with his concept of virtual fire that he comprehended by truly stepping into the fifth level of the fire laws, he completely nullified Nether Limitless drifting snow of 8,000 miles. With both of them being elemental laws, when the fifth-level concept of fire was compared to the fourth-level concept of water, it was obvious which was stronger and which was weaker. Lin Ming's spear broke through Nether Limitless' pervasive sword light, immediately reaching his front. With four Nether Limitless present, an ordinary martial artist would be hard-pressed to differentiate them. But to Lin Ming this was not a problem at all. When the Grand Mist space came shrouding down, the energy of the spatial mirror images had been suppressed, and even seemed on the verge of dissipating. Although he wasn't able to cause the mirror images to completely collapse, it was still enough for Lin Ming to separate out Nether Limitless' true body. The Phoenix Blood Spear aimed straight towards the true Nether Limitless chest. In that moment, Nether Limitless was greatly shocked. He cut down with his sword towards Lin Ming. But he had just used all his strength and hadn't been able to summon any new strength. Moreover, this was only a hasty counterattack. How could he possibly block Lin Ming? The Phoenix Blood Spear broke past Nether Limitless' final sword light and pierced through his protective true essence. Bang! Nether Limitless' protective true essence completely burst apart. The power of virtual fire flushed into Nether Limitless' body. In that moment, Nether Limitless' heart filled with endless anger and jealousy, hate, unwillingness, envy. He hated Lin Ming's talent. He envied Lin Ming's talent. He was unwilling to believe that Lin Ming's talent was superior to his own. He seethed with fury that he would lose under the gaze of all present, becoming nothing but a miserable loser. The flames of envy and anger were all types of virtual fire. As Lin Ming's strike hit Nether Limitless, It caused all of the anger and jealousy within him to expand to the limit, becoming increasingly wild and intense, as if Nether limitless body would soon burn away. His eyes turned blood red. His body would explode at any moment. You've lost. Underneath the rules of this competition and with Xiao Daochild watching from the side, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill. He simply swept out the Phoenix Blood Spear and struck Nether Limitless with the spear shaft. At this time, Nether Limitless' protective true essence had already broken. When the spear shaft struck him, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Nether Limitless spun in the air before coming crashing back down on the Divni Seal altar with blood splashing everywhere. Nether Limitless had been defeated. Lin Ming took a deep breath and adjusted his chaotic true essence. He put away the Phoenix Blood Spear. With the pressure of the 31st step pressing down on him, using virtual disintegration had consumed a good deal of energy. The martial arts arena had fallen into complete silence. Even the faint and elusive Xiao Daochild had opened his eyes and was staring straight at Lin Ming. As a disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, Xiao Daochild had constantly gone in and out of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In his million-plus years of life, he had seen countless proud sons of heaven, and all of these geniuses were at the level of Empyrean descendants. Empyrean Vast Universe himself had several hundred direct disciples. As for the other Empyreans, Xiao Daochild had seen even more of their disciples. With this level of experience, it was hard for this small semifinal occurring on the Divine Seal altar to arouse Xiao Daochild's interest. Thus, he floated high in the air, cross-legged, his eyes shut in meditation and seemingly extremely detached. Even Nether Limitless wasn't able to enter Xiao Daochild's eyes. But now, Lin Ming's performance had been enough to startle Xiao Daochild to attention. What he was shocked about was not Lin Ming's strength. In his opinion, Lin Ming's strength was within reasonable bounds. No, what he was surprised about was Lin Ming's talent. Just over 30 years of age, the early Divine Sea Lin Ming had been able to defeat the late Divine Sea Nether Limitless. This talent was high enough to stand evenly with an Empyrean descendant. Moreover, Lin Ming had not grown up in an Empyrean heavenly palace. Without the resources, inheritances, and teachers available at an Empyrean heavenly palace, he was at an enormous disadvantage, yet he had managed to accomplish what he did. This was truly terrifying. This child is unbelievable. Xiao Daochild's single phrase of disbelief was already an extremely high appraisal. As for the audience, they no longer knew what expression to make. At the Skydark Holy Lands area, all of those wild and raucous young disciples looked as if a bucket of water had been poured on their heads. All of their fires were completely doused. The invincible elder senior apprentice brother in their eyes, that undefeatable existence, had been completely crushed. He had lost in talent, lost in strength, left in ruins. Senior apprentice brother Lin is too fierce, Yen Little Moon whispered in the audience. Her journey in the competition had long since ended, and she had made to the arena stands in time to watch Lin Ming defeat Nether Limitless. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped. To them, although their senior apprentice brother Lin was the strongest character, they never really imagined that Lin Ming would be so overwhelming that he would defeat even Nether Limitless. In particular, the fact that Lin Ming had indeed comprehended the fifth-level concept of the fire laws. At just over 30 years of age, he had stepped foot into the true temple of high-level concepts. He had completed a breakthrough that many senior martial artists were unable to do in their entire lives. Nether Limitless was considered talented in the aspect of laws, but even he wasn't able to fully comprehend a fifth-level concept. Lin Ming, King. Some people from the audience began to shout out, and with this shouting, a wave of shouts burst out. Lin Ming, King! Lin Ming, King! At first it was only the ancient Phoenix clan cheering, but now the entire arena was ringing with shouts, the entire audience of billions roaring in jubilation. The billions of people formed a terrifying sound wave that resounded for 100,000 miles, washing away the clouds, echoing through the heavens. In the semifinals, for a talent to be born that was equal to an Empyrean descendant was beyond rare. From all the martial artists present, even if they came from great world king Holy Land backgrounds, all of them were nothing but weeds compared to Empyrean heavenly palaces. But Lin Ming used his true strength to inform each and every one of them that regardless of how poor their background, their resources, their masters or their inheritances were, they too could still reach the standard of an Empyrean descendant. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to be the only existence on the divine seal altar, a hero that ruled over the world, standing arrogantly amongst society. Lin Ming actually won. He comprehended a fifth-level law concept, and also has a transcendent divine might. Within vast universe heavenly palace, vast cosmos was lost in thought for a moment. He took a light breath, observing everything happening around him. Then, he discovered that out of the many world kings present, a black-clothed man was looking at him. This man's eyes were deep and ghostly, his pupils red. He had a faint smile on his face, but for some reason, when he looked at vast cosmos felt his mind jump. Tian Mingzi, what is it? Nothing much, haha. Tian Mingzi remained smiling as before, as if nothing was able to disturb his congenial mood. His descendant Nether Limitless had been suppressed by Lin Ming in terms of both talent and strength. Even so, in the face of such a situation, his ability to remain serene and smiling was not something that an ordinary world king would possess. For many world kings, the older they became, the more they cared about honor and face. They had nothing left to fight for, and it was nearly impossible for them to change who was already ranked weaker and stronger. Thus, they would place their energy on the struggles of the junior disciples. This was how things were. When neighbors met, they would often compete with their children's achievements. Normally, if the descendant of a world king were to be completely rolled over by someone else, they would be angrier than Hua Violent Stone. But Tian Mingzi wasn't moved at all. He still talked and happily laughed with those around him as before. Vast Cosmos's eyebrows jumped up. Did Tian Mingzi realize something strange with the force field that Lin Ming used just now? Or was he trying to find some clue from my expression? All of these suspicions flashed through Vast Cosmos's heart. For those at his level of strength, it was easy to figure out many things from how they reacted. The force field that Lin Ming used reminds me of someone. Although I have never encountered him before, I have actually listened to Honorable Master speak of him. Honorable Master holds an extremely high admiration towards this person. According to Honorable Mater's description, the force field that Lin Ming used has some similarities to that person's own unique ability. I must report this matter to Honorable Master and have him decide for himself. All of these thoughts rapidly passed through Vast Cosmos's mind. Even so, he maintained a stony expression, not allowing anyone to know what he was thinking. What a pity! Nephew Limitless was so close. He lost by a single move. Wide Universe World King stroked his beard, a regretful look in his eyes as if Nether Limitless had been his own disciple. Nephew Limitless has simultaneously obtained high comprehensions in the space and time laws as well as the water laws. By spreading his energy between three laws, he can't compare to Lin Ming focusing on a single law. Otherwise, with Nephew Limitless' talent, he should have been able to enter the fifth level concept. If that happened, then this would be a completely different scene altogether. It would be hard to tell just who the winner would have been. Another World King powerhouse echoed, clearly looking for another reason to explain Nether Limitless' defeat. In fact, in their opinion, who cared if Lin Ming's talent reached that of an Empyrean descendant? The current Tian Mingzi had a talent that surpassed most Empyrean descendants. His future achievements would truly be incomparably terrifying, so what was the loss of a single Nether Limitless to Tian Mingzi? Thus, all of these world kings praised and flattered Tian Mingzi in order to form better relations with him. Tian Mingzi thought little of it. He only said, "Everyone, you all simply think too highly of Limitless. This descendant of mine is just a useless good-for-nothing. There have been so many resources used to raise him, and yet his achievements have been barely passable. As for that Lin Ming, he only comes from a peak Holy Land and yet he has such wonderful results. His talent is truly astounding. It is not an injustice that Limitless lost to him." Haha! Brother Nether is so open-minded. It really makes us feel ashamed. That's right. Juniors have their own ways of doing things. If we try to force our own desires and wishes onto them, that will only increase the pressure on them and cause their future achievements to suffer. Brother Nether's carefree and relaxed attitude is truly worthy of praise. As everyone was praising Tian Mingzi, no one brought up the transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had used. To them, this was a lucky chance that only Lin Ming could have experienced. For a character like Lin Ming, experiencing such lucky chances was well within reason. If it were an ordinary genius, obtaining this sort of lucky chance would have instead been a recipe for disaster. But Lin Ming's talent was comparable to an Empyrean descendant's. With that sort of status, he was truly worthy of such a lucky chance. Thus he wouldn't draw the covetous eyes of others. Although vast cosmos knew that this lucky chance was beyond extraordinary. At the first martial meeting semifinals arena at Grave Moon Star, the tide of cheers continued for a full incense stick of time before they died down. Nether Limitless had been eliminated. Lin Ming sat down on the 31st step of the divine altar and began to meditate, restoring his strength and stabilizing his breath. And on another side, Dragon Fong and Bloodless Sword had yet to fight. They had both been watching Lin Ming's battle. Lin Ming glanced over at Dragon Fong, returning his gaze. Dragon Fong faintly smiled, simply saying, "You fought well." This evaluation meant that even though Dragon Fong had witnessed the strength Lin Ming had revealed, he had only appreciated it, and was not afraid of it nor ashamed of himself. Only such an opponent could cause Lin Ming to be filled with anticipation, seething with fighting spirit. As for Bloodless Sword, his expression was grim and dignified. He was well aware that if he had to face Lin Ming, he would undoubtedly lose. This brat, how could he be so abnormal? Bloodless Sword gripped the sword in his hand, a feeling of helplessness swelling up within him. Lin Ming was too strong, and at this time Dragon Fong turned to Bloodless Sword. He said, "Friend, it's our turn." Dragon Fong looked extremely calm, but, as this look fell in Bloodless Sword's eyes, he felt that it was nothing more than a pretentious act, as if he hadn't cared about that battle just now at all. Otherwise, how could he be so calm in the face of such a significant battle? This boy, does he really think I'm a soft persimmon or something? Does he really think he is on Lin Ming's level? Does he think he can just pinch me to death as he pleases? Bloodless Sword suppressed the anger in his heart. He wanted to prove to everyone watching that although he couldn't compare to Lin Ming, he was also a top-class character. Although the current Dragon Fong seemed far too cool and lofty, he probably wasn't any stronger than he himself was. Whoosh! Bloodless Sword wielded his sword. Bloodless Sword was a nickname, not his true name. He was the blade to a new paradise, the Bloodless Sword. Because the speed of his sword was so fast, his blade would never be stained with blood. This was how he had acquired his nickname. In this way, Bloodless Sword's sword naturally reached the limit of speed. Sword energies filled the air, like endless Arctic winds howling through the world, blowing towards Dragon Fong. What Bloodless Sword comprehended was the concept of wind. At this moment, Bloodless Sword's sword energies had fused into the wind. The wind became his sword became the wind. From the start, his sword blade was nearly invisible. All that could be seen was his sword light. But now, even his sword light had completely vanished. Even Nether Limitless' own sword skills were far inferior to Bloodless Sword's in terms of speed. This sword was as fast as a gale, dazzling, impossible to see. Just how could one defend against it? At this time, Dragon Fong also extracted his own weapon. This was a weapon that resembled a sword and a saber. Its hilt was straight, and the blade was too but curved at the end, seeming like a saber. The edges were sharp and the center had sharp ridges. In terms of shape, it resembled a curved fong. Thus it was called the Dragon Fong blade. Dragon Fong's nickname had also originated from his sword. The speed is adequate, but the striking power is lacking. Dragon Fong slashed out his sword. A brilliant sword energy swept through the world, causing space to tremble. In that instant, Bloodless Sword's endless sword light was twisted up and broken by Dragon Fang's attack. With absolute strength, Dragon Fang had directly suppressed Bloodless Sword's sword energy, brute force to break through 10,000 moves. When the difference in strength had reached an absolute, no amount of techniques or skills could make up for it. What amazing striking power! A sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. Dragon Fang's striking power was too abnormal. It had to be known that this was only a casual strike. He hadn't even used one of his stronger attacks. It looks like this fight will end immediately. The difference between Bloodless Sword and Dragon Fang is too great. He has fused the space laws into his sword. Using the vibrations of space, he broke through my concept of wind. After Bloodless Sword's attack failed, he drew backwards. Dragon Fang's attack had horrified him. With his attack just now, he had used a boundless sword energy to mix up the air currents, causing all the sword energy within the area to turn violent, forming something similar to a sword domain. This sword technique was far, far away from being able to cause space to tremble with sword energy. It was only creating a faintly similar phenomenon. But this was already amazing enough. Bloodless Sword had defeated countless opponents with this move. But now, Dragon Fang's sword strike had truly disrupted space and easily broke apart Bloodless Sword's attack. His comprehension of the space laws was actually formidable to such a ridiculous degree. Too terrifying. Bloodless Sword tightly gripped his sword hilt. He realized that this Dragon Fang standing on front of him, among his contemporaries, was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. At this moment, Dragon Fang raised his sword. As his sword flashed, Dragon Fang's star-bright pupils changed, condensing together into a single point. All around his pupils, countless mysterious patterns appeared. These eyes seemed filled with unfathomable mysteries, shrouded in darkness, causing everyone to be unable to fully look at his eyes. This is? As Bloodless Sword saw these pupils, he felt his entire body go ice cold. At this time, Dragon Fang finally slashed out with his sword. As this sword cut outwards, Dragon Fang's figure divided into 8, attacking Bloodless Sword from 8 directions. What? Bloodless Sword was left in a complete panic. Spatial mirror images divided into 8. This was someone that had truly stepped into the 5th level concept of the space laws. The 5th level of the space laws was far more difficult to reach than the elemental laws. Even an extremely talented character like Nether Limitless had only managed to trace the threshold of the 5th level law concept. To be able to divide into 4 spatial mirror images was something that had shocked everyone present. But now Dragon Fang had truly comprehended the 5th level concept of space. How was this possible? Bloodless Sword felt his entire body freeze. At the moment when Dragon Fang displayed such ridiculous power, it had nearly broken apart his sword heart, making him lose all courage to resist. The difference was too great. Any resistance, was useless. Absolute Star Sword. Bloodless Sword clenched his teeth and spurred the power of stars, striking out with his most powerful move. At this time, all the starlight in the skies seemed to gather together in a river of sparkling light, falling down in an incomparably gorgeous manner. However, when the sword light that Bloodless Sword sent out collided with Dragon Fang's attack, it was instantly exterminated by the combined attack of the 8 spatial mirror images. Whoosh! 8 figures gathered as one. Dragon Fang appeared behind Bloodless Sword like ghosts and demons. The curved Dragon Fang blade touched against Bloodless Sword's back. "You have lost," Dragon Fang lightly said. At that moment, Bloodless Sword's entire body was stiff. His palms and his back were already dripping with sweat. Terrifying. This was an indescribable feeling. At the moment Dragon Fang rushed towards him, he had seen Dragon Fang's pupils, and those eyes made Bloodless Sword feel as if he had died. There was no possibility of resisting. Drip, drip. Drops of sweat fell to the ground, rolling down from Bloodless Sword's fingertips. The energy that still percolated in the air was broken down by the invisible Empyrean pressure, turning into fog before vanishing. Bloodless Sword was frozen, resembling a statue. The billions of people in the area were left in complete silence. What a horrifying Dragon Fang! In the skies, at some unknown time, Xiao Daochild had risen up. As he looked at Dragon Fong, there was stark shock in his face. This is only the semi-finals, and yet a peerless genius has appeared. This Dragon Fong's talent is terrifying beyond description. Xiao Daochild took a deep breath. This was something completely beyond his expectations. I must report this matter to Senior Apprentice Brother Vast Cosmos. But Senior Apprentice Brother Vast Cosmos is likely already paying attention to hear. After the arena was silenced for several breaths of time, there was an eruption of loud discussion. Dragon Fong is too strong. Although Bloodless Sword is inferior to Nether Limitless, these are still top masters of 100 great worlds. The new Paradise Holy Lands is a great world king holy land of a first-order world. But even so, Bloodless Sword didn't even have the confidence to continue fighting Dragon Fong. Bloodless Sword cannot be blamed. That is truly impossible to resist. When Dragon Fong divided into 8 spatial mirror images, that is over double what Nether Limitless was capable of. At such a young age, he managed to comprehend the 5th-level concept of the space laws. That is simply the talent of a monstrous genius. The space laws are far more difficult to comprehend than the 5 elemental laws. But once understood, they are far more formidable. It's hard to imagine just what Dragon Fong's achievements will be in the future. Even an ordinary Empyrean descendant cannot compare. This Dragon Fong is far stronger than Lin Ming. There is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger master. So this isn't strange at all. If this were extended to the quadrillion trillion lives of the entire divine realm, the number of geniuses that emerge from that number would be unimaginable. This gathering, this divine realm first martial meeting, is truly magnificent. There were simply far too many geniuses. Dragon Fong, Xiao Moxian, Fairy Frost Dream, White King, Lin Ming. Compared to them, Nether Limitless had been completely overshadowed. Because of Lin Ming's age, he also appeared a bit too immature. At this time, Nether Limitless was still standing on the altar steps, and he had witnessed the complete process of Dragon Fong and Bloodless Sword's battle. A miserable and mirthless smile flashed across his face. He knew that Dragon Fong was several years younger than he was. And not just that, but Dragon Fong had taken the domain he was most proud of, the space laws, and had thoroughly defeated him. One of the greatest attacks on one's mentality was to be completely surpassed in the domain that they excelled at. This competition on the Divine Seal altar was a tremendous blow to Nether Limitless confidence. At this time, the heated and zealous cheers of billions echoed through the arena. They were all cheering Dragon Fong's name. The entire arena was roused into an incomparably wild frenzy. Too strong. Perhaps during this Divine Realm first martial meeting, Dragon Fong can compete with the likes of Xiao Moxian and all the others. That's right, in these semifinals on Grave Moon Star, Dragon Fong is the strongest. Just now he displayed the 5th-level concept of space and easily defeated Bloodless Sword. He has yet to reveal his true strength. Who dares to say that he doesn't have his own transcendent divine might? Speaking of transcendent divine mights, the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation are able to study a transcendent divine might, and Dragon Fong will surely be one of them. However, it is still unknown whether or not he can defeat Empyrean descendants on the level of Xiao Moxian. We still have no understanding of how strong they are. As for Lin Ming, although his talent is extremely high, his strength is still lacking that final bit. It shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the top 10 rankings of the Earth Proclamation. But reaching the top 10 rankings of the Heaven Proclamation would be too difficult. In the future, Dragon Fong and Lin Ming are sure to become great world kings. 2 great world kings have gathered here. Just how abnormal is that? The billions of people were all frantically speaking amongst themselves. On the ancient Phoenix clan's side, Fairy Fong felt her heart rapidly beat. These juniors were scarily fierce. He really is strong, Lin Ming thought to himself as he looked on at Dragon Fong. Although he held back his strength in his battle against Nether Limitless, who knew how much Dragon Fong had held back? Bloodless Sword simply didn't have the qualifications to make Dragon Fong reveal his true strength. In Lin Ming's opinion, Dragon Fong could only be described as unfathomably deep. He was a truly terrifying opponent. He was curious as to just what fortuitous encounter Dragonfang had. Oh! Those pupils. In vast universe heavenly palace, vast cosmos rubbed his forehead, sifting through his memories, deep in thought. The many world kings had been shaken by Dragonfang's last attack. Lin Ming had shocked them, but Dragonfang even frightened them a little. None of them realized how strange Dragonfang's pupils were. Or, it was more correct to say that although they noticed it, they didn't pay much attention to it. In the divine realm, there were far too many special bloodlines and physiques. It wasn't uncommon at all for someone with strange pupils to appear. Vast Cosmos pondered for a long time. Then, he quietly formed some seals with his hands. He completely recorded Lin Ming's transcendent divine might and Dragonfang's special pupils in these seals, directly sending this notification to his honorable master, Empyrean Vast Universe. Oh! At this time, on Grave Moonstar's divine seal altar, cheers rushed through the arena like surging ocean waves, continuing for a quarter hour before gradually dying down. The supervisor of this semifinal, Xiao Daochild, floated high in the skies above the divine seal altar, looking down at Lin Ming and Dragonfang. You two are very good. This is not the first time that I have presided over the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. But in the last several 100,000 years, less than 10 people have ever managed to earn such praise from me. But in these semifinals alone, there are actually 2 of you. In my life, I have witnessed countless geniuses, many of them extreme, unrivaled talents of their era. But you two have left a deep impression on me, and the reason for this is your backgrounds. The Divine Seal Altar is laid out before you. The 32nd step. The 33rd step. Climb as high as you can and push out the limit of your potential. Let me see just how high your hands can reach. Xiao Daochild rarely spoke so many words. Ever since the start of the semifinals, besides announcing the rules, all of the other words he spoke combined together didn't add up to what he just said. Even so, Xiao Daochild had only said, "Let me see how high your hands can reach," instead of, "Let me see if you can mount the summit." In other words, Xiao Daochild believed that even though Lin Ming and Dragonfang had reached this level of talent and strength, they still didn't possess the ability to ascend to the top. Although this divine seal altar was only a replica, it was still a treasure personally refined by Empyrean Vast Universe, an Empyrean spirit treasure. Wanting to reach the top during the Divine Sea Realm, wasn't that easier said than done? It's finally begun. This is the final battle. I thought that it would be between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, but I never imagined it would be a battle between these 2 dark horses. This is far more exciting than anything that could happen between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword. I wonder just how far they can climb up the last 2 steps of the Divine Seal Altar. I think that Dragonfang can climb up higher. As for Lin Ming, although he won't be able to climb higher than Dragonfang, he should still be able to reach the 32nd step. In the legends, the last several times the Divine Seal Altar had been used in the first martial meeting, no one had been able to climb to the 32nd step, let alone the 33rd step. Now let's go! Lin Ming and Dragonfang looked at each other, both able to feel a soaring fighting spirit blazing from each other's eyes. The 2 of them both jumped up onto the cliffs of the Divine Seal Altar's 32nd step. The 100,000-foot cliff stood tall, towering into the skies, piercing through the heavens. The pressure on the 32nd step was far higher than the pressure on the 31st step. Lin Ming instantly felt this change in pressure. What a powerful pressure! Since it's going to be like this, then let this Empyrean pressure be even stronger. Among a vast and endless sea of clouds, countless celestial mountains floated in the skies. These celestial mountains were tens of thousands of feet high, lush with verdant plants and vibrant flowers. Waterfalls fell down from the peaks of these mountains, flowing like countless bolts of snow-white silk that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, sprinkling into the clouds before fading from sight. Among these numerous celestial mountains was a separate spatial dimension. This space was filled with a great lake that sparkled like fields of diamonds. Fishes leapt through the pristine lake and water lotuses bloomed. All sorts of spirit birds flew back and forth, filling the air with a rainbow of beautiful and auspicious colors. In front of this immortal lake was a lush bamboo house. This bamboo house appeared very common, and one could even smell the fragrant scent of fresh bamboo. Warm sunlight sprinkled down, illuminating the bamboo house. At this time, the door to the house was pushed open and a woman dressed in pure white slowly stepped out. She appeared to be just over 20 years of age, and she carried a watering pot in her hands. Although she appeared like a mortal woman, from her head to her toes she exuded a holy and utterly divine aura. As she casually walked through the flowers, 10,000 faint ribbons of shimmering silk seemed to hang from her body. Her appearance was covered in a faint haze of fog, making one unable to clearly see her. She seemed to be passing through the endless years of time. Although one could see her, it was impossible to target where she was. As she gently walked by, all the flowers seemed to bend towards her. Birds gathered around her, dancing in the air, singing with their light chirping voices. The white-clothed woman arrived before a row of flowers. She tilted the pot in her hands, watering the flowers. The water in this pot was beyond ordinary. It was immortal spring nectar. To a holy lord-level alchemist, just a single drop was an incomparably wonderful treasure for refining pills. But in the hands of this white-clothed woman, it was only used to water flowers. These flowers that she was watering were not ordinary either, but were heavenly treasures that even a world king would grow jealous over. But here, these heavenly treasures were not used for alchemy, but merely for viewing. These wonders of heaven and earth were naturally incomparably beautiful. At this time, two small and cute red fish leapt out of the water of the lake, transforming into two beautiful young girls in the air. These two girls looked no older than 16 to 17 years old. Their bodies were wrapped in a sheath of flowing water. Their twin peaks were in full bud, and their perfect thighs were round and slender. The two young girls released an infinitely youthful atmosphere, their beauty and grace incomparable to a mortal. They were from the monster race. The fish in this immortal lake were also not ordinary fish, but rather extremely high cultivation fish monsters that could transform into humans. If any one of them were to enter a great world, they would be proud daughters of heaven that could shock the world. However, here they were only fish playing in the lake. They led a diligent and simple cultivating life, happy and innocent. Fairy maiden, Empyrean vast universe would like to see you, the two young girls said. The white-clothed woman faintly responded as she straightened herself. The two young girls turned back into red fish that swam back and forth between the leaves of the water lotuses. At this time, the surrounding space trembled and a six-sided prismatic crystal appeared in the air, floating in this dimension. Two sharp points of the prismatic crystal emitted a dim black light, forming an image half the size of a person. The entire universe seemed to be sealed within this dim black light. If an ordinary person were to face this black light, they would want to fall to their knees in worship. Divine dream! The prismatic crystal formed a metallic face in the air, its voice full of energy. In the vast and boundless divine realm, it was rare for Empyreans to see each other. Many of them were closed up in seclusion or had returned to their native lands. Once one reached their boundary, there was little in the world that could affect their mindset. To the countless junior martial artists of the divine realm, all of them were itching to fight in the first martial meeting that had swept through the entire divine realm, signaling the height of a golden age. All these juniors thought to blossom in glory in the first martial meeting. But, to an Empyrean, the first martial meeting wasn't anything at all. In the entire divine realm, how many tens of thousands of years had to pass before an Empyrean was born? Even if one was ranked first on the first martial meeting's heaven proclamation, their chances of becoming an Empyrean were far too small. If one could not become an Empyrean, then they would only be a great world king. That was a level that couldn't rouse the interest of an Empyrean at all. Thus, the first martial meeting had basically been conducted by their disciples. As for Empyrean Vast Universe, he had only taken responsibility for sending out the sound transmission. This was something performed by Empyrean Vast Universe, the reason being that his disciples didn't have the capabilities to send a sound transmission to the quadrillion trillion lives of the entire divine realm. Otherwise, Empyrean Vast Universe wouldn't have appeared at all. In this situation, Empyrean Vast Universe had still cast a divine sense projection into the resting lands of Empyrean Divine Dream. There naturally had to be something extraordinary that occurred. The white-clothed woman laid down her watering pot and looked towards Empyrean Vast Universe's divine sense projection, waiting for his explanation in coming here. Her skin was soft and supple like liquid jade. Although her current situation seemed different from her actual station, one could still sense an ethereal aura coming from her. Divine Dream, if I'm not mistaken then, 3 lives old man's descendant has appeared. Empyrean Vast Universe spoke straight to the point. 3 lives old man. The white-clothed woman was lost in thought as she thought of this elderly person. That old man was the senior of both her and Vast Universe. In the past, when she first stepped onto the road of martial arts, 3 lives old man had already been an Empyrean. 300 million years, the white-clothed woman whispered, as if she were opening the ancient tome of history. 300 million years. Just how long an expanse of time was that? Yes, 300 million years. I fear that Senior 3 Lives has remained in stasis within a time enchantment for at least 200 million years. Since Senior 3 Lives has awakened and also found his successor, I believe that he has had a premonition of the future. As that black crystal image spoke, the image it projected suddenly blurred and shifted. The metallic face disappeared, replaced by the projection of a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth carried the Dragon Fang blade over his shoulders. He was Dragon Fang. This is him. Yes, this person has a single name, Fang, but his nickname is Dragon Fang. I have had my disciples examine his history. At the very start of the preliminaries, he didn't display anything too extraordinary. Perhaps he was biding his time and saving his strength, or he might have found some lucky chance in the divine dream world. For instance, he found an elementary spirit source and then awakened the 3 lives pupils. Thus, because of that, his strength has risen astronomically. 3 lives pupils. The white-clothed woman's expression finally changed. 3 lives pupils was the transcendent divine might of 3 lives old man. This was an extremely special and singular type of transcendent divine might. In order to study it, one needed not just the inheritance of 3 lives old man, but also a very unique physique. This was a special physique that would appear only within a single family line in the divine realm, passing down one generation at a time to only a single person. Studying this transcendent divine might was beyond difficult. Moreover, one needed 3 lives old man's personal instruction. Just a jade slip was not enough. From studying the 3 lives pupils at the start, if one wasn't able to open them, then that person's strength would be suppressed instead, making them seem like a common genius of their era. But, if they did manage to open them, their might would rise to horrific levels. In this world, there were far too few things that could cause this white-clothed woman's expression to change. The 3 lives pupils were one of them. From what I know, Fang has a skeletal age of 36 and his cultivation is at the middle divine sea realm. To open the 3 lives pupils as 36 years of age is truly impressive. I am sure that he will have his own special place in this first martial meeting. But it's a pity that he only just opened his 3 lives pupils, so he is far from being able to display its full strength. I fear it is impossible for him to surpass Frost Dream and the others. Empyrean Vast Universe side. Compared to Fang's immeasurably long life that lay in front of him, 36 years was nothing but a brief blink of the eyes. As he spoke, the white-clothed woman noticed another black-clothed youth standing next to Fang. This youth gave the white-clothed woman some strange and inexplicable feeling. He is. This boy is also special. He is someone that ascended from the lower realms. He knows the transcendent divine might left behind by Primordius, the Primordius martial intent. Primordius martial intent? Is he Primordius's successor? The white-clothed woman was surprised. To her, the name Empyrean Primordius held far too much meaning. He, Divine Dream, and Vast Universe had all been characters of the same era, peerless talents of their time. No, he has only learnt a portion of the Primordius martial intent. My guess is that he stumbled upon some lucky chance and discovered the inheritance that Primordius left behind. However, he hasn't passed the test that Primordius left behind. Thus he has yet to obtain Primordius's true inheritance. I cannot call him Primordius's successor, only a lucky fellow. His strength is worse than Fong's, and his potential is far, far worse. Empyrean Vast Universe only speculated this from the Grand Miss Space that Lin Ming had revealed. And indeed, Lin Ming had not obtained Empyrean Primordius's true inheritance, only a very small portion of it. In fact, when Lin Ming walked down the road of Emperor in the past, he was nothing but a martial artist of the lower realms, and his cultivation hadn't even been at the life destruction realm. His potential back then was far inferior to what it was now. At that time, if Lin Ming hadn't passed Empyrean Primordius's test, then that would have been reasonable. It was just that Lin Ming had been far superior compared to those other people on the Sky Spill planet back then. Before this brat completely passes Empyrean Primordius's test, he cannot be considered Primordius's successor. How can Primordius's test be so easy to pass? We can only wait and see just what this boy's future will be like. The one we should be concerned about now is Fong. His strength is a bit worse off than what it could be, but for him to open the 3 lives pupils at age 36, that is proof of just how terrifying his potential is. In the future, when the Great World Calamity approaches, Fong will surely become one of the heroes of that time. As for Lin Ming, if he grows well and encounters some more lucky chances, he will also be able to become an important supporting character. In an era, there would be several leading protagonists and even more supporting roles. Back in the far-off ancient past, Empyrean Divine Seal had not been the only hero. The white-clothed woman didn't respond to Empyrean Vast Universe's words. She simply waved a hand, and the entire dimension around her vanished, instantly turning into an exact replica of Grave Moon Star's semifinals area. The vast sea of people, the billions of spectators present, all of them cheered in excited jubilation. The endless crowd cheered and cheered as they watched Lin Ming and Dragon Fong climb up the Divine Seal altar. The white-clothed woman floated quietly in the sky, standing beside Empyrean Vast Universe's Divine Sense projection, as they both watched Dragon Fong and Lin Ming climb up the Divine Seal altar in full, crystal-clear view. Empyrean Vast Universe faintly smiled. Your ability is quite useful. You can instantly form a divine dream projection to recreate reality. Good. Then let us have a look at what this so-called junior named Fong, the successor of 3 Lives Old Man, is like. I want to see just how far he will be able to climb up the Divine Seal altar that I personally refined. Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Billions of people crazily shouted out. At this time, no one was divided any longer by divisions of great worlds. The ancient Phoenix clan cheered out, the Crimson Light Great Worlds people cheered out, the True Martial Great Worlds people cheered, and even Demon Dawn Great Worlds people cheered. The scene was filled with an incomparable craziness. Everyone was hoping that these 2 people on the altar could create a miracle that belonged to all martial artists. In particular, everyone's attention was focused Dragon Fong, the strongest martial artist from the 100 great worlds that had gathered at Grave Moon Star. It was extremely likely he would break apart the legends left behind at an Empyrean Heavenly Palace. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong had already climbed up a 10th of the 32nd step. That was also 10,000 feet. In the last several Divine Realm First Martial meetings in which the Divine Seal altar had been used, no one had been able to climb up to the 32nd step. One could see just how difficult it was from this alone. This is really a grand occasion of Grave Moon Star's competition area. It's something that wouldn't be seen in even a million years. In the arena filled with billions of people, the highest class reserved area was a place specially prepared for the certain guests. This area formed its own separate minor dimension, and all those that sat here were old people, each and every one of them an important character of the 100 Great Worlds. Among them, most were peak holy lords, and there were even some half-step world kings. However, there were no true world kings. World king powerhouses, especially great worlds kings with high status like Tian Mingzi, could gather at Empyrean heavenly palaces and personally watch the competition with Empyrean disciples through massive crystal mirrors. World's kings with slightly lower statuses, such as the true martial great world king, could ride their spirit ship and watch the competition from the skies. This was a privilege that only world kings had. No one else was allowed to fly in the skies, otherwise the skies above the semifinals field would have already been filled with people. Besides world kings, the high-level figures of the great worlds could only sit in the arena and watch from private reserved seats. These characters were all haughty existences, rulers of their own domains. But now, as they saw Dragon Fong and Lin Ming, they were all filled with a deep emotion. The tides of time would eventually wash out the old and bring in the new. Every new generation would succeed and surpass the last. The future achievements of these two youths were hard to imagine. Unbelievable. These two are definitely proud elites of their generation. I wonder just which one is better. Dragon Fong is great, but Lin Ming is also outstanding. With his early divine sea cultivation, he was actually able to follow Dragon Fong this far. That isn't simple at all. Everyone thought that Lin Ming was being slowly left behind by Dragon Fong. But Lin Ming continued to climb up 10,000 feet, not falling a single bit behind Dragon Fong. Oh! Wind howled. The cheers were deafening. The 3.3 million feet divine sea altar stood proud and tall in the world. Climbing it, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong seemed extremely common and humble. But in actuality, in the future, they would be pillars that supported the entire divine realm. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Lin Ming climbed higher and higher, keeping pace with Dragon Fong. The higher they climbed, the fiercer and more suppressive the pressure became. What a marvelous divine seal altar! Every trace on the stone contained the aura of the great Tao laws. Lin Ming caught his breath. Every breath he took was long and deep. He inhaled like a snake and exhaled like an arrow, every breath equal to 100 breaths of an ordinary person. Moreover, an ordinary person inhaled air, but what Lin Ming breathed in was heaven and earth origin energy. Pressure flooded down like a waterfall. It wasn't just the Empyrean pressure, but Lin Ming also felt that his surroundings were filled with the power of chaotic laws. This power of laws was not uniform and without rules. It was even different from the laws that Lin Ming had comprehended. If he didn't revolve his own laws to resist them, this chaotic power would have torn him down. Every step he took up was filled with difficulties. On one step, Lin Ming felt as if he had stepped onto the precipice of a falling cliff. On another step, he felt as if he had fallen into mud. On the next step, he felt as if he was being drowned in water. Sometimes, a sudden swell of immense gravity would rush towards him, making it feel as if his arms would be ripped off. If it weren't Lin Ming but some ordinary martial artist that didn't possess his powerful mortal body and thick true essence, these gravitational waves would have pulled him off the cliff. And sometimes, there would be a sudden impact of chaotic energy that directly attacked Lin Ming's true essence. This chaotic energy was no less than the all-out attack of a late divine sea powerhouse. If this were usual times, then Lin Ming would have shrugged off the attack of an ordinary late divine sea powerhouse. But now, as he climbed the divine seal altar and with him having consumed a great deal of strength, he found it difficult to withstand these strikes. Who? Lin Ming let out a long breath. He had only climbed up 30,000 some feet. There was still 60,000 some feet awaiting him. According to this trend, Lin Ming sensed that it wouldn't be a problem at all to reach the 32nd step. But just the 32nd step was not Lin Ming's ultimate goal. He wanted to reach the 33rd step. But now, with his current ability, he would only be able to crawl several thousand feet up the 33rd step before being pushed off. The Divine Seal Altar was known as a test where a Divine Sea Realm martial artist could reach the summit. Empyrean Vast Universe had created this Divine Seal Altar so many years ago, and yet, he hadn't had a single disciple that had ever managed to crawl up to the top during the Divine Sea Realm. This was naturally not fake boastful talk. Moreover, when the disciples of Empyrean Vast Universe had tried to climb up, nearly all of them had been at the late Divine Sea Realm during their attempt. As for Lin Ming, he was only at the early Divine Sea Realm. Lin Ming didn't expect to reach the top of the 33rd step. What he wanted to do was to climb the 33rd step as far as he could, digging out all of his potential and pushing his limits to their extreme. Lin Ming turned to look at Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong wasn't too far away from Lin Ming. They were both climbing at around the same speed. At this time, Dragon Fong's pupils had turned into needle-like dots, with countless mysterious and profound patterns surrounding them. Those pupils. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. This wasn't the first time he had seen Dragon Fong's strange pupils. Although he didn't understand what mysteries were behind it, what he was certain about was that Dragon Fong had a higher awareness of the surrounding chaotic laws because of these pupils. Thus, the amount of chaotic power Dragon Fong had to withstand was less than what Lin Ming had to withstand. Dragon Fong sensed Lin Ming's gaze and turned towards him. His variation pupils were incomparably sharp, as if they could see through one's heart. Dragon Fong smiled and continued to climb. But at this time, Lin Ming actually slowed down. He took a deep breath and concentrated his thoughts. Eyes closed in meditation. From the very moment that Lin Ming touched the Divine Seal altar, he had felt a vague concept from it, the concept of the 33-layered heavens. This concept filled every nook and corner of the Divine Seal altar. Others could not sense it, but Lin Ming could clearly feel it. Just what were the 33-layered heavens? Lin Ming was unable to clearly say what it was, but he knew it wasn't just myths and empty talk, because Lin Ming had crossed a 33-layered heavens ninefall which contained the laws of the Great Tao. Lin Ming isn't moving. Everyone in the audience saw Lin Ming suddenly stop moving. Lin Ming had been able to follow Dragon Fong's speed, but now that he remained motionless, he had been cast off by Dragon Fong. Is he resting because he exhausted his strength? On the Divine Seal altar, martial artists were not allowed to fly, nor could they. In this situation, they were like mortals climbing a cliff. Sometimes they would stop on a ledge to restore their strength. Taking a rest is a good idea. Otherwise, he'll exhaust his true essence and be swept off the Divine Seal altar. It looks like Dragon Fong will be able to smoothly mount the 32nd step. Lin Ming might find it difficult to reach that far though. But even if he was swept away now, that would also be very good. Don't forget that he is only at the early Divine Sea realm. Lin Ming was currently 35,000 feet high on the 32nd step. At this height, even if he were to be immediately defeated, no one would ever look down on him, because none of them would have the qualifications to do so. In the past, when the Divine Seal altar was used in the semifinals of the first martial meeting, there were countless unrivaled late Divine Sea geniuses that were all swept down before mounting the 32nd step. He's done well. At the early Divine Sea, he defeated Nether Limitless and also climbed 35,000 feet up the Divine Seal altar's 32nd step. If he can rest here and then climb up a few tens of thousands of feet more, he can take pride in his accomplishments. At this time, Dragon Fong had already climbed 45,000 feet up the 32nd step. As for Lin Ming, he was stuck at 35,000 feet up. On the 32nd step, even Dragon Fong had to slowly climb up. It took him nearly half an hour to climb up these 10,000 feet. Lin Ming had been lost in meditation for this half hour. Is he still resting? Even if he doesn't move on the cliff, he still has to withstand the pressure. Can he not move his arms? Could he have already lost consciousness and is relying on his final breath to hold on? Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, hold on. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, don't give up. All of the young ancient Phoenix clan disciples were crying and cheering for Lin Ming. As they shouted, there was a loud explosive sound as the chaotic power broke through, causing Lin Ming's protective true essence to burst apart. Even so, Lin Ming remained completely unaware of all this. His forehead was matted with blood. Even though Lin Ming had opened the gate of view and fused with the supreme dragon bone, causing his bodily defensive power to reach incredible degrees, this was still a situation where he had consumed a great deal of his energy and also didn't stimulate the true essence and dragon bone power within his body. In this meditative state, even a late Divine Sea powerhouse would be injured. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were horrified. After Lin Ming's protective true essence shattered, he didn't summon any new protective true essence. Senior apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. The martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan all cried out. But, despite their shouts, that chaotic energy still hurtled towards Lin Ming's back. Without any protective true essence, he would have to directly withstand the impact of this energy. Pong! Lin Ming's body suddenly shook. The clothes on his back tore apart and his skin was torn, dripping blood. Brother Lin! Qin Xingxuan cried out in alarm and fear as she saw this. From the start, whether it was Lin Ming or Dragon Fong, both of them had fully galvanized their protective true essence to block the chaotic energy the 32nd step. The shockwaves afterwards were withstood by their bodies or flexible armor. But now, Lin Ming's protective true essence had been shattered and he would withstand this chaotic energy with his body alone. If an ordinary martial artist were to be struck by this, their body would be torn apart. Lin Ming is really unconscious. There must be a mistake. How could he be so fierce if he's unconscious? He withstood 2 hits and didn't fall down. In the eyes of the audience, if Lin Ming was really unconscious, he should have instantly tumbled down once struck. This brat Lin Ming. Just what tricks is he up to this time? Hua Violent Stone was burning with anxiousness. If that chaotic energy struck several more types, Lin Ming might find it hard to even guarantee his life. Xiao Daochild also stood up, hesitating on whether or not he should act to save Lin Ming. He had originally planned to directly end Lin Ming's participation in the semifinals and prevent him from being seriously wounded by the chaotic energy currents. However, after closely investigating his situation, he discovered that Lin Ming's consciousness had entered a strange state, as if he were half awake. This condition was similar to sudden enlightenment. Upon seeing this, Xiao Daochild hesitated even further. This boy, did he enter sudden enlightenment at such an inopportune time? The state of sudden enlightenment could only be found with a stroke of serendipity. He naturally wouldn't break it. But in this case, if he didn't, there might be a corpse instead. It wasn't just Xiao Daochild, but within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream had also seen Lin Ming's strange state. At this time, he is perceiving the laws. It's as if he has discovered the special concept inherently contained within the Divine Seal Altar. Empyrean Vast Universe was astonished. The special concept of the Divine Seal Altar was the concept of the 33 layered heaves. This concept was one left behind in the ancient Divine Seal Altar, in the far-off distance past. He had found a fragment of the ancient Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit, and with a long period of time spent understanding it, he had finally created this Divine Seal Altar. He can actually feel the concept of the 33 layered heavens. To think that I underestimated him. But what a pity, his boundary is far too low. Although he can feel it, it doesn't mean he can comprehend it. Even Dragon Fong with his heaven-gifted talent and also the 3 lives pupils that are said to see through all laws cannot do that. The concept of the 33 layered heavens was extremely difficult to sense, because in the current divine realm, ever since the heavenly Tao rules changed 3.6 billion years ago, the concept of the 33 layered heavens had been cut off. Although he had been the one to create Grave Moon Star's Divine Seal Altar in the past, the truth was that in terms of understanding the concept of the 33 layered heavens, he could not compare to the gray-clothed old man that was secretly watching the competition from within the Divine Seal Altar. He was the artifact spirit of the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit had been created by Empyrean Vast Universe using a fragment of the true Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit, and then fusing it together with the shattered remnant soul of a god beast. Empyrean Vast Universe also had some understandings into the concept of the 33 layered heavens. This was his greatest harvest from creating the Divine Seal Altar. However, there was no other option but to use this roundabout way of comprehending things. After all, Empyrean Vast Universe did not have the magic cube. After obtaining a fragment of the ancient artifact spirit, he couldn't directly swallow it up like Lin Ming could and comprehend the artifact spirit's concept of the 33 layered heavens. Really, the newborn calf does not fear a tiger. This child can feel the concept of the 33 layered heavens that permeates the Divine Seal Altar. That is an extremely rare accomplishment. He must have something special about him. As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke, the white-clothed woman only continued looking at Lin Ming, her bright eyes shimmering with a thoughtful look. Divine dream, what are you thinking of? The white-clothed woman faintly smiled. What I find strange is that this young man's body has the aura of the divine dream law. The divine dream law? How is that possible? Isn't that your unique law? Oh yes, he did go to the divine dream world, so it's possible he had a great lucky chance and captured an elementary spirit source. Thus he has a faint aura of the divine dream law on his body. Empyrean vast universe suddenly thought of this. But the white-clothed woman didn't reply. She knew that the aura of the divine dream law coming from Lin Ming wasn't that simple. At this time, two streams of chaotic energy impacted towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's shoulder blades nearly broke. His shoulders were stained with blood. Then his right arm was also struck. His forearm was also covered in blood. In a situation where a massive Empyrean pressure was falling down on him, with his arm and shoulders injured, that was nearly the same as sentencing Lin Ming to the end of this competition. This was because a martial artist completely relied on the arms and legs to resist the Empyrean pressure that fell on them atop the Divine Seal altar. It's over. I have no idea what Lin Ming is doing, but his right arm is already injured. It's impossible for him to continue climbing. I fear that he has already lost consciousness. Lin Ming was completely unaware of all the shouting from the audience. He was completely absorbed in his state of sudden enlightenment. From the moment that Lin Ming began climbing up the Divine Seal altar's 32nd step, he had used his protective true essence to resist the bombardment of chaotic energy coming from the Divine Seal altar. With his true essence, cultivation, solid foundation, and comprehension of laws, withstanding this chaotic energy and reaching the 32nd step wasn't a problem at all for him. But that would have been his limit. Thinking about it, he discovered that using his protective true essence to withstand this chaotic energy was a completely wrong method. This was similar to mortals trying to alter rivers to stop floods. If they only contained the river waters, it would eventually burst apart in violent and dangerous floods. Only by unblocking the rivers, expanding them, and building reservoirs could one control floods. Currently, Lin Ming was in this sort of situation. He no longer used his protective true essence to block the chaotic energy, but withstood it directly with his mortal body so that he could receive this energy into his very meridians and become more aware of it, refining it. This process was extremely risky and also agonizingly painful. His meridians were torn apart and he endured injuries all over. But once Lin Ming grasped how to refine this strange energy, he would be able to control it to an extent and make it his own. Not only would he be able to climb to the top of the Divine Seal altar, but it would also bring him great advantages. The energies of the 33 layered heavens were incomparably mysterious. If an ordinary martial artist wanted to absorb it, that was simply the ramblings of a fool. But Lin Ming had broken through a 33-layered heaven's ninefall and crossed heavenly tribulation. For him, there was a possibility of success. As everyone was speaking, another surge of chaotic energy, far greater than all the ones before, came crashing down towards Lin Ming's head. If the surge struck him, then he would absolutely be severely wounded. But even so, Lin Ming remained unmoving as before, completely unaware. Xiao Daochild's vision sharpened, nearly about to move. But at this time, a sound resounded in his mind. "Do not move!" Xiao Daochild instantly froze. This voice belonged to the Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit, the gray-clothed old man that was secretly managing everything. This gray-clothed old man was someone that even his master Empyrean vast universe would treat with respect as someone from the same generation and call him Old Seal. There was no need to mention how Xiao Daochild needed to respect him. Thus Xiao Daochild didn't move. He could only watch as the strike crashed into Lin Ming's forehead. Pong! A flash of red, and Lin Ming's forehead was covered with blood. "Brother Lin!" Qin Xingxuan cried out as she saw that horrifyingly bloody wound. Her fingers and her voice trembled. How come they haven't ended the competition? What is Senior Xiao Daochild doing? If he doesn't end the competition, then Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ming will die. Master, you have to rescue Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ming. Several young female disciples started to beg their masters. The ancient Phoenix clan disciples were all shocked and stirred up. It was extremely difficult for such a genius to appear in their ancient Phoenix clan. If anything were to happen to him, wasn't that just cutting off their lifeline? All of you shut up, a violent stone roared. He poured his energy into his voice, suppressing all of the surrounding disciples. Although he was also nervous, he knew that Xiao Daochild had to have his reasons for not taking action. Do you think your judgment is better than Senior Xiao Daochild's? Just shut up and sit down. As Hua Violent Stone spoke, all of these disciples sat down in their seats. Qin Xingxuan's eyes were wet with tears. She tightly gripped onto Mu Qianyu. Nearby, even Yen Little Moon was tightly clenching her hands together, anxiously looking towards Lin Ming on the divine seal altar. With every impact of chaotic energy, all of it was withstood by Lin Ming's body. His entire body was wet with blood, as if someone had poured buckets of red paint on him. Let alone Qin Xingxuan, Mu Qianyu, and the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, even disciples from other great words were all looking on in fearful apprehension. Just what is Lin Ming doing? That's right, why isn't he coming down now? He shouldn't take his life as a joke. His wounds are too heavy. He'll die soon if this continues. Some disciples were worried for Lin Ming. Of course, many others were happy to see him in such a state. There would always be humans with a jealous heart. They would hope that all those stronger than them would die, and this was especially true for the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands that Lin Ming had thoroughly shamed. They all wished that Lin Ming would suffer a worse fate. Haha! That fool Lin Ming. I think he will die here. I have no idea what is attacking Lin Ming, but he's actually resisting it with his body. Hehe. Hit his head. Hit his head some more. Strike him harder. In truth, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands couldn't see the energies of the 33-layered heavens. They could only see that Lin Ming was being struck into an extremely miserable state by some strange force. Even so, they didn't dare to yell too loudly. They only spoke in low voices, their words submerged in the shouts of billions. By this time, Nether Limitless had already stepped off of the divine seal altar. As he looked at the wounded and beaten up Lin Ming, his eyes flashed with a cruel and malicious light. Although I don't know what Lin Ming is doing, he is indeed in a very dangerous position. Even Xiao Daochild should be nervous. I have no idea why he isn't taking action yet, but if there is some accident, this boy might die here. If he dies though, that will be much cleaner. Nether Limitless crimson pupils shined with a savage light. At this time, an even stronger flow of chaotic energy began gathering behind Lin Ming. This flow of energy was several times stronger than before, and the direction of its attack was towards Lin Ming's head. On the divine seal altar, Xiao Daochild saw all of this happen. His concentration was in complete focus and he was ready to move at any moment. But at this time, an unbelievable scene occurred. As this energy shot towards Lin Ming, it actually divided into two. There was a large portion that accounted for 90% of it. This part suddenly changed direction and veered off to the side. But the smaller part flew towards Lin Ming and sank into his head, not causing him any damage at all. It disappeared without a trace. What? Xiao Daochild was floored. That scene just now was as if Lin Ming had absorbed that chaotic energy. In the audience, no one knew just what had happened now. Only the gray-clothed artifact spirit, Xiao Daochild, and Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream watching from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace knew what had just happened. That chaotic energy that Lin Ming had just absorbed on the Divine Seal Altar had its own unique name, the Power of Divinity. He can absorb the power of divinity? Empyrean Vast Universe revealed a shocked expression. This was no longer a problem of perception. No matter how high one's perception was, it was impossible to perceive the power of divinity if their cultivation was lacking, much less in such a short time. This was just like bringing an extremely talented 3-year-old child to the Imperial Palace as the royal mathematician. No matter how talented that 3-year-old was, they still wouldn't be able to make complex calculations. Divine Dream, what is happening here? Empyrean Vast Universe looked over to Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe's strength wasn't considered outstanding amongst all the Empyreans, but Empyrean Divine Dream was actually one of the few peak Empyrean existences. Empyrean Divine Dream said in a quiet voice, "I have some speculations, but I must see more to make sure." Her voice was faint and dreamy, as if she hadn't said anything at all. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming was now thoroughly enlightened. The energy of the 33-layered heavens on the Divine Seal altar, the reason why it gave off a chaotic feeling and the reason why it was nearly impossible to absorb, was because it was a completely mixed and comprehensive type of energy. Of all the energies in the world, some were suited to the divine realm's heavenly Tao rules, but there were also some that weren't. The most common type of energy in the divine realm was true essence. But the energy of the 33-layered heavens on the Divine Seal altar actually included true essence within it, among 33 kinds of different energies. Besides true essence, there was also two different kinds of energies that Lin Ming was familiar with. One was astral essence that was used in the body transformation cultivation system, and the other was soul energy used to cultivate the divine dream law. Lin Ming called that spirit essence. Lin Ming only realized now that when he cultivated his soul in the divine dream world and found that strange divine dream energy that permeated the entire divine dream world and was even able to form nightmare beasts, that was called spirit essence. True essence, astral essence, spirit essence, these are the three types of energy most suited to the heavenly Tao rules. Then I can call these the three powers of the heavenly Tao. Besides these three, there are actually 30 other kinds of energies. Just how many secrets are there hidden on the road of martial arts? Lin Ming thought to himself. He could absorb these three types of energies that he was familiar with, but the others he couldn't. He could only divert them. This was why the current scene had occurred. After the chaotic energy rushed towards Lin Ming, it divided into two. 90% had been repelled by Lin Ming, but the remaining 10% that comprised of true essence, spirit essence, and astral essence had been absorbed by him. At this time, the martial artists in the area still didn't know what changes were occurring within Lin Ming. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were enjoying watching his suffering. That brat really likes being beaten up. Haha. It's good if he's beaten up. We can enjoy this play a bit more. That's right, it's fun watching this. I hope he gets wounded more and more maliciously. As these disciples spoke, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. As if he had some special feeling, his gaze suddenly swept over the direction of the ancient Phoenix clan, as well as the Skydark Holy Lands. What? Seeing Lin Ming's burning eyes, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were all dumbfounded. Lin Ming had awoken. As for the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, all of them were crazy with joy. Their senior apprentice brother Lin had finally awoken. Damn! He actually woke up? This is only the final radiance before the sun sets. After being wounded so heavily and losing so much blood, who cares if he wakes up? He might as well give up now. How unfortunate. I was hoping we could enjoy this good play a bit longer. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands muttered. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body emitted crackling sounds. All of his wounds began to twist and wriggle, regenerating at a speed visible to the eyes. Blood stopped leaking from his body. His meridians healed, and even his shattered bones were mended anew. What? Everyone in the audience was shocked. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were thoroughly bewildered. Just what sort of resiliency was this? He had been heavily wounded and hadn't even taken a pill, but now his body was rapidly regenerating? Before people had time to think about what was happening, Lin Ming moved up. He began to climb up the Divine Seal altar. As Lin Ming climbed, he simultaneously absorbed the chaotic energy of the Divine Seal altar. Although his climbing speed wasn't fast, every time he moved upwards he traveled nearly 10 feet. 10 feet was more than the height of a person. In other words, Lin Ming appeared to be jumping up the Divine Seal altar. It wasn't like he was a mortal human climbing, but an ape springing up a large oak tree. Seeing this sudden change, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands nearly had their eyes pop out of their heads. How is this possible? What happened just now? He had clearly reached his limit. Everyone found this hard to believe. Not only did he regenerate his heavy wounds with such amazing speed, but he could actually climb up the Divine Seal Altar's 32nd step with ease? Good young fellow. The gray-clothed old man within the Divine Seal Altar's inner space also saw this and sighed with praise. Originally, he had thought it was impressive that Lin Ming had been able to sense the concept of the 33-layered heavens as soon as he stepped onto the Divine Seal Altar. But now it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ming. Lin Ming shot straight up to the clouds. 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. His speed became faster. His steps were steady and calm. On the ancient Phoenix clan's side, all of the disciples there were jubilant and excited. Some disciples even stood up and shouted out with all they had, nearly wanting to rush up the Divine Seal Altar themselves. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, you can do it. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Rush to the top. Seeing Lin Ming's aura soar like a rising rainbow, all of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan turned crazy with excitement. Some female disciples were so moved that they began crying with joy. Lin Ming was the pride of their ancient Phoenix clan. Ever since their ancient Phoenix clan had been founded, there had never been a day like today, where they stood atop the grand stage of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, capturing the attention of the entire Divine Realm. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is too fierce. I have no idea what happened just now, but Senior Apprentice Brother Lin must have found some rules of the Divine Seal Altar. In such a short period of time, he discovered the rules of the Divine Seal Altar. His perception surpasses any monstrous genius. He is the true favored of heaven. How could they spectators on Grave Moonstar's martial field know about the Divine Seal Altar's concept of the 33-layered heavens? And they didn't know that this was something that couldn't be comprehended with perception alone. They only thought that Lin Ming's perception surpassed the will of the heavens, and he had been able to see through the laws of the Divine Seal Altar. How high do you think Senior Apprentice Brother Lin will be able to reach? Who knows? It shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 32nd step, and he should also be able to climb up a part of the 33rd step. Perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Lin can surpass Dragon Fong. As people spoke about surpassing Dragon Fong, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan became increasingly animated. Dragon Fong was someone that could favorably compare with an Empyrean descendant powerhouse. The Divine Seal Altar was a test of a martial artist's cultivation and potential. The greater one's cultivation and the greater one's potential, the higher they could climb. If Lin Ming could surpass Dragon Fong, in a way, that was equal to surpassing an Empyrean descendant. This Lin Ming really did it. It seems I was mistaken about him. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe took a deep breath. He stood up, and with a single step he trod into the void, passing through the endless surging flows of space. His speed reached unimaginable degrees. This was the void-shifting technique that a Divine Lord Boundary powerhouse could use, but underneath Empyrean Vast Universe's control, it was countless times more powerful than anything a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse could hope for. With a single step, he could cross a Divine Realm Great World. Empyrean Vast Universe slowly walked through the void. It seemed as if he was taking a casual stroll through a park, but the truth was that he was crossing hundreds of great worlds. Finally, he stopped in space. In front of him lay a floating palace. The numerous towers were built with the purest white jade, making everything seem like a beautiful dreamy illusion. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Before, Empyrean Vast Universe had only sent a Divine Sense projection to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, manifesting it into his face. But now, he had personally come to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Empyrean Vast Universe wore a long yellow robe. His face was square and his looks were dignified. His facial features seemed as if they had been cast from metal. He was extremely tall. In front of an ordinary person, he was no different from a giant. Lin Ming's appearance had caused Empyrean Vast Universe to truly arrive at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. From this, it could be seen just how much Empyrean Vast Universe valued Lin Ming. Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe silently called out in his heart. At this moment, a faintly recognizable voice echoed in his ears. Enter. Empyrean Vast Universe took a single step forwards. In the next moment, he arrived in a secluded area within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace where Empyrean Divine Dream lived. Between the lush flowers and vibrant trees, Empyrean Divine Dream stood tall and calm, wearing a long white dress. Her figure was outstanding, the definition of perfection. Her legs were slender and her face was indifferent. A pure and holy aura emitted from her. She seemed wise beyond human possibility. Just looking at Empyrean Divine Dream's appearance, it was hard to imagine that she was an unrivaled powerhouse that had lived for over 10 million years. One would only think she was a young woman in the prime of her youth, smart and beautiful, pure and untainted by the world. As Empyrean Vast Universe saw Empyrean Divine Dream, he sighed in his heart. All sorts of thoughts and memories swelled up in his mind. He wanted to say many things, but eventually only said several words. It's been 1,000,000 years since we've seen each other. As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke, the black crystal that floated in the air entered his body, and his original wisp of divine sense fused back into him. Time truly passes too fast. You and I live such long lives, and yet we cannot withstand the passage of millions upon millions of years. Empyrean Vast Universe sighed. The white-clothed woman gently shook her head, indifferently saying, "Even the heavenly Tao has its own samsara. Moreover, even if we may live for 100 million years, in my opinion, that is nothing more than a great and wonderful dream. The passing clouds, the awakening dreams, everything is nothing but fleeting ripples in water." Empyrean Vast Universe smiled. "You're still the same as usual, ethereal and untouchable. A bright mirror that will never lose its dustless sheen. There is nothing in this world that can arouse ripples in your heart. To you, everything is a dream. I simply cannot compare with your state of mind." Empyrean Vast Universe continued, "The reason I came here today is to speak to you about Dragonfang and Lin Ming. Thinking about it, I must say I was ridiculous. A solemn Empyrean like myself was actually mistaken about a junior. I never imagined that there would be so many special aspects around Lin Ming. Even though he wasn't able to receive the full inheritance of Empyrean Primordius, he still managed to comprehend the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Lin Ming, Dragonfang, Xiao Maxian, Frost Dream, White King. Not just them, but there are also the outstanding disciples of other Empyreans. With so many peerless proud children of heaven being born, I fear that this is a sign that the grand world calamity approaches." The great calamity approaches, Empyrean Divine Dream said to herself, as if she were immersed in the rivers of endless history. Of course, even if one were to say that this great calamity of the heavenly Tao was approaching soon, that could mean tens of thousands or even millions of years. In truth, no one could say just when it would happen. During this tumultuous period, old Empyreans would fall and new Empyreans would rise. At this time, Empyrean Vast Universe's thoughts stirred, and he looked towards the Divine Seal altar. Dragonfang has also begun to display his strength. The 3 lives pupils truly lives up to its name. Empyrean Vast Universe was more confident in Dragonfang because his 3 lives pupils was a complete transcendent divine might. It was also known as a heaven-defying physical state, one that could peer through all laws. Even among all transcendent divine mights, it was still considered an outstanding example. Even with transcendent divine mights, there were great disparities between them. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar's 32nd step, Lin Ming had already climbed up to the 50,000-foot mark. His speed still didn't slow down, as if there was nothing that could stop his advance. However, at the time Lin Ming started moving again, Dragonfang had already climbed up 80,000 feet. Dragonfang lowered his head and looked at Lin Ming. In his eyes, where his pupils were surrounded by numerous complex and wonderful patterns, it was impossible to make out what shined there. "He has comprehended the special laws on the Divine Seal altar?" Dragonfang suddenly thought. He couldn't perceive the concept of the 33-layered heavens, but he knew that there was some special law that permeated the entire Divine Seal altar. Within an hour, he actually managed to perceive the special laws of the Divine Seal altar while clinging onto the cliff. This is truly amazing. I can also understand some things about the Divine Seal altar, but that is all depending on the 3 lives pupils. something that Lin Ming does not possess. Dragon Fong had heartfelt admiration towards Lin Ming. In truth, the further Dragon Fong climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 32nd step, the easier it became for him. Just what sort of genius was he? He wasn't the type to use brute force to resist the impact from the power of divinity that contained 33 different energies of the heavenly Tao. Rather, as he climbed up, he would also ponder the rules of the power of divinity. Of course, it was impossible for Dragon Fong to perceive the concept of the 33-layered heavens like Lin Ming did. After all, he did not cross a 33-layered heavens ninefall. Even so, Dragon Fong had a special trump card in his hands, the 3 lives pupils that were known to see through all laws. In front of the 3 lives pupils, there were no laws that could hide. The reason that Dragon Fong could comprehend the 5th-level concept of the space laws at a mere 36 years of age was all due to the 3 lives pupils. Originally, Dragon Fong's space laws had been stranded at the 4th-level concept. But, after he opened the 3 lives pupils in the short 3 months he spent on the spirit ship traveling to Gravemoon Star, his space laws had stepped into the 5th level. After several more months, his time laws would also break into the 5th level. This was the heaven-defying power of the 3 lives pupils. By relying on the 3 lives pupils, Dragon Fong was able to see the movement path of the power of divinity. Although he couldn't directly absorb the power of divinity like Lin Ming, he could still slowly make out the paths that it would move along. By following these rules and adjusting the route he climbed up, he could avoid the powerful impact areas of the power of divinity, and instead climb up the areas where the power of divinity was at its weakest point. In this way, Lin Ming rapidly climbed up the Divine Seal Altar because he was going in a straight line. As for Dragon Fong, his trajectory would suddenly twist. He would move about, turning left before switching back to the right. The surges of the power of divinity passed by Dragon Fong like waves, simply not touching his body at all. Thus, Dragon Fong only had to withstand a very small impact, causing his speed to rise significantly. From the start, he had merely moved left and right as he climbed up. But later, on the cliffs of the Divine Seal Altar, he simply jumped upwards. Every time he jumped up he would dodge 7 or 8 strikes of the power of divinity. Look how fast Dragon Fong is climbing. Heavens! What sort of route is he taking? The current Dragon Fong was like a spirit monkey, constantly jumping about. He began to climb up faster and faster. Too fierce. Although I don't know what Dragon Fong has comprehended, there is definitely a special meaning to the way he is climbing up. He must have figured out how to conform to the laws of the Divine Seal Altar. A chosen pride of heaven. Truly a chosen pride of heaven. Lin Ming is already a monstrous genius, but Dragon Fong can still suppress him this time. Lin Ming has comprehended the laws of the Divine Seal Altar, and Dragon Fong has also done the same. But Dragon Fong comprehended these laws in a much more relaxed manner. Lin Ming had to stop and pay a great price in injuries becoming aware of these laws, but Dragon Fong was able to do so as he climbed up. How could the spectators on Gravemoon Star understand the essential difference in how Lin Ming and Dragon Fong understood the laws of the Divine Seal Altar? They didn't know that Lin Ming had truly comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens and was absorbing a tenth of the power of divinity to use for himself. As for Dragon Fong, he merely used the 3 lives pupils to understand the movement path of the power of divinity and was jumping through the weakest points. This could be considered a trick he was using. However, in their opinion, Dragon Fong's climb-up seemed extremely relaxed, as if he were doing flips and jumps on the cliff. As for Lin Ming, he was much calmer. He climbed in a straight line upwards without making any big motions at all. Half an hour later, Lin Ming crawled 60,000 feet high, but Dragon Fong had already mounted the flat plains of the Divine Seal Altar's 32nd step. Dragon Fong was the first to mount the 32nd step. Dragon Fong! Dragon Fong! Amazing! King! The entire audience cheered like a surging tidal wave. Even the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan cheered for Dragon Fong. This level of talent was truly impressive. Normally, when a genius fought Lin Ming, that opponent would suffer a defeat once he revealed his advantages and the hidden cards in his hands. Or, at least they would begin to gradually be worn down. While Lin Ming was breaking through his own limits, only someone like Dragon Fong could similarly erupt with his own potential, obtaining new comprehensions and rising to even greater heights. This was the difference between an ordinary genius and an unrivaled talent. Thus, for those watching, Dragon Fong had never been suppressed by Lin Ming. On the contrary, he had been the one to faintly suppress Lin Ming. After several quarter hours of time passed, Lin Ming also reached the top of the 32nd step without any further problems. The two peerless geniuses both met on the 32nd step. It had to be known that in the last several Divine Realm First Martial meetings in which the Divine Seal Altar had been used, there had not been a single person to reach the 32nd step. But now there were two people all of a sudden. This was a battle of kings. The audience issued deafening cheers. Everyone was looking forward to this explosive moment, crazy with anticipation. And on the Divine Seal Altar, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were standing 500 feet apart. The two were of similar height and build. However, Lin Ming was more handsome with sharp and distinct facial features, a healthy, outstanding young man in the prime of his youth. As for Dragon Fong, he looked more delicate, with pale white skin. Lin Ming, you are indeed a rival that I appreciate, Dragon Fong said. The faint movements of his body seemed relaxed, as if he could easily withstand the pressure on the 32nd step without needing to worry about the impact from the power of divinity. You too. In all these years that I have practiced martial arts, you are the most talented contemporary that I have seen. Most of the time it is others that underestimate me. But when I thought I could defeat you, you still managed to make another breakthrough. As Lin Ming spoke, he traced his spatial ring. According to the rules of this competition, in order to earn the qualifications to climb up the next step, they had to defeat an opponent on the current step. And the only two people on the 32nd step were the two of them. That meant that their opponents were each other. Dragon Fong looked at Lin Ming's movements. Are you planning to fight me now? Those are the rules, Lin Ming said. In truth, he didn't want to fight Dragon Fong at this time. In all fairness, he had to admit that he didn't have any confidence in facing Dragon Fong. He didn't know just where Dragon Fong's limits were. Dragon Fong smiled. Rules are only rules. I also don't wish to fight with you now. The reason for this is simple. Although I have the confidence to win, I will not be able to do so with any degree of ease. I know I will be severely wounded and will use up at least 80 to 90% of my true essence. In this situation, even if I were to rest on the 32nd step for a long period of time, I wouldn't be able to restore myself. My wish of mounting the 33rd step of the Divine Seal Altar would become nothing more than a hopeless impossibility. What do you think? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. In truth, he was also well aware of this point. Once he fought with Dragon Fong, he would no longer have the strength to climb up the Divine Seal Altar. And Lin Ming very much wanted to climb up the 33rd step of the Divine Seal Altar. Although this Divine Seal Altar was only a replica Empyrean spirit treasure created by Empyrean Vast Universe, and in no ways the true ancient Divine Seal Altar, it still truly contained the concept of the 33 layered heavens. If he were able to comprehend this concept more, that would be an immense benefit to Lin Ming. He definitely didn't wish to miss out on this lucky chance. Lin Ming looked towards Dragon Fong and let go of his spatial ring. Dragon Fong faintly smiled, returning Lin Ming's soft gaze. Following this, the two of them looked towards Xiao Daochild, the one who presided over the first martial meeting semifinals on Grave Moon Star. Whether or not they could skip this battle and climb directly to the 33rd step all depended on him. Xiao Daochild chuckled. Good. You two have the ambition and boldness to climb up the 33rd step of the Divine Seal Altar. That is something I appreciate very much. The 33rd step of the Divine Seal Altar is a legend. It is said that no one below the Divine Transformation realm could ever hope to reach it. Of course, those are only legends, and these legends are in truth limited to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This is because besides those moments when the Divine Seal Altar is moved out to be used in the semifinals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, it has only been placed at Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, so that the disciples there could gain experience from it. The other Empyrean disciples each have their own methods of tempering themselves and gaining experience. Thus they do not climb up the Divine Seal Altar. When my honorable master was 8.6 million years of age, he created this divine seal altar. Up until now, over 2 million years have passed. For all those underneath the divine transformation realm, even if they are direct disciples of honorable master, none of them have been able to reach the summit. There has been a disciple that reached 70,000 feet up the 33rd step, but even at that distance, there is still 30,000 feet remaining. And, at that time, the disciple had a late divine sea realm cultivation. Today, of the two of you, one has a middle divine sea cultivation and the other has an early divine sea cultivation. You can both be more than proud that you have reached this step. You no longer need to fight, but can directly continue climbing up the divine seal altar. As those in the arena heard Xiao Daochild's announcement, most of them were crestfallen. They had wanted to see the epic showdown between these two kings of their generation. But at the same time, they could also witness Lin Ming and Dragon Fong climb up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar when both were at their peak condition. This was truly an eternally grand event. This is too exciting. These are kings of the younger generation. I wonder just how high they can climb. Perhaps they can even reach the top. Reach the top? Haha, you are far too naive. Mounting the summit is impossible, but crawling several tens of thousands of feet is no problem at all. Dragon Fong might even reach the record set by that senior disciple from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. As for Lin Ming, he should be a bit worse. He should be able to climb 30,000 to 40,000 feet high. Lin Ming and Dragon Fong both stood beneath the precipice of the final step. As they looked up, they could see the 100,000-foot-high divine cliff thrust straight into the clouds. As Lin Ming looked at the last step of the divine seal altar, his heart surged with a heroic and daring spirit. Someday, in the far-off future, perhaps he could even seek out the true divine seal altar and experience the phantasmal concept of the 33-layered heavens there. Lin Ming could feel that the concept of the 33-layered heavens contained some secret of the world's great Tao. If he wanted to reach the peak of all martial artists, he would have to thoroughly comprehend the highest truths of the great Tao. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the least bit of hope for him. At this time, Dragon Fong opened his 3 lives pupils. In his pupils, the pathways of all the chaotic energy on the divine seal altar was clearly reflected within them. He soon identified the area with the mildest flow of chaotic energy and leapt through. In the air, Dragon Fong constantly shifted, changing his direction multiple times as he found the area with the least amount of chaotic energy to jump through. He was like a swallow flitting through a storm. Even though that storm was filled with violent winds and thick lightning, he could still easily shuttle through. Pa! Dragon Fong seized the divine seal altar. This jump was 100 feet high. Fierce. Even though this is the divine seal altar's 33rd step, he still jumped 100 feet high. At the start, jumping up from the flat step, one could rise the highest. It would become increasingly difficult the further one went. Even so, to be able to leap 100 feet high even at the 33rd step was something that was praiseworthy. He's too strong. Just look, the strange way he jumped through the air was not in a straight line, but he twisted and turned several times on the way. He must have found some way to fit into the laws of the divine seal altar. Although these movements look like they are useless, the truth is that they contain all sorts of mysteries. How strange. The divine seal altar forbids flight. So how come Dragon Fong is able to switch direction in midair? Everyone discussed amongst themselves. They couldn't see the power of divinity. Thus they didn't know just what Dragon Fong was attempting to do. But in the skies above the divine seal altar, Xiao Daochild could see all of this clearly. The reason that Dragon Fong could change direction in the air was that he could see the circulating paths of the power of divinity, and then using his own origin energy, he would attack those flows of the power of divinity and then use the repulsive force to change directions. In order to reach this step, one needed extremely accurate judgment and the ability to instantly seize the most fleeting of moments. Otherwise, it was possible to outthink yourself and receive a backlash from the power of divinity. This Dragon Fong seems as if he can see through everything. He is truly a monstrous genius. Without a doubt, Dragon Fong's original perception originally stood at the highest level. But now, with the 3 lives pupils added on top of that, The achievements in laws that Dragon Fong would reach in the future would be unbelievable. At this time, everyone's eyes were gathered on Lin Ming's body. How high could Lin Ming jump? Lin Ming looked up at the cliffs of the 33rd step. He took a deep breath and said to himself, "The divine seal alters 33 steps. One day, if I am to step onto the peak of martial arts, then let this be the beginning of my journey." At that time, a brilliant light burst out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. He suddenly opened the 8 inner hidden gates, all the strength within his body rapidly rising. He squatted down, looked up at the sky, and then jumped upwards. His strength erupted at that moment. If it had been divine iron underneath Lin Ming's feet, then that metal would have completely cracked apart. Lin Ming leapt up with 10 times the power of Dragon Fong. But this was only a simple jump, reaching right into the impact of the power of divinity. If Dragon Fong was a swallow flitting through a storm, avoiding the turbulent winds and thunder, then Lin Ming was a fish swimming up against the waterfall. He did not need any skills and only broke through with his absolute strength. 30 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, 90 feet. Even if Lin Ming had comprehended a portion of the power of divinity, underneath the wild impact his speed still sharply fell. Pa! Lin Ming gripped an outcropping of the divine seal altar's walls. His first jump was also 100 feet. A terrifying pressure continued to smash into Lin Ming's body. But Lin Ming's body tightly held onto the stone ledge with an iron grip. He also jumped up 100 feet. Lin Ming is amazing too. His momentum is no worse than Dragon Fong's. The 33rd step is a protracted war of attrition. We won't be able to see anything at the start, but the longer it goes on, the more they will pull apart from each other. The entire audience was looking at every single change on the divine seal altar with total concentration. Lin Ming and Dragon Fong continued to climb up together. What a strong pressure, what a formidable power of divinity. This is already several times stronger than anything I experienced on the 32nd step. If just the start is like this, then the intensity of the forces ahead could be imagined. No wonder Senior Xiao Daochild said that even though numerous direct disciples of Empyrean Vast Universe had climbed up the divine seal altar, none of them had managed to mount the summit in over 2 million years. For these 2 million years, even if Empyrean Vast Universe accepted a direct disciple every several 100,000 years, he should still have had dozens of them. Surges of strong power of divinity rushed towards Lin Ming. Each one divided in two, 90% of the energies being diverted away while 10% was absorbed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt as if his body was a sponge that endlessly absorbed energy. However, the energies contained within this power of divinity were simply too wild and crazy. Absorbing it made his inner organs feel as if they were burning in an inferno, and there were even crackling sounds emitting from his meridians as if they couldn't withstand this brutal baptism of energy. As for Dragon Fong, he was relying on his 3 lives pupils to see through the path of the energy flow and avoid the areas with the strongest power of divinity. One was avoiding and one was resisting. Dragon Fong naturally had a much easier time than Lin Ming. Dragon Fong is using some tricks. In Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe commented. The ability of the 3 lives pupils to completely see through the circulation of all laws was too heaven-defying. Although Lin Ming's method is rarer in terms of just results, Lin Ming is at a disadvantage. He can only absorb a small portion of the power of divinity and has to shunt away the rest. This will rapidly consume his strength. I have no idea just what step Lin Ming will be able to insist until. Empyrean Vast Universe was the one who had created this divine seal altar. Thus he was the one most aware of just how difficult the last several tens of thousands of feet were to climb. That height was abnormally difficult. It would be impossible for Lin Ming or Dragon Fong to climb up that high. To the side of Empyrean Vast Universe, Empyrean Divine Dream exhaled a light breath. She softly said, "These tricky methods are only unorthodox methods. He can temporarily find a shortcut, but it will be impossible for him to continue doing so." Of course, Empyrean Vast Universe chuckled. This Divine Seal Altar replica has 10% of the true ancient Divine Seal Altar's charm. Although it is only 10%, it is still not something that a divine sea realm martial artist can climb. Dragon Fong can use these little tricks now, but he cannot do so forever. There is a chance that he can climb up 70,000 to 80,000 feet, and Lin Ming is also the same. But for him to resist the power of divinity in this manner is impossible for the final several tens of thousands of feet. The only possibility would be if he made another breakthrough at that time. Still, I cannot imagine why Lin Ming can sense the 33-layered heavens laws. I even suspect that Lin Ming might have obtained a concept inheritance related to the 33-layered heavens ancient divine seal altar. If that's true, then he really is a lucky child. Empyrean Vast Universe knew that with Lin Ming's cultivation, wanting to feel the concept of the 33-layered heavens was impossible. The only possibility was if he had a heaven-seizing lucky chance, because this was no longer a question of perception. Empyrean Divine Dream looked thoughtful, not speaking further. Slowly, Dragon Fong took the lead. At the start, Dragon Fong only led by several dozen feet, but later this extended to hundreds of feet. Lin Ming didn't blindly try to compete with speed. He only steadily grasped onto the rough traces of the divine seal altar, simultaneously withstanding a baptism from the power of divinity and also enlightening himself on the concepts. As the power of divinity flowed past him, he could feel something like the endless years of time passing him by. The concept of the 33-layered heavens was all-encompassing. Lin Ming even suspected that maybe the so-called 33-layered heavens referred to 33 different kinds of energies. Dragon Fong's foundation is much deeper. I am afraid that the further up they go, the greater the disparity will be between them. That's reasonable. Dragon Fong also climbed up the 32nd step ahead of Lin Ming. Although that is true, don't forget that Lin Ming is only at the early Divine Sea realm. With the Divine Sea altar competition having reached this point, don't forget that there is no longer a loser here. Putting aside their strength, the potential of these two even surpasses direct disciples of Empyrean Vast Universe. By this time, 2 hours had slowly passed by. The Divine Seal altar's 33rd step was beyond extraordinary. Even though 2 hours had passed, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong had only climbed up around 25,000 feet. At this time, Dragon Fong was leading Lin Ming by 2,000 feet. He looked down to see Lin Ming advancing steadily, and a flash of awe and praise appeared in his eyes. Lin Ming's methods are completely different from mine, and he must consume a greater amount of strength than I do. Even so, he still has plenty of energy left. His endurance and restorative ability are truly inconceivable. As Dragon Fong was thinking this, his complexion suddenly changed. He could feel that at this time, the power of divinity ahead of him suddenly became chaotic and dense. At the start, Dragon Fong had relied upon the 3 lives pupils to see through the chaotic energy and identify the path of the power of divinity. But now that was no longer possible. The gap between the flows of the power of divinity were too small. He couldn't avoid them. In Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe looked at Dragon Fong. It was impossible to climb the final parts of the Divine Seal altar using these tricky methods. He wanted to see just how Dragon Fong would overcome this pass. Dragon Fong paused here for a moment. Then, within his needlepoint-like pupils, a complete panoramic view of the power of divinity was suddenly reflected within them. 5th level concept of the space laws, spatial genesis. Dragon Fong's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, the spatial energy around him suddenly twisted. That originally impossibly small gap through the surges of the power of divinity that Dragon Fong couldn't pass through, after being changed by the space laws, was suddenly able to be passed through. He used spatial genesis to shrink the space around him so that he could pass through that impossibly small gap. This Dragon Fong is truly giving me more and more pleasant surprises. In the past, after I created the Divine Seal altar, even my most outstanding disciple since then, Vast Void, was only able to climb 70,000 feet up the 33rd step. But at that time, he had been at the late Divine Sea realm. Dragon Fong has hopes of breaking the record he left behind. Empyrean Vast Universe favored Dragon Fong. Amongst the Empyreans, his strength was considered average at best. Compared to Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Primordius, and 3 Lives Old Man, there was a very great disparity between them. And Dragon Fong was 3 lives old man's disciple, and his only disciple. In these last 300 million years, 3 lives old man had only trained a single successor. If Dragon Fong was able to sweep away all the disciples that Empyrean Vast Universe had ever accepted at just the middle Divine Sea realm, then he could accept that. He wouldn't be shocked at all. Rather, he would even think that was completely reasonable. Dragon Fong should be able to break that record. But it's only this Lin Ming I cannot understand. There are far too many puzzles in his body. Empyrean Vast Universe thought out loud, his eyes gathering onto Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had also climbed up to the region that was densely filled with the power of divinity. Lin Ming marched upwards with steady steps. The crazy and chaotic power of divinity smashed into him. Because of their difference in technique, Lin Ming climbed into the dense power of divinity the same as before, the only difference being that he had to consume more physical strength. At every moment, Lin Ming was rapidly consuming true essence in his body. At the same time, the wild power of divinity within his body constantly increased. Divine Seal alters 33 steps. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. Lin Ming felt like a single lonely boat tumbling in the rough seas. Every step he climbed upwards was made with a great deal of effort. This is only 40,000 feet up. The Divine Seal altar truly lives up to its name. Even though I have managed to sense the concept of the 33-layered heavens, climbing up so high is still so difficult. I have no idea just how the descendants of Empyrean Vast Universe crawled up higher than this. The direct disciples that Empyrean Vast Universe received were all abnormal geniuses of their generations. Each one had special abilities and extremely high perception. They might have special bodies or be astounding and versatile in several aspects. As they climbed up the Divine Seal altar, it could be seen as each one doing their own thing, trying to outshine the other. Each one displayed their own special power, unlike Lin Ming, who had to sense the power of divinity and absorb it. Rather, they would use different methods like Dragon Fong. By avoiding all of the power of divinity and only withstanding the Empyrean pressure, it was naturally much easier. In Empyrean Vast Universe's words, these were nothing but little tricks. But playing these tricks on the Divine Seal altar was restricted to the first 50,000 feet. After 50,000 feet, the power of divinity would become unbelievably wild and dangerous. At this time, the area around the Divine Seal altar was like a roaring, turbulent sea. The power of divinity gathered in mighty waves, crashing forwards with unbelievable fury. Dragon Fong's expression changed. The power of divinity was really too terrifying. Even the space created by spatial genesis was about to tear apart soon. The concept of space's spatial genesis was able to compress a large space into a small space. Dragon Fong had created a space enchantment around him, and used the concept of spatial genesis to fit through the gaps in the power of divinity. However, after 50,000 feet, the power of divinity had become too wild and fierce. His enchantment was about to be broken through. Too fierce. If this continues, then I won't be able to continue much longer. Once the spatial enchantment breaks, the chaotic energy will directly crash into my protective true essence. With the current intensity of this energy, just 3 strikes will be enough to severely wound me or even kill me. Dragon Fong's complexion fell. At this moment, a brilliant flame blazed in his eyes. A dim blood-red light was emitted from his pupils, and all the meridian channels around his eyes shined, becoming incomparably fierce. 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. All existence to void was a single state of the 3 lives pupils' transcendent divine might. The 3 lives pupils was a transcendent divine might similar to the 8 inner hidden gates. One could open multiple states, each one corresponding to a different function. At the same time, each and every one of these states was much harder to open than the last. In the past, 3 lives old man could open 7 or 8 states together. In this condition, 3 lives old man was nearly the same as a god. All existence to void was the first state of the 3 lives pupils and also the simplest. Dragon Fong had comprehended the 3 lives pupils several months ago and was barely able to display all existence to void. Doing so rapidly consumed his strength, and he was unable to maintain this state for a long time. It would even create a tremendous burden on his body. All existence to void, good young fellow. Empyrean vast universe's gaze sharpened. 36 years old and already able to open all existence to void. After another 1,000 years, he should be able to open 3 or 4 states. His future accomplishments will truly be endless. Under the state of all existence to void, Dragon Fong was able to see every wisp of the power of divinity with absolute clarity, and the strength of his concept of space rose to an even higher level. Visible flames ignited on his body. In truth, these flames were the power of the 3 lives pupils taken form. As this scene fell into the audience's eyes, all of them cried out in alarm. They didn't know what the 3 lives pupils' transcendent divine might was. Let alone them, not even Xiao Daochild knew. After all, Xiao Daochild had only lived 1,000,000 years so far. The time period 300 million years ago when 3 lives old man was at the height of his fame was far too distant. He's already at 50,000 feet. He's passed most disciples of vast universe heavenly palace in the past. When I was at their age, I only climbed up 30,000 feet. I am far inferior to these 2. Xiao Daochild couldn't help but admire them. These were 2 peerless, monstrous geniuses. One was at the middle divine sea realm, the other was at the early divine sea realm, and yet both were able to sweep away most Empyrean descendants of vast universe heavenly palace. They had even far surpassed the young him in talent. At this time, in a far-off galaxy of the divine realm, in a strange, unknown time-space dimension, an old man was dully standing on a desolate world. This was a lifeless little planet a mere 1,000 miles wide. On the planet, besides a humble little cabin near the old man, there weren't any other buildings. It seemed like an extremely lonely and deserted world. The old man was leaning on a wooden walking stick. His back was bent with rickets, his figure was haggard, and the skin on his face was wrinkled up. The sockets of his eyes were deep, his hair was thinning, and many of his teeth had fallen out. His clothes were covered with stains and released a faint stench. This stench seemed like the smell of the dead. These were the 5 symbols of fading. When a supreme elder was nearing their inevitable death, they would experience stained clothes, the odor of death, balding of the head, sweat from the body, and loss of awareness. All powerhouses of the divine realm had to undergo such a state, because their lives were finite. No matter how heaven-shaking he was in the past or how many countless powerhouses worshipped and prostrated him, he was currently nothing but an old man knocking on death's door. All existence to void. Fong, you have truly not disappointed me. I have walked through countless star systems, and you are the only successor that I have ever found. The future is yours. With you here, then there is a chance that this world will be able to cross the great calamity. If so, I can rest in peace. The old man whispered. His eyes were completely black without the least bit of white scara at all. But these eyes seemed to understand the infinite mysteries of space and time, as if he could understand all the secrets in the world. In my life, I have seen all laws and seen through all illusions. Even so, I cannot see through my own destiny. A martial artist may cultivate and become the greatest master to exist, but even they cannot rid themselves of the shackles of destiny and samsara. No one can defeat the eventual passage of time. An Empyrean is known as an existence that can surpass the heavenly Tao, but the truth is that they cannot completely surpass it. The old man deeply sighed and then violently coughed. At this time, on Grave Moonstar's divine seal altar, Dragon Fong had already climbed up 53,000 feet. Lin Ming was at 49,000 feet, soon about to reach the area with the most violent surging power of divinity. Currently, purple flames shrouded Dragon Fong. Every step up challenged the limits of his strength. The power of divinity collided with the space laws that Dragon Fong propped up with his strength, causing brilliant purple beams of light to shoot out like a mesmerizing dream. At the start, the billions of people in the audience couldn't make out the flowing power of divinity. They could also imagine Dragon Fong and Lin Ming withstanding the tribulation as they climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar. But it wasn't much fun just imagining all of this. However, now that the power of the space laws that Dragonfang released was directly colliding with the power of divinity, they could see the fierce combat. This left them bouncing with excitement. Too fierce. Dragonfang didn't use his hidden cards until this moment. It's hard to imagine where his limit is. Dragonfang has completely erupted with all his strength at 50,000 feet. It's clear that from 50,000 feet upwards, the difficulty rises dramatically yet again. Lin Ming has currently climbed up less than 50,000 feet. I wonder if he will be able to pass that height. It's just too difficult. It's already very good that Lin Ming has managed to support himself until now. But didn't you hear what Senior Xiao Daochild said? According to him, out of Empyrean Vast Universe's numerous disciples, the highest record that any one of them ever set was 70,000 feet, and that record was set by a late Divine Sea Realm martial artist. The more they continue, the harder it will become. Dragonfang has a chance of breaking this record, but Lin Ming will likely be stopped at 50,000 to 60,000 feet. As the audience was discussing, there was a sudden change in the skies above the Divine Seal altar. With a loud rumbling sound, dark clouds began to gather. With the billions of people present, their thundering shouts had washed away the clouds for thousands of miles. But now there were actually layers of clouds gathering. It's clouding over. What is going on here? Clouds? These aren't ordinary clouds. These are origin energy clouds. No, these aren't ordinary origin energy clouds either. When heaven and earth origin energy condensed into clouds, the time that most people saw this phenomenon was during Ninefall. But now, the energy gathering in these thick and roiling clouds was different from normal heaven and earth origin energy. Rather, the energy was savage and chaotic, completely all-encompassing. Although the martial artists present couldn't feel the power of divinity, they could clearly sense the energies within these origin energy clouds. They were absolutely sure these were not ordinary origin energy clouds. The clouds became thicker and thicker, stronger and stronger. They were no longer black, but had a crimson blood-red sheen. Gradually, every drop of energy for tens of thousands of miles gathered here, forming a massive red vortex. And the 33rd step of the Divine Seal altar was the focal point of this blood-red vortex. Heavens! What is going on here? Is this a world phenomenon? Because Dragonfang is about to reach 60,000 feet, that will galvanize a world phenomenon. World phenomena would appear when an extreme monstrous genius was making a breakthrough. A remarkable supernatural power was being completed. A divine pill was being refined, or a divine weapon was being forged. Only then would world phenomena be quickened. They were no trifling matter. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the layers of clouds, lightning flashed. In truth, this was not ordinary elemental thunder, but sparks of excessive energy caused by high-speed energy friction. Xiao Daochild looked up at the sky, a solemn expression on his face. He actually knew that this wasn't just a normal world phenomenon, but the most difficult and abnormal pass in climbing up the Divine Seal altar, heavenly tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation that one had to experience when climbing up the last several tens of thousands of feet of the 33rd step. After 60,000 feet, heavenly tribulation would run through the remaining distance of the 33rd step. This was a deadly barrier that no Divine Sea Realm martial artist could hope to pass. In the past, even Vast Void was stopped by this heavenly tribulation. Now, whether it was Dragonfang or Lin Ming, both of them would also be stopped in the last several tens of thousands of feet by this heavenly tribulation. Of course, the basis of this was that Lin Ming could reach the height of heavenly tribulation. If Lin Ming could arrive at this point, then he would have broken the record of any early Divine Sea martial artist. The record left behind in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace by an early Divine Sea martial artist was 50,000 feet high. Heavenly tribulation has finally arrived. This is the final test of the Divine Seal altar, and also one that no one can pass. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe's eyes shined. He wanted to see just what sort of performance Lin Ming and Dragonfang would show in this heavenly tribulation. Kacha! The bolt of purple thunder came crashing down, winding about like a swimming dragon. This divine thunder was dozens of feet thick. It struck the divine seal altar with unstoppable momentum, randomly crawling around and turning the entire upper 33,000 feet height of the divine seal altar into a purple sea. Even though the audience was extremely far away, they were still panic-stricken as they saw this. Without a doubt, if any of the outstanding young elites in the audience were to be placed in that purple sea, they would all be fried into ash. That is heavenly tribulation. Heavens. Those are tribulation clouds. Heavenly tribulation has covered the last 30,000 some feet. In climbing up the last section of the divine seal altar, one actually has to withstand heavenly tribulation? This difficulty is far too ridiculous. No wonder for the last 2 million years of vast universe heavenly palace, even though there were dozens or hundreds of chosen prides of heaven, not a single one of them has been able to mount the summit of the divine seal altar. Even for Dragon Fong it is impossible to create a miracle. Wanting to withstand this heavenly tribulation like he's been doing so far is an act of futility. If I'm not wrong, the heavenly tribulation will become fierce the further up one goes. Perhaps Dragon Fong will be stopped at 70,000 feet. Out of the billions of people watching, very few of them believed in Dragon Fong. Heavenly tribulation was not a trifling joke. Even if Dragon Fong was on flat ground and also in his most flourishing condition, he would still have to carefully prepare himself to have just a small chance of passing this. But now, he was currently climbing up the divine seal altar and he had exhausted a great deal of his strength in coming up so far. Heavenly tribulation. Dragon Fong's eyes burned with purple flames. He placed the Dragon Fong blade between his lips, the shark blade edge reflecting his snow-white teeth, cold and sharp. In the past, Honorable Master once listed 7 divine artifacts to me, and the ancient divine seal was listed third amongst them. But that has already disappeared for an extremely long time by now. The divine seal altar that Empyrean vast universe created was refined by drawing support from a wisp of the ancient divine seal altar's artifact spirit. Even so, Honorable Master said that this replica divine seal altar is not something I can climb all the way. Now that heavenly tribulation has arrived, let me see just what step my 3 lives pupils will help me reach. In the face of this endless roiling purple sea, the average person would have lost all their courage to continue. But for Dragon Fong, this challenge caused his fighting spirit to boil over. He bit down on the Dragon Fong blade and slowly climbed up towards that purple sea. From 50,000 feet to the Purple Thunder Dominion, there was still 17,000 feet. For Dragon Fong to climb this distance still took some time. By the time he climbed up to 65,000 feet, Dragon Fong's entire body was dripping with sweat and blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Maintaining the state of all existence to void created a tremendous burden on his body. At 65,000 feet, he was still 2,000 feet from reaching that turbulent purple sea. But even so, at this time, the purple strip of thunder left that purple sea and shot downwards. Kacha! A terrifying explosion rang out like the roar of gods. Dragon Fong's body shook and the spatial enchantment around him began to shatter like a broken eggshell. The spatial enchantment is breaking. As the audience saw this, all of them held their breath. In that brief instant, there simply wasn't enough time to respond. The purple thunder burst apart that spatial enchantment and thrust down at Dragon Fong. But at this moment, another spatial enchantment flashed into existence around Dragon Fong, blocking this thunder. Double-layered spatial enchantment. No one thought that after the first level spatial enchantment shattered, there would also be a second one that wrapped around Dragon Fong. This second layer enchantment had blocked the thunder attack, and Dragon Fong had escaped this without a single wound. He blocked it. Wonderful. He's comprehended the space laws enough to create a multi-layered spatial enchantment. To reach this degree at 36 years of age is unbelievable. Bang, bang, bang. Beams of savage thunder crashed down, crashing onto the spatial enchantments around Dragon Fong. As a ray of thunder chopped apart a spatial enchantment, another new layer would appear around Dragon Fong's body, forming a completely balanced system. Like this, Dragon Fong shouldered the arcs of thunder and climbed up towards the Purple Thunder Dominion. 67,000 feet high, was still 33,000 feet away from the summit of the Divine Seal altar. Here was where the Thunder Dominion was. At this point, Dragon Fong could feel the terrifying energy contained with that purple Thunder Dominion. He's entering the Thunder Dominion. 67,000 feet. He's only 3,000 feet away from the 70,000-foot record left behind by Empyrean Vast Universe's disciple. In other words, any one of Empyrean Vast Universe's disciples would be instantly defeated as soon as they entered the Thunder Dominion. The audience watched with unblinking eyes. Dragon Fong grit his teeth and broke into the Thunder Dominion. As soon as he entered the Thunder Dominion, the power of thunder rushed towards him like an endless stream of time, seeming to pierce through space itself. Within this vast purple sea, any martial artist was nothing but a dinky boat drifting in the swelling waves, incomparably small, able to overturn at any moment. Purple light filled every inch of space. The rolling thunderclaps were deafening, endless. The double-layered spatial enchantments around Dragon Fong rapidly melted away like ice underneath the noon sun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like the apocalypse, everything in the world seemed as if it were being destroyed. Dragon Fong's entire body was wreathed in flickering purple flames. As the baptism of thunder crashed onto him, it was impossible to imagine what kind of tribulation he was experiencing. The spatial enchantments around him constantly shattered and reformed. Although Dragon Fong's restorative ability was inferior to Lin Ming's, it was still extremely amazing. Even though he was consuming energy at a rapid pace, he was still able to continue on. 68,000 feet. 69,000 feet. He was only 1,000 feet away from reaching the record left behind by Vast Void. At this time, Dragon Fong's entire body was bulging with blue veins, and all the blood vessels beneath his skin were visible in clear detail. It was no longer possible to see his eyes. One could only see brilliantly combusting purple flames. He's going to break the record. Dragon Fong, you can do it. Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong. Many people cheered out for Dragon Fong. There were many young girls that screamed out his name. The record was right in front of him. The Divine Seal altar was a comprehensive test of one's cultivation and potential. But, in a situation where one's cultivation wasn't high enough to resist the heavenly tribulation, then that only left one's potential. As long as Dragon Fong could draw with this record, it would prove that his potential easily swept away every single disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. If Dragon Fong, a middle Divine Sea realm martial artist, could climb up 70,000 feet on the 33rd step of the Divine Seal altar, then he would create a legend. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly tribulation became increasingly wild. Dragon Fong's skin began to crack as blood poured down from these wounds. There was even blood dripping from the corners of his lips. However, he still steadily climbed up as before. Finally, he had passed a 70,000-foot height and had broken Vast Void's record. In that instant, the entire arena, the billions of spectators there, were all cheering out as loudly as they could. This was a miracle wrought by Dragon Fong. After reaching 70,000 feet, there was suddenly a drastic change in the Thunder Dominion. Within the Thunder Dominion, the endless thunder gathered together, forming savage, vicious beasts. Of these beasts, some seemed like massive pythons, some were enormous lizards, some were tigers, and there were even some like flood dragons. All of them clawed their way towards Dragon Fong. Heavens! What is that? Those are spirit bodies formed by the power of thunder souls. No, those are thunder sources. Thunder sources were energy life forms created by the essence of thunder. The purple lion thunder source that Lin Ming absorbed was also a thunder source. In order for a thunder source to be born, it had to be at the center of countless coincidences for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. And now, on the 33rd step of the Divine Seal altar, there were suddenly over 20 thunder sources. All of these thunder sources hurtled towards Dragon Fong. Each thunder source had the ability to kill an early Divine Sea powerhouse. An ordinary Divine Sea martial artist would be instantly killed. Even a master would find them extremely difficult to deal with, much less in these endless purple thunder dominion. Dragon Fong took out the Dragon Fong blade from his mouth. Space rippled around the blade as he slashed out. Tremble, space! With this slash, all of the space around the Dragon Fong blade began to vibrate at high speeds. A weapon that was vibrating at high speed was much sharper than normal. Moreover, what Dragon Fong did was cause space to tremble and not his weapon. Space was known as the sharpest weapon in the world. Pung 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 pung. For thunder sources were blocked by Dragon Fong. But the other thunder sources followed right after. Dragon Fong didn't have time to redraw his sword. As Dragon Fong saw those numerous thunder sources rush towards him, in this critical moment, he shouted out, "Mirror image avatar." Whoosh 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 whoosh. 7 figures flashed out from Dragon Fong. These spatial mirror image projections were what Dragon Fong used to defeat Bloodless Sword. It was able to allow him to divide into 8. These 7 mirror images all attacked, each one blocking 3 thunder sources, instantly stopping 21 of them. However, 2 final thunder sources evaded Dragon Fong's defenses, rapidly rushing towards his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 1 thunder source shattered Dragon Fong's spatial enchantment, and the second thunder source solidly smashed into Dragon Fong's protective true essence, an energy life form created by the power of thunder. Just how terrifyingly strong were they? It was far more formidable than any previous thunderbolt. Dragon Fong's protective true essence instantly exploded, and the savage power of thunder crashed into his body. The audience cried out in alarm. Some young girls that had a secret crush on Dragon Fong closed their eyes, too afraid to look. But at this time, brilliant purple flames suddenly erupted, gushing out from Dragon Fong's body. These purple flames intertwined with the thunder light, casting the entire surrounding area in endless deep purple, shining and radiant, blinding to the eye. Everyone subconsciously looked away before turning back. What happened? He crossed it. He crossed it. But his eye. Dragon Fong overdrew his strength and received heavy damage to his eye. If this continues, then he'll crawl at most to 80,000 feet or so. At this time, on the Divine Seal altar, the corner of Dragon Fong's right eye had torn open. The blood vessels had been ripped apart and blood was flowing out. The purple flames in the right eye had nearly been extinguished. Practicing the 3 lives pupils gave one greatly increased self-recovery abilities of the eyes. If the eyes were wounded, they could quickly restore give enough time. But now, this injured eye meant that Dragon Fong wouldn't be able to continue for much longer. This is too horrifying. This is a killing formation of 27 thunder sources, and yet Dragon Fong was able to cross it. But the price he paid was one of his eyes. He's already 77,000 feet high up. He has high hopes of reaching 80,000 feet. In the skies above the Divine Seal altar, Xiao Daochild was full of praise. He was well aware of just how terrifying the 27 thunder source killing formation was. At this time, Xiao Daochild's thoughts moved and he looked downwards. He saw that 10,000 feet behind Dragon Fong, Lin Ming had also climbed into the Purple Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming has also climbed up to the level of Heavenly Tribulation. Great! On the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step, Dragon Fong could be said as having grabbed the attention from the entire world. As for Lin Ming, he climbed up much slower, so there were far less people paying attention to him. In this situation, people would usually be looking towards the first-place person. Now, Lin Ming also neared the Purple Thunder Dominion, causing many people to turn back to him. Lin Ming can actually crawl up this high. Fierce. I thought that 50,000 feet was his limit, but I never imagined he would also reach the 67,000-foot height. I wonder just how long Lin Ming can withstand the 33,000 feet of the Thunder Dominion. The 33,000-foot Thunder Dominion? Lin Ming is only at the early Divine Sea Realm. He might fall before he can fully climb into the Thunder Dominion. Don't forget, he has to withstand the attacks of Heavenly Tribulation as he approaches the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming is definitely inferior to Dragon Fong. His talent is already heaven-defying if he can truly climb into the Thunder Dominion. But It is impossible for him to go any further than that, let alone cross the 27 Thunder Source killing formation at 70,000 feet. People didn't place many expectations on Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was inferior to Dragon Fang's. As the people were discussing, there was a sparkling explosive sound as a snake-like beam of thunder separated from the purple sea and hurtled towards Lin Ming. It's here. The first bolt of thunder. Dragon Fang relied on his double-layered spatial enchantment to block this. I wonder just how Lin Ming will defend against it this time. If he cannot block these arcs of thunder, then he won't be able to enter into the 33,000-foot Thunder Dominion. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting to see what technique Lin Ming would use to deal with this onslaught. On the Divine Seal altar, one's body had to withstand the Empyrean pressure, so they were unable to fly. Wanting to avoid the attack of thunder was impossible. They could only defend against it. But wanting to defend against this crazy and maniacal thunder was easier said than done. In the audience, none of the young elites sitting there had the confidence to do so. Lin Ming looked up. At this time, the bolt of thunder had separated from the purple sea, and that incomparably wild and violent energy was hurtling towards him. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. He opened the gate of view that functioned in defense and also revolved the power of the Supreme Dragon Bone. At that same time, he revolved his true essence to the limit and allowed that purple thunder to crash into his body. At this moment, the entire audience was dumbfounded. He's forcefully resisting the thunder tribulation? He's too crazy. How can he withstand that and still live? Lin Ming wasn't Dragon Fang, who had spatial barriers set up around him to protect his body. Just the spatial enchantments were enough to block the majority of the attacks aimed at Dragon Fang. But Lin Ming used his protective true essence to do so the impact he had to withstand was countless times greater. Bang! As thunder washed over his body, Lin Ming suddenly shook. His protective true essence withstood half of the power of thunder before directly bursting apart. The power of thunder flushed into Lin Ming's meridians, where 90% of it was absorbed by the heretical god seedling. As for the remaining power of thunder, it fizzled away within Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's meridians had been tempered with the power of thunder multiple times in his life. This power of thunder simply couldn't affect his body at all. His body only trembled for the briefest moment before he continued climbing upwards. Am I seeing things? It's over like that? Did that bolt of thunder really hit Lin Ming, or did it veer away? Many martial artists glanced at each other in confusion, a bit bewildered. How could Lin Ming possibly resist this thunder tribulation in such a relaxed manner? After being struck by the thunder tribulation, his body only shook for a brief moment before he continued to climb upwards as if nothing had happened at all. This was far too abnormal. They all suspected that they were seeing something, but as more bolts of thunder struck Lin Ming, his body shook several times before he continued upwards, still unaffected as before. The hell? This is too forceful. The entire audience was shocked. At this point in time, although they didn't think that Lin Ming had completely exhausted himself like a lamp without oil, he should also have been nearing his limit. None of them thought he would be able to resist this thunder tribulation so easily. But what they didn't know was that within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god seedling there had crossed ninefall and absorbed the power of heavenly tribulation. That had been true heavenly tribulation, a tribulation of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, yin, and yang. 9 different tribulations gathered as one, representing 9 different source energies of the universe, uniting together to represent the heavenly Tao. Disregarding the annihilating strength of heavenly tribulation, just in terms of quality, the heavenly tribulation that Lin Ming crossed during his ninefall was on a much higher level than this Thunder Dominion thunder tribulation on the Divine Seal altar. After all, this Divine Seal altar was only a replica created by Empyrean Vast Universe, relying on a fragment of the ancient Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit. The inherent concept of the 33-layered heavens within was extremely pale and incomplete. What method did Lin Ming use? It's really unbelievable. All of these geniuses have endless amounts of methods that can leave one startled. He might be using some rare treasure. I don't believe that an early divine sea martial artist can use his body alone to resist thunder tribulation. He definitely has some tricky method that he is using. After this, he will have to enter the Purple Sea and we'll see whether or not he can reach 70,000 feet. Once he reaches that height, he will have to withstand the combined attacks of 27 thunder sources. At that time, any tricks he uses will be meaningless. As everyone was speaking, Lin Ming officially entered the 33,000-foot Thunder Dominion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder shook the heavens, piercing through the ears. Within this world, there was nothing but boundless purple all around. Lin Ming was completely submerged within this purple Thunder Dominion. Thunder Dominion. This is similar to the skies above the Sea of Miracles' 8,000 miles black swamp. I wonder just what this heavenly tribulation is. If it's simply limited to thunder tribulation, then that is nothing at all to me. A blazing thunder light filled the field of his vision. But Lin Ming ignored all of this and continued climbing straight up the cliffs. Chi chi chi. An endless waterfall of thunder baptized Lin Ming's body. Within Lin Ming's inner world, within his meridians, everything was flooded with thunder. This brat, how is he doing this? Does have a thunder spirit body? Or perhaps he has a thunder laws-based transcendent divine might. Within Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe had a startled expression. Lin Ming's performance so far had exceeded his expectations. However, he immediately shot down these guesses. No, that's wrong. The power of thunder tribulation represents the will of the heavenly Tao. It is fundamentally different from ordinary elemental lightning. No matter how wonderful a thunder attribute cultivation method he practiced, it is impossible for him to absorb thunder tribulation to use for himself. That completely violates all common sense. Empyrean Vast Universe muttered. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't see just how Lin Ming accomplished what he did. Even Empyrean Vast Universe was unable to think that Lin Ming had crossed heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the thunder tribulation from a 33-layered Heaven's Ninefall was beyond rare, ever since the most ancient of times. Empyrean Vast Universe hadn't crossed a 33-layered Heaven's Ninefall, thus he simply didn't know what sort of change would happen in a ninefall of that level. And at this time, Dragon Fong had already climbed 80,000 feet up the Divine Seal altar. He had broken past the boundary of 80,000 feet. Just how exaggerated a result was climbing up 80,000 feet on the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. Even Empyrean Vast Universe had to praise such an achievement. The successor of 3 Lives Old Man is truly fierce. He is far more formidable and talented than all the disciples I have received in my millions of years of life. In terms of potential alone, I fear that even if he can't compare with Frost Dream, he isn't too far off. Empyrean Vast Universe looked at Empyrean Divine Dream. From the meaning of his words, it was clear he believed that Dragon Fong's talent was worse than Frost Dream's. Frost Dream was the successor to Empyrean Divine Dream and also the current saintess of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. In the future, there was an extremely high chance she would become an Empyrean. 3 Lives Old Man and Empyrean Divine Dream were characters of 2 completely different eras. When Empyrean Divine Dream's strength grew and she arrived at the peak of the Divine Realm, 3 Lives Old Man was already far too old. Thus, the 2 of them had never dueled to decide who was stronger and who was weaker. But in Empyrean Vast Universe's eyes, Empyrean Divine Dream was an unfathomable existence. He even suspected that she was far more formidable than 3 Lives Old Man had been in his prime. And Empyrean Divine Dream's disciple, Fairy Maiden Frost Dream, was also immeasurably deep. As Empyrean Vast Universe was thinking, at this moment, 80,000 feet up on the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step, countless law runes began to shimmer into existence around Dragon Fong. These multicolored runes were different from the laws that currently existed in the Divine Realm. No one was able to discern what they meant. After these law runes appeared, they gathered together, forming stone tablets. These are tablets condensed from the laws. Everyone watched with shock and amazement as 80,000 feet up, the law runes gathered together, forming 33 law stone tablets. Since ancient times, countless supreme elders of the divine realm, before their death, would spend a great deal of time and energy to carve their life's comprehension of law concepts onto these stone tablets, forming totem tablets for their descendants to meditate on. And now, the great Tao in the heavens had gathered into 33 Tao tablets. This left everyone panic-stricken. If the world laws formed Tao tablets, then wouldn't these be tablets on the same level as chaos stones? After climbing this far up the divine altar's 33rd step, it was no longer only thunder tribulation, but law tablets formed from runes of the heavens and earth. One would be directly bombarded by these tablets. On the divine seal altar, Dragon Fong watched as these 33 Tao tablets formed. He extracted the Dragon Fong blade once more. His right hand was already stained red with blood, and trickles of blood flowed down the edge of the Dragon Fong blade. The icy cold reflection and the crimson shine were gorgeous beyond compare. He had lost vision in his right eye, but his left eye still blazed with purple flames as brightly as before. 33 Tao tablets. Even if I must be stopped here, I will fight with everything I have. At this time, Dragon Fong had already consumed over 60% of his true essence, but his fighting spirit had not dimmed in the least. Whoosh! The first Tao tablet shot towards Dragon Fong. This was a blood-red Tao tablet. Dragon Fong thrust out his sword, space-time vorpal vibration sword. Fusing the vibrating power of space into his sword, Dragon Fong's sword pierced through the tablet, causing the tablet to explode. Dragon Fong's body shook, his hand cracking even as he spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong! All of the blood vitality within Dragon Fong's body tumbled over. In that strike just now, he had managed to block it, but he still received an internal injury. And at this time, the other 32 Tao tablets began to rush at him. Dragon Fong's pupils shrank. Mirror image avatar. Dragon Fong divided into 8. 1 true self, 7 avatars. Every avatar attacked a Tao tablet, crashing into them and being annihilated together. However, there were still over 20 Tao tablets left. A sword to shatter the void. Dragon Fong grit his teeth and slashed out with his sword once more. At once, 3 Tao tablets were cut in half. But he was unable to resist the remaining Tao tablets. They all struck his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Tao tablets exploded. Dragon Fong's protective true essence exploded. His chest collapsed, and he wildly vomited blood. In that final moment, the gray-clothed old man watching from deep within the divine seal altar finally moved, rescuing the nearly unconscious Dragon Fong. Thus, Dragon Fong was defeated. Dragon Fong was defeated. It really is impossible for a divine sea martial artist to climb up this divine seal altar that Empyrean vast universe created. Even Dragon Fong was defeated, but he was able to crawl up 80,000 feet. That beats the top record of vast universe Heavenly Palace. It's amazing. As the billions of people in the audience saw Dragon Fong wrapped in energy and slowly brought down from the divine seal altar, all of them were shocked. This was truly a rare semi-final seen once every million years. To witness an unrivaled genius climb up the divine seal altar was a truly unique experience. To the young geniuses present, this experience could broaden their world and even affect their future achievements to a certain extent. We still fall far too short. There is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher mountain and a stronger person. I originally thought Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless were fierce, but I never imagined that they would be nothing compared to Dragon Fong. We have to work harder. After all, Dragon Fong and Lin Ming's backgrounds aren't that outstanding. None of them knew that in truth, Dragon Fong was the successor of an Empyrean. Don't be so hasty in your assumptions. It's possible that Dragon Fong has an extremely strong master behind him that we cannot understand. As for that Lin Ming, I really have no idea what sort of heaven-defying lucky chances he has experienced. It is impossible for a genius to accidentally grow to this level. As everyone was speaking, their eyes naturally gathered onto Lin Ming. Now, on the entire divine seal altar, there was only Lin Ming left. Lin Ming was now 68,000 feet high. He had just entered the Thunder Dominion and would have to experience 2 great tribulations before reaching the 80,000-foot height that Dragon Fong had climbed to. It's already a surprise that Lin Ming can arrive at this height. No kidding. Out of all the geniuses on the Divine Seal altar, his cultivation was the lowest. I never imagined he would be the one to last the longest, but he is still worse than Dragon Fong. Perhaps the Thunder Source killing formation at 70,000 feet will end his journey. In everyone's eyes, although Lin Ming was inferior to Dragon Fong, he was also an extreme genius. He was a character with unlimited future prospects. Billions of people watched Lin Ming. His speed wasn't fast, but every step he took was steady. Endless waves of thunder crashed onto Lin Ming, baptizing him in reckless streams of electricity. Even from afar, this was still a creepy and heart-stopping scene. The numerous young elites present found this hard to imagine. If they were placed in that Thunder Dominion, they knew what fate they would suffer. 69,000 feet. 69,500 feet. 70,000 feet. Lin Ming had finally climbed up to the Great Tribulation of Thunder Sources. A Great Tribulation of 27 Thunder Sources. Even Dragon Fong hadn't been able to completely withstand it. He had to completely overdraw his strength, and even then he has lost his right eye. This has caused Dragon Fong's strength to greatly drop, and the consequence of this was his immediate defeat at 80,000 feet. A Great Tribulation of 27 Thunder Sources. Before, these Thunder Sources were all dispersed by Dragon Fong. Will Lin Ming still encounter them? I have no idea. If Lin Ming can avoid this tribulation of Thunder Sources, then that will be his luck. If so, then Lin Ming's results will be much better on the 33rd step. Although it was said that Thunder Sources and Fire Elementals were nearly impossible to annihilate, once they were scattered they still required some time to reform. Everyone was guessing that Lin Ming would take advantage of this brief period to bypass the test at 70,000 feet. As everyone was thinking this, there were suddenly loud rumbling sounds echoing from the purple sea above the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. An infinite power of thunder gathered, forming numerous phantom figures. These phantoms had the appearances of all sorts of strange and unusual vicious beasts. They were the 27 Thunder Sources. They're here. The Great Tribulation of Thunder Sources. Moreover, they haven't weakened even a bit from Dragon Fong's time. The Divine Seal altar isn't ordinary at all. One cannot rely on any type of opportunistic trick to climb past it. Let's see how Lin Ming will cross this. When Dragon Fong had faced the tribulation of 27 Thunder Sources, he had used his true body to destroy several Thunder Sources and then released 7 mirror image avatars to destroy 21 more Thunder Sources. The remaining Thunder Sources had been forcefully withstood using his spatial enchantments. In order to cross that tribulation of 27 Thunder Sources, Dragon Fong had used every method at his disposal. In the end, he had paid with the price of his right eye. As for Lin Ming, his comprehensions of the space laws wasn't at the point where he could form mirror image avatars. In this situation, how could he rely on just his true self to withstand the simultaneous attack of 27 Thunder Sources? The audience watched with eyes wide open. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all held their breath, their hearts catching in their throats. Even Xiao Daochild was at full alert, ready to rescue Lin Ming at any moment so that he wouldn't be severely injured or even killed by those Thunder Sources. If an extreme genius like him died while climbing up the Divine Seal altar, then his vast universe heavenly palace would become the joke of the entire divine realm. Xiao Daochild had even specially prepared a temporary time-stop technique. In this critical moment where everything would happen nearly instantly, only this temporary time-stop would earn enough time for Xiao Daochild to save Lin Ming. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder howled. The purple sea tumbled about. 27 Thunder Sources rushed towards Lin Ming. On the Divine Seal altar, as soon as Lin Ming saw these 27 Thunder Sources form, he circulated all the true essence in his body. The energy within his inner world surged. Before this, he had seen how Dragon Fong crossed this tribulation of Thunder Sources, so he had an approximate grasp of this situation. These Thunder Sources had all received the blessing and will of the Heavenly Tao. They were no longer ordinary Thunder Sources, but heavenly tribulations that stood above the elemental thunder laws, standing on a similar level to the heavenly Tao laws. It was impossible for any thunder attribute cultivation method to control this power of heavenly tribulation. But Lin Ming was the exception. It's here. Lin Ming raised his right hand and the phoenix blood spear jumped into his grasp. The endless sea of purple was reflected in his bright eyes. This was a world of incomparably blazing thunder. Heretical god force, open to the limit. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and the power of thunder surged outwards from the heretical god seedling in his inner world. This power of thunder originated from his ninefall heavenly tribulation's thunder tribulation. It was of an even higher quality than the purple thunder sources above the divine sea altar. What? He's also forcefully withstanding this? As everyone saw Lin Ming wield a spear as he was about to collide with the 27 thunder sources, all of them were shocked speechless. Even Empyrean Vast Universe and Xiao Daochild were dumbstruck. They had originally thought it was strange enough that Lin Ming had resisted thunder tribulation the way he had. But now he was forcefully withstanding these 27 thunder sources. If this terrifying energy exploded at a close distance, then even a top master would turn to ash. This was madness. In the instant that those 27 thunder sources touched the phoenix blood spear, behind Lin Ming, a great divine tree began to rapidly grow. Infinite branches and leaves spread out, crazily absorbing the power of thunder. The crown of the tree towered high, overshadowing all. In just a moment, the phantom of a divine tree tens of thousands of feet high took root on the divine seal altar, like a pillar that held up the heavens. All around the divine tree, the inexhaustible power of thunder was controlled by it, rushing towards it like a tide. In that moment, a purple light seemed to swallow up the skies and the earth, leaving this single color shining out in the world. Heavens! What is that? Many people cried out in shock and awe, as they thought that Lin Ming was about to be defeated. A divine tree had appeared, splitting the heavens and earth, demanding the worship and obedience of all thunder. A world phenomenon. What sort of world phenomenon is that? This reversal was too surprising. Compared to when Dragon Fong used his 7 mirror image avatars and spatial enchantments to block the thunder sources, this was thousands of times more shocking. Of course, even if Lin Ming had summoned the phantom of the heretical god tree to absorb a massive amount of the thunder tribulation, the baptism of thunder sources that his body had to withstand was beyond extraordinary. A terrifying energy flooded throughout Lin Ming's organs, his meridians, his blood vessels, swelling up like a tide of rampaging horses, permeating every inch of his body. In that moment, Lin Ming's skin ruptured and countless blood vessels broke on his body. His clothing was stained with blood and he was left with a horrible appearance. Although his appearance was in tatters and he had suffered great losses, Lin Ming's momentum had reached its highest peak. Suddenly, energy erupted from Lin Ming's body. The power of blood burst out from him like a raging inferno, impacting through the skies. From afar, the audience could see that Lin Ming's life force was like an inexhaustible torch, burning to the ends of time, causing them to avert their eyes from this dazzling brilliance. Heavens! Is he even human? He was directly struck by thunder, and there isn't even a single unmarred point on his body. But even so, not only did he not fold, he instead erupted with an even greater aura than before. He is simply like an immortal phoenix. A phoenix can be reborn through bathing in a sea of fire, but Lin Ming's potential erupted in a sea of thunder. No one knew that at this moment, deep within Lin Ming's inner world, an earth-shaking and heaven-shifting change was occurring. After the heretical god seedling absorbed a massive amount of heavenly tribulation, it began to undergo a new round of evolution. The heretical god seedling that originally only had several leaves began to grow at a visible speed. The young and lush branches grew longer and longer, producing different leaves that all looked different. Some resembled small tripods, some resembled vicious beasts, some resembled swords, and all sorts of other shapes. The twisting and vibrant roots grew longer and longer, digging deep into the foundation of Lin Ming's inner world. At this moment, the heretical god tree had truly taken root. If someone were to enter Lin Ming's inner world now, they would see this young and vibrant tree. Although it was only the height of a child, its branches and leaves were sturdy, filled with energy and vitality. Lin Ming was aware that even though this young tree looked common and humble, in the future, it would one day grow into a 100,000-foot divine tree, becoming a true incarnation of thunder and flame. The moment that the heretical god tree's evolution was completed, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. All around him, the thunder laws began to distort, faintly gathering onto him. For a time, Lin Ming's aura surged upwards, climbing and climbing until it reached unprecedented heights. As the billions of people saw Lin Ming, all of them were left speechless. Even the presider of this competition, Xiao Daochild, was left utterly dumbfounded. Although he had prepared a time-stop spell in his hands, he hadn't needed to use it at all. This was far too abnormal. Dragon Fong had used all of his techniques, using layers upon layers of abilities to just barely cross the tribulation of 27 thunder sources. Even so, during that process he had lost an eye and the majority of his strength. As for Lin Ming, he had directly withstood the tribulation of 27 thunder sources. Even using this crazy method, he had successfully crossed the tribulation of thunder sources. Moreover, although his body was bathed in blood after crossing this tribulation, his aura hadn't diminished in the least. Instead, it rose and rose, his blood vitality and daring fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Just how was this possible? Could Lin Ming have been using that thunder tribulation to temper his body? If he really was, then he's simply insane. That might be what happened. Otherwise, how could it be explained that he became even stronger? I can't imagine just how he trained his mortal body. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified. Lin Ming's flesh and blood body was too terrifying. If an ordinary martial artist were struck by such thunder, they would have turned to ash. But as for Lin Ming, he used this thunder to temper himself. To use heavenly tribulation to temper the body, that was simply unimaginable. Heavenly tribulation was originally the power of heavenly retribution, able to annihilate all of existence. Even using various means to block it wouldn't be enough, much less directly withstanding it with the body. For instance, take Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong was already a genius at the limits of potential. But, let alone tempering his body with heavenly tribulation, just 3 or 4 explosive strikes by the thunder sources would have shattered his spatial enchantments. It was also because of this reason that many people thought it was impossible for Lin Ming to be so abnormal. Moreover, the performance that Dragon Fong had displayed so far had surpassed Lin Ming's. Taking a step back, even if Dragon Fong was inferior to Lin Ming, the difference couldn't be that great. So, how could one direct the heavenly tribulation to temper their body whilst the other was beaten up so ruthlessly? I don't think this is Lin Ming's own ability. Dragon Fong climbed up higher than Lin Ming, and he also climbed up in a much calmer fashion. But, upon entering the 33,000-foot Thunder Dominion and then encountering the thunder sources, Dragon Fong was suddenly inferior to Lin Ming. I think this is because Lin Ming must have some special type of shield or rare treasure that can absorb thunder. In the crowd, many people agreed with this view. The timeless history of the divine realm was untraceable. Since ancient times, there were countless heaven-defying characters that had refined powerful treasures. It was possible that there were those capable of shielding against the thunder tribulation atop the divine seal altar. Yes, that's also what I am suspecting. Lin Ming resisted those 27 thunder sources far too easily, as if his body wasn't attacked by thunder at all. Moreover, he cultivated the thunder and fire laws from the start, so it wouldn't be strange if he had some rare thunder attribute treasure. Treasure is a part of one's strength, but it is still an external force. If Lin Ming were to arrive at this step using a treasure, then even though that's wonderful of him, it cannot be considered a miracle. If it's like that, then it's only Lin Ming's luck that is better. The Divine Seal Altar's test just happens to suit him. Luck is also part of one's strength. Dragon Fong's luck is just far too poor. As everyone was speaking, this opinion soon spread through the arena. Everyone could find this more acceptable if Lin Ming had some amazing treasure. And at this time, Lin Ming had already crawled up another 1,000 feet, nearing the 80,000-foot mark. From 70,000 to 80,000 feet, the purple sea became even wilder and more violent. Thick arcs of thunder howled through the world like purple dragons. Thunder split the skies, revealing an endless and dangerous energy. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was wrapped in thunder. From his head to his toes, he displayed the endless glory of thunder. Lin Ming's state seemed to confirm everyone's guesses. Otherwise, how could he turn a blind eye to so much thunder? This boy, just how many secrets does he have on him? In Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe was muttering to himself. Upon discovering that Lin Ming was able to perceive the concept of the 33-layered heavens, Empyrean Vast Universe was sure that there was some secret on Lin Ming's body, otherwise it was impossible for him to comprehend this sort of concept. And now, Lin Ming had broken through the 27 Thunder Source killing formation with an unstoppable momentum, even absorbing a portion of those Thunder Source's strength to use for himself. That had left Empyrean Vast Universe completely speechless. The power of heavenly tribulation was completely different from the power of ordinary elemental thunder. So how could Lin Ming refine it? Suddenly, from his side, Empyrean Divine Dream quietly spoke. Vast Universe, you seem to believe that Lin Ming had found some heaven-defying treasure, or perhaps he stumbled into some lucky chance, relying on some external force to advance to this point. Didn't he? Empyrean Vast Universe turned to look at the white-clothed woman beside him. He didn't think that a divine sea martial artist could rely on their strength alone to reach such a boundary. As for strange treasures, there were all kinds. The divine realm was too broad and boundless and had existed for far too long. It was normal for there to be treasures that Empyrean Vast Universe wouldn't be able to sense. Just speaking of the magic cube alone, there were only several people in the entire divine realm that knew of it. The ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit also knew of it, but the only reason that it had discovered the magic cube within Lin Ming's body was because Lin Ming had displayed it when the artifact spirit was trying to destroy him. The white-clothed woman faintly smiled. Lucky chances, treasures. These are things that Lin Ming has in abundance. And as you think, they are definitely heaven-shaking. But the reason he can absorb the power of heavenly tribulation and use it for himself isn't necessarily because he is relying on some external force, but due to his own abilities. Own abilities? Empyrean Vast Universe knit his eyebrows together. A thunder attribute cultivation method on the level of a transcendent divine might can only stand on par with thunder tribulation in terms of the laws, so even that can't truly utilize thunder tribulation. Lin Ming is only at the early divine sea realm, but you think he used his own strength to refine that heavenly tribulation. Empyrean Vast Universe couldn't think of any way this was possible. But then Empyrean Divine Dream said, if Lin Ming were to have experienced heavenly tribulation himself, then from that basis, Lin Ming would be considered as having surpassed the heavenly Tao laws. If that is true, then if this were to be coordinated with a supernatural power of the thunder attribute, then there might be that possibility. As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Empyrean Vast Universe was shocked. Experienced heavenly tribulation? You think he somehow managed to galvanize heavenly tribulation at the divine sea realm? How is that even possible? Heavenly tribulation was the punishment of the heavenly Tao. When there was something that tried to surpass the constraints of the heavenly Tao would summon heavenly tribulation against that existence in order to exterminate it. Up to this point, Empyrean Vast Universe had withstood 3 heavenly tribulations. The first time was when he had become an Empyrean. His first time experiencing heavenly tribulation had also been the most terrifying time. The second and third times had been brought down when Empyrean Vast Universe created an Empyrean Spirit treasure. The treasure itself had to withstand heavenly tribulation, not Empyrean Vast Universe. For the first of the 2 treasure heavenly tribulations, because the quality of that treasure was insufficient, it had been destroyed and failed to come to completion. The second time the treasure was successfully refined, and the finished product of that had been the current Divine Seal altar replica. Besides creating an Empyrean Spirit treasure, composing a transcendent divine might would also summon heavenly tribulation. Empyrean vast universe's transcendent divine might was only half complete, thus it wasn't yet able to summon heavenly tribulation. As the saying went, the heavens would never seal off all roads. Heavenly tribulation always allowed a chance for survival, no matter how slim it was. Once one crossed heavenly tribulation, the benefits were tremendous. There were many martial arts geniuses whose strength far surpassed those at their level, many with a holy lord or world king cultivation, who thought to arouse heavenly tribulation to temper their bodies and use this method to surpass the heavenly Tao. But they did not have the ability to offend the heavenly Tao. So how could Lin Ming, who was only at the early divine sea realm, possibly accomplish something like that? Empyrean vast universe felt that this was unimaginable. Even a child god beast, equal to a human with a divine sea cultivation, would not be able to quicken heavenly tribulation. Empyrean divine dream didn't speak further. Instead, she silently watched as Lin Ming continued climbing up the divine seal altar. Empyrean vast universe also remained silent. He was well aware that if divine dream were to say something, she naturally had faith in her own words. If all of this was true, then that youth known as Lin Ming was far too terrifying. His potential would be far superior to Dragon Fang's, someone who had successfully cultivated the 3 lives pupils. At this time, the unconscious Dragon Fang finally woke up. He had been directly sent into a spirit ship from vast universe heavenly palace. Through the spirit ship's portholes, he had a direct view of the competition. Moreover, because he had a superior position and view, he could see everything much more clearly than the audience did. He immediately spotted Lin Ming. This height is... Dragon Fang took a deep breath. He originally believed that with his own strength, if he were to fight Lin Ming, there was an extremely high chance that he would win. But now, Lin Ming had actually crawled 77,000 feet up the 33rd step, only 3,000 feet from his record. And by the time Dragon Fang had reached that height, he had consumed over half his true essence and his bodily condition had been at its worst. In contrast, Lin Ming's entire body sparkled with sheets of thunder, as if his body had become liquid lightning. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, far stronger than his own. How is he doing this? Dragon Fang was confused and consternated. Lin Ming's strength should be less than his own, and he also didn't have the 3 lives pupils. When Lin Ming climbed up the divine seal altar, the method he used was far more difficult than the method Dragon Fang had used. He climbed with far less ease than Dragon Fang. And now, by the time Lin Ming climbed where he was in his greatest state and had nearly reached the area where Dragon Fang had failed. Dragon Fang, no matter how hard he thought, couldn't figure out just what was happening. I wasn't able to clearly see how you crossed that thunder source tribulation at 70,000 feet, but once you encounter the tribulation of Tao tablets at 80,000 feet, I will take a good look at just how you crossed that. With things having arrived at this point, Dragon Fang believed that Lin Ming could reach 80,000 feet. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming's body roared, explosive crackling sounds coming from every joint in his body. Even his soul was flooded with an endless power of thunder. And at this time, Lin Ming finally reached the 80,000-foot height. Once he crossed this height, he would have to resist the bombardment of 33 Tao tablets. The 33 tablets were no longer just the power of thunder, but formed from the world laws. They represented the will of the heavenly Tao and were far more formidable than those thunder sources from before. When Dragon Fang formed his spatial mirror images, each one was able to cut down 3 thunder sources. But against these Tao tablets, his spatial mirror images were only able to cut down 1. The disparity between them could be imagined. The audience watched everything with bated breath. 80,000 feet. He finally reached 80,000 feet. I've been waiting for this moment. Lin Ming will soon have to withstand the tribulation of those 33 Tao tablets. Before, I suspected that Lin Ming was using some sort of special thunder attribute treasure to block those thunder sources. If this is so, then now that he is facing these 33 tablets, he will have to reveal his true strength. It's suspicious, but the truth. Besides that, there is no other possible explanation. Lin Ming is strong, but his strength absolutely cannot reach such a degree. Now, the 33 Tao tablet tribulation he must withstand is different from the power of thunder. These Tao tablets are truly formed from the laws themselves. If Lin Ming has any treasure, that treasure will be useless from now on. It will be impossible for him to pull any more tricks. As everyone spoke, at this time, countless law runes began to appear around Lin Ming. These law runes had multi-hued colors, each color representing different laws. Moreover, the strangest thing was that these laws were immensely different from the laws currently existing in the divine realm. Lin Ming looked at those ever-changing law runes around him, a thoughtful look on his face. These law runes, they each represent the laws of the 33 layered heavens. Among these are laws of the essence gathering system, laws from the body transformation technique, and even laws from the divine dream law. This could be called all-encompassing. Lin Ming still didn't understand what the 33 layered heavens were. But now he had an extremely faint idea. The 33 layered heavens represented every single energy system in the universe, and also the fusion of every martial path's great Tao. If so, then only by perceiving the 33 layered heavens would he be able to walk down his road of martial arts and reach the peak. Colorful law runes gathered together, condensing into 33 Tao tablets. Each of these Tao tablets revolved within a brilliant divine light, exuding a vast and ancient aura. As these Tao tablets appeared, even the sea of thunder hid away. Bang! 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 The tablets struck each other, resonating through the world like a divine bell. This titanic sound struck the minds of everyone present, causing their heartbeat to accelerate. The Great Tribulation of Tao Tablets. This was where Dragon Fong had suffered defeat. Everyone thought that this step would also be where Lin Ming was defeated. In truth, the audiences guessed that Lin Ming had some thunder attribute protective treasure, although wrong was correct in a sense. Lin Ming did have an extraordinary resistance to heavenly tribulation of the thunder laws. Their speculations were wrong, but the result was more or less the same. Now that there was no longer thunder heavenly tribulation, it had truly become a great test to Lin Ming. Everyone, including Dragon Fong, looked up at Lin Ming. It was impossible for him to play any tricks here. Whoosh! 33 Tao tablets hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear. In this moment, he opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god tree erupted with a tide of energy. All of this energy came from the thunder tribulation he had absorbed. Thunder tribulation. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. The wild and frantic power of thunder tribulation struck the 33 Tao tablets, forming a net of electricity around them. As the 33 Tao tablets were struck by the thunder tribulation, although they didn't explode, their speed rapidly dropped and their light dimmed down. He can absorb thunder tribulation and use it to counterattack the Tao tablets. Xiao Daochild was floating not too far away from Lin Ming, and he was able to see all of this in clear detail. In his opinion, this was nearly impossible. Even the entire audience was stunned. Lin Ming's attack had exceeded all their expectations. He was even able to use heavenly tribulation. There was no time to think. Suddenly, there was a change in the formation of the 33 Tao tablets. With 3 Tao tablets as the center, the other 30 Tao tablets encircled them, each of their positions containing innumerable mysteries. This was actually a great array formation. Heavens! The 33 Tao tablets formed an array formation. How terrifying! This is something that not even Dragon Fong experienced. The scattered attacks of these Tao tablets are already so fierce. What will happen once they form a grand array formation? After forming the great array formation, even if it was the most basic variety, their striking power would at least double. Much less. One didn't need to be a genius to know that the stone tablets of the divine altar's 33rd step symbolized the might of heavenly tribulation. Just how high did the laws of heavenly tribulation exist at? Could the average person even begin to understand them? A great array formation naturally formed by the heavenly Tao laws would have an incomparable degree of exquisiteness and strength. If these 33 Tao tablets shot down like this, their might would reach ridiculously terrifying levels. Lin Ming's luck is too bad. He wasn't able to crush a Dao tablet at the start, much less now that they have formed an array formation. If he has an accident during this Dao tablet tribulation, then even his life might be in danger. This grand array formation contains infinite mysteries and secrets. I suspect that even a middle divine lord powerhouse wouldn't be able to live through it. An old man with a half-step world king cultivation said. This old man was an array formation grandmaster. As an array master, he was well aware of just how terrifying this 33 Dao tablet array formation was. What? Isn't that just too exaggerated? Then who could ever mount the divine seal altar? Just what sort of concept was a middle divine lord powerhouse? No matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming was, he was still only an early divine sea martial artist. In terms of strength, he could battle a late divine transformation powerhouse. But if he were to run into a divine lord martial artist, he would absolutely lose. Now, facing these 33 Dao tablets that not even a divine lord powerhouse could resist, the pressure could be imagined. It was an attack that absolutely could not be blocked. This level of difficulty had surpassed the boundary of the divine sea. Won't Senior Xiao Daochild stop the competition? Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Lin is already in the top 2 of the semifinals. There is no longer the need for him to take any more risks. The ancient Phoenix clan disciples were all worried. Even Hua Violent Stone had sweat dripping down his forehead as he steadily looked on at the divine seal altar. Qin Xingxuan's complexion was pale, and her beautiful apricot eyes were filled with tears. Hua Violent Stone clenched his teeth, saying, "This is no longer a question of ranking. Lin Ming wants to withstand this heavenly tribulation and challenge his limits on the divine seal altar." Hua Violent Stone could feel Lin Ming's blazing fighting spirit. It was impossible to stop him. He could only hope that Xiao Daochild would protect Lin Ming at the end. At this time, even the usually calm and leisurely Xiao Daochild was panicking. If Lin Ming truly chose to collide with these Dao tablets, then the eruption of energy in that moment might directly kill Lin Ming. Even if Xiao Daochild were to act then, even if he were to temporarily stop time, he still wouldn't make it. But he still couldn't end the competition early and save Lin Ming just because he was worried. Thus, he had no choice but to call upon the artifact spirit of the divine seal altar. Otherwise, if an unrivaled genius like Lin Ming were to die here, let alone his vast universe heavenly palace becoming a joke, that would be an unbelievably great loss to the divine realm's martial world. That was a charge that Xiao Daochild could not carry. Don't move. Leave everything to me. The divine seal altar's artifact spirit replied. At this time, the gray-clothed old man's concentration and eyes were completely honed in on Lin Ming, on guard against all dangers in this grave situation. The heavenly tribulation atop the divine seal altar could not be controlled. This was the concept of the 33 layered heavens inherently contained within the divine seal altar. If one wished to conquer the divine seal altar and mount the top, they naturally had to withstand this heavenly tribulation. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe chuckled as he saw Xiao Daochild and the gray-clothed old man on full alert. This 80,000-foot Dao tablet suppression slaughter has even Old Seal and Xiao Daochild frantically dancing around nervously. They are prepared to act at any given moment. Fine. Then I'll just sit back and enjoy the show, and see just what methods this Lin Ming has. After mistakenly speaking several times, Empyrean Vast Universe no longer casually speculated about Lin Ming. It was best to leave an exit for himself, otherwise he would lose all face. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 33 Dao tablets revolved, pressing down on Lin Ming like a massive spinning grinding pan. 3 Dao tablets served as the array heart, 9 Dao tablets spun around them, and 21 more Dao tablets served as the outer ring. As Lin Ming saw these Dao tablets rush towards him, he could faintly feel that this Dao tablet array formation was the concept of the 33 layered heavens. At the same time, he knew that it was impossible for him to forcefully resist this array formation. If it were to strike him, he would die a miserable death. The central 3 Dao tablets have different laws. They are the representatives of essence, energy, and divine. They symbolize body transformation, essence gathering, and soul forging, 3 different cultivation systems. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It was impossible for him to comprehend the entire concept of the 33-layered heavens. But he had crossed a 33-layered heavens ninefall with essence, energy, and soul cultivation. In the concept of the 33-layered heavens, those 3 central Tao tablets were the ones he could break. And those 3 Tao tablets were the core of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Then, I'll bet everything on this. At that moment, Lin Ming used his complete strength. Body transformation system. He opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, revolving the power of the supreme dragon bone. Essence gathering system. The heretical god force erupted. The blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Soul forging system. All of the divine dream energy that Lin Ming absorbed in the divine dream world, as well as his perfect gold grand mist battle spirit, was completely poured into his soul. In this moment, Lin Ming had reached an unprecedented level of power. 3 essences assembled together. Essence, energy, and divine, gathered as one. The phoenix blood spear suddenly swung out. The spear light aimed at the center of the 33-layered heavens Tao tablet array formation, hurtling towards it. In that instant, this blinding beam of light became the only color between the heavens and earth. That unstoppable spear light pierced through the 33-layered heavens array formation. Bang! Lin Ming felt his arm shake and the web of his palm crack open. The phoenix blood spear violently trembled. The law runes and divine dream marks that were buried within Lin Ming's flesh and blood, buried within his inner world, carved onto his bones and into his soul, began to release a dazzling brilliance. This brilliance began to shine together with the laws on the 3 Tao tablets. This was because the law runes on those Tao tablets came from the same source as the law runes buried within Lin Ming's body. Ka. In this incandescent divine light, massive golden cracks appeared on the 3 Tao tablets that served as the core. They were soon about to shatter. Broken? What? The heavenly Tao tablets are about to break. Amidst the cries of alarm, the 3 core Tao tablets of the 33-layered heavens array formation loudly burst apart, turning into countless law fragments that scattered in the world. The moment those 3 Tao tablets shattered, the 33-layered heavens array formation was also broken. The other 30 Tao tablets dimmed down, losing their luster before exploding. A terrifying wave of energy erupted outwards. In the end, Lin Ming had only destroyed the 3 central Tao tablets. Although they served as the core and the eye of the array formation, the other 30 Tao tablets could not be underestimated. With the energy system having collapsed, a savage and brutal energy shock wave swept out towards Lin Ming. Pong! Lin Ming's protective true essence shattered and a terrifying energy dove into his body. He had to resist this with his mortal body alone. For a time, Lin Ming's skin ruptured all over, blood covering his entire body. He had been seriously wounded. Even if Lin Ming cultivated essence, energy, and divine, and had gathered 3 essences in that final moment to block the energy shockwaves, he had still been severely injured. However, at this moment, what the billions of people spectating cared about was not Lin Ming's serious wounds, but the fact that a 33-layered heavens array formation that even a divine lord powerhouse couldn't resist was actually broken by him. How was this possible? The audience went crazy. Could Lin Ming's strength actually have reached the boundary of a middle or late divine lord powerhouse? For an early divine sea youth to battle a middle or late divine lord powerhouse, that is an accomplishment that would even throw away young Empyreans by 108,000 miles. That cannot be, that is impossible. No one can ignore 2 large boundaries of the divine transformation and divine lord realms to defeat their opponent. This is something that already surpasses the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming absolutely cannot have the strength of a divine lord powerhouse. My guess is that in the moment that Tao tablet array formation was about to strike him, he managed to perceive the mysteries of that array formation and then broke through it. With his knowledge, he used a clever method and broke past the enemy lines. Ignorant little child, what do you know? As the array formation grandmaster heard these young elites discussing amongst themselves, he was stirred into a raging anger. Break apart that Tao tablet array formation? Do you know how many mysteries or countless lore runes were contained with that array formation? I have simply never seen anything on that level before. If one wished to perceive its mysteries, let alone the likes of me, even a great world king array master might not understand it if they spent a great deal of time. Do you think that Lin Ming actually comprehended it? Speaking of array formations, many array formation grandmasters were incomparably excited and frazzled. Just now, they couldn't even understand a little bit of that array formation. If Lin Ming were able to comprehend and break through it in such a short period of time, then what meaning was there for them to keep on living? The spectators were all furiously arguing with each other. Most of them thought that it was impossible for Lin Ming's strength to reach the Divine Lord realm, and that he must have comprehended the mysteries behind the Tao tablet array formation and then broken through using some trick. But there was a small group, mainly comprised of array masters, that refused to acknowledge the possibility that Lin Ming had broken through that array formation. As for how Lin Ming had passed this test, they didn't know. They only knew that it was impossible for him to break past that array formation. How old was Lin Ming? How high was his cultivation? Even these professional array masters could not instantly find the method to break through that unfathomable array formation. To think that was simply an insult to their life's profession. Even in their dreams they would never have imagined that of the lore runes engraved onto those 33 Tao tablets. A considerable part of them resonated with Lin Ming's 33-layered Heaven's Ninefall. The heavenly Tao laws had already buried themselves in Lin Ming's flesh, blood, and marrow, becoming a part of his being. Lin Ming seems like he's heavily wounded. As everyone was arguing with each other, some people noticed Lin Ming's current condition. He was indeed heavily injured. The bone of his right arm had fractured and it was now hanging uselessly by his side. His entire body was bathed in blood and there was not an unmarred area on him. He had also consumed a great deal of his true essence. Lin Ming was now relying on just his left hand to grab onto the stone cliff of the divine seal altar. He slowly breathed in and out, catching his breath. But, on the divine seal altar, a powerful Empyrean pressure enveloped the entire area, and the chaotic power of divinity could attack from anywhere at any time. Wanting to rest in this situation was easier said than done. Lin Ming took a deep breath, circulating the power of the supreme dragon bone. His right arm emitted light crackling sounds as it adjusted and began joining back together. This was a terrifying regenerative ability. Even those that had seen it before were still startled. But the wounds this time were different from ordinary wounds. These were wounds created by the heavenly Tao. No matter how amazing Lin Ming's life force was, it was still impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Lin Ming waved his hand, causing heaven and earth origin energy to surge. The torn clothes hanging off of him instantly changed. Lin Ming's clothes were basically formed from energy right now. It was much more convenient. Wearing snow-white clothes, Lin Ming lightly flicked his finger and took out a pill from his spatial ring. Swallowing it. Lin Ming took a pill. Is this his first time taking a pill? Yes, this is the first time. This monstrous genius has persisted all the way until now before he finally took his first pill. It's really unimaginable just what sort of strength he has. That's good. At least we know this boy is still human. He actually has a point when he can't keep going and has to take a pill. Some young disciples joked around. That previous scene of Lin Ming breaking through the Tao tablet tribulation was far too shocking. He didn't seem human at all. After eating the pill, Lin Ming felt some trouble in suppressing the injuries within his body. Even the process of revolving his true essence had been affected. There is a trace of ill toxins, but it's within a bearable range. Lin Ming thought to himself. It wasn't forbidden to take pills on the divine seal altar, but although taking pills could restore one's strength and cure wounds, it would actually bring with it pill toxins. If a martial artist relied on pills to restore themselves, they wouldn't be able to return to their peak condition. The law attacks of the 33-layered heavens are truly unusual. The wounds left in my body are extremely difficult to heal. Lin Ming faintly frowned. Climbing to the summit of the divine seal altar was something he might not be able to accomplish even in his peak state. If he was injured, then it would be even more difficult. This is... Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he suddenly looked around him. After he defeated the 33 Dao tablets, the Dao tablets had shattered into countless law runes. Now, these law runes were all floating around Lin Ming. Each and every one of the multi-hued law runes was incomparably mysterious. These were treasures of the heavenly Dao that had long been cut off from the divine realm. They lightly resonated with the law runes hidden deep within Lin Ming's body. These are law fragments of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. These will be greatly beneficial to me, Lin Ming suddenly thought. At the same time, he simultaneously revolved the power of essence, energy, and divine. The scattered power of divinity around Lin Ming began to move, forming a vortex around him. As for those law fragments, they were caught in this vortex. They slowly fluttered towards Lin Ming, where he greedily absorbed them all. After these law fragments entered Lin Ming's body, they branded themselves onto his flesh and blood, marking his organs and bones. They even entered Lin Ming's inner world, becoming world runes, or penetrated into Lin Ming's soul, becoming soul marks. A massive amount of law fragments began to resonate and corroborate with the laws already existing in Lin Ming's body. In that instant, he obtained a great deal of comprehensions. The concept of the 33-layered heavens became much clearer, and the path of essence, energy, and divine cultivation became that much clearer. Lin Ming absorbed the law fragments. He can even absorb the law fragments of the 33-layered heavens? As this scene fell into everyone's eyes, all of them were dumbfounded, especially Dragon Fong. He had climbed up to the same height as Lin Ming and had personally experienced the explosive killing strike of those 33 Dao tablets. Thus, he was extremely clear about how strange these laws were. Even though Dragon Fong possessed the 3 lives pupils and could clearly see the circulatory path of the laws, he still couldn't break through them. Wanting to absorb them was impossible. How did Lin Ming accomplish this? Dragon Fong couldn't understand just what was happening. In the aspect of laws, with the 3 lives pupils, he was able to look down at all his peers. But now, in terms of the concept of the 33-layered heavens, he was actually utterly inferior to Lin Ming. After the 33 Dao tablets exploded, those law runes had scattered everywhere like an endlessly sparkling cloud of stars. Lin Ming created a vortex of the power of divinity, using a full hour to fully absorb all of these law fragments. Although no one knew just how Lin Ming did what he did, what they could confirm was that he had just gained inestimable benefits. Even if those advantages couldn't immediately be converted to combat strength, it would be greatly useful to his future growth. Normally, when a genius climbed up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar, they had to withstand layers upon layers of trials and tribulations, endless suffering and torment. But when Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal altar, he was actually gaining great benefits again and again. This caused everyone to feel a deep sense of envy. A true genius was always growing. The so-called specter of destiny was that when all conditions were the same, those things that others couldn't use could actually be used by the destiny blessed. Those things that couldn't be obtained by others could actually be obtained. When others died in the dangers of mystic realms, a true genius gifted by destiny would be able to overcome all obstacles, using their methods to turn danger into glory. They would be able to escape to the heavens and even capture treasures in return. This was destiny. It was a fundamentally different concept from luck. After absorbing the numerous law fragments, Lin Ming felt the wounds in his body slightly restore themselves. Still, his body was in a bad condition and his true essence was only at 70% of its peak. Without 2 or 3 days of peaceful rest, it would be extremely difficult to recover. Ku! Lin Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. The white clothes he transformed from energy were dyed a bright red, brilliant and dazzling. Lin Ming's wounds were indeed heavy. However, he simply wiped the blood from his mouth and continued forwards. Everyone could see that Lin Ming was already heavily wounded and his body was still wet with blood. That combusting inferno of blood vitality that reached into the heavens had also weakened a great deal by now. If he wanted to truly reach the top of the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step, that might be impossibly difficult. Even so, Lin Ming didn't reveal the least bit of hesitation or thought of retreat. Instead, he marched forwards with daring courage and unstoppable momentum. This spirit, this indomitable will, left everyone startled. Even Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, who had always been worried for Lin Ming, were cheering for him, hoping that he would climb up as high as he could. This brat, he actually cultivates essence, energy, and divine. Empyrean vast universe sucked in a deep breath, no longer knowing what to say. When Lin Ming broke through the array formation, he had clearly seen the entire process. Others might not recognize the gathering of three essences, but how could Empyrean vast universe not see it? There's no need to speak of the essence gathering system and body transformation system, but where did he learn the divine dream law? Isn't the divine dream law something that only those from your divine dream, heavenly palace know of? Empyrean vast universe looked towards Empyrean divine dream. Empyrean divine dream shook her head. The world is broad and boundless. The divine dream law might not be an inheritance that only my divine dream heavenly palace possesses. Currently, in the entire divine realm, only my divine dream heavenly palace has the divine dream law. But in ancient times, who can be sure that no others thoroughly comprehended the soul forging system? If Lin Ming found the inheritance of some unrivaled powerhouse who cultivated the soul forging system, then it wouldn't be strange if he understood the divine dream law. But Empyrean vast universe frowned. Although Empyrean divine dream's suggestion was reasonable, it was still something hard to accept. In Empyrean vast universe's view, if all this were true, then Lin Ming's destiny and talent were far too heaven-defying. First, he had found the inheritance of Empyrean Primordius and had dual cultivated in body and energy, and then he also found the inheritance of an ancient soul-forging Supreme Elder, finally learning to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. And not just that, but Lin Ming also came into contact with the concept of the 33-layered heavens somewhere. Time slowly passed. At this point, Lin Ming had already spent a bit over half a day climbing up the last step of the Divine Seal altar. That was around 12 to 14 hours. Above the 80,000-foot height of the Divine Seal altar, the Sea of Thunder had parted and dispersed. Now, there was only an increasingly chaotic power of divinity. This power of divinity was wild and raging, recklessly washing over Lin Ming's body. Of the power of divinity 80,000 feet high, while Lin Ming could absorb a small part of it, a great deal still crashed into his protective true essence. Sometimes it would even shatter his true essence with an explosive bang and leave behind a wound. Slowly, these wounds began to gather. The new clothes Lin Ming formed were torn apart once more. As Lin Ming climbed up, his skin and flesh would crack apart. And then, underneath the powerful support of his restorative ability, it would regenerate once more, before splitting apart, regenerating, and continuing like this over and over again. It was unknown how many wounds Lin Ming received or how much blood he lost. But every time he changed his clothes, they would be immediately stained with blood. Everyone even suspected that Lin Ming's blood was soon about to dry up. It was hard to imagine how much he was suffering. In this state, Lin Ming still climbed up one step at a time. He finally reached 90,000 feet high. Because Lin Ming was constantly stimulating his true essence to support his protective true essence and also to activate the dragon bone to ceaselessly regenerate his body, he only had 60% of his true essence left. At this time, changes appeared around Lin Ming once more. A surging power of divinity roared into the skies. As the streams of the power of divinity struck each other, they gathered together, condensing and forming faint phantoms of powerhouses. These phantoms had fuzzy facial features, and they were as tall as an ordinary person. They each held different weapons in their hands. These were actually life forms created by energy. It's here again. Lin Ming took a deep breath, steadying himself. His current state was very poor. The audience also noticed this. Lin Ming was approaching his limit. With only 60% of his true essence left, the combat strength he could display was limited. A person's power was not limitless after all. Could Lin Ming pass this trial? At 80,000 feet, Lin Ming had been able to create a miracle. But now, he had exhausted a great deal of his strength and was no longer able to display the same power as before. If he wanted to continue past this, that might be far too difficult. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. This might be his last battle. But, for an early divine sea martial artist to reach 90,000 feet, that was already an accomplishment great enough to be recorded in the annals of history. The power of divinity in the sky constantly gathered, forming new phantoms, for a total of 33 figures. These 33 life forms formed by power of divinity were the great tribulation of 90,000 feet. Lin Ming swept his eyes over all these phantoms and discovered that every single one of them was releasing a different aura. Among them, Lin Ming could sense the core three people released a distinct aura completely similar to essence gathering, body transformation, and soul forging. The essence gathering phantom martial artist had an early divine transformation cultivation. The body transformation phantom martial artist had already opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. As for the final soul-forging phantom martial artist, Lin Ming couldn't see just what boundary he had reached. These phantoms all practiced a single type of cultivation system, for a total of 33 people. These are all geniuses formed by the heavenly Tao. I have to defeat all 33 of them. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear. If he wanted to deal with all 33 phantoms, the difficulty could be imagined. The divine seal altar is truly abnormally difficult. It's normal if he loses here, and a miracle if he wins. Rather, it would be a miracle of miracles. As everyone was speaking, there was a loud explosive sound as a deep killing intent erupted, flooding out like a vast ocean, sweeping through the world. From the 3 core figures of those 33 phantoms, a phantom holding a golden scepter rushed towards Lin Ming. This phantom was tall and sturdy. Although it was nothing more than an energy phantom, Lin Ming could still feel its crazy blood vitality, shooting straight into the stars. This was a body transformation system master. It had already connected the threshold of life and death and had opened all 8 inner hidden gates. The next step would have been the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A vast sea of energy poured into that golden scepter, causing it to release a brilliant radiance like a rising sun, as if it would sanctify the world. This is astral essence? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. According to the ancient texts that Mo Eversnow had translated from the incomplete bone shard he had bought before, astral essence was the energy used in the body transformation system. It corresponded to true essence in the essence gathering system and spirit essence in the soul forging system. Astral essence. Then let me see just what sort of power there is after cultivating it. Lin Ming collided with the golden phantom. He was no longer in his best state and could not hold back any strength. He had to give his everything from the start and take initiative in battle. He needed to kill several of these phantoms or he would definitely lose soon after. Heretical God Force. 8 inner hidden gates. Divine dream marks. Lin Ming immediately summoned all 3 systems of essence, energy, and divine, bringing them to their peak. 3 essences gathered as one. A spear shot out, bringing together the crazy and wild power of divinity in the surroundings and containing the invincible might of the heavenly Tao. The current Lin Ming, by relying on his understandings of the concept of the 33-layered heavens, and in addition to the numerous law runes he had absorbed, was able to control the power of divinity to a certain degree. The phoenix blood spear struck the golden scepter. The expected collision did not happen. Instead, that golden phantom crashed into Lin Ming's body and exploded. A brilliant light swallowed up the entire area. Underneath this blazing golden light, Lin Ming's body burned, his entire body bathed in blood. These are not true martial artists, but forms created by heavenly tribulation. I am not meant to battle them. I can only withstand the impact of their energy. Originally, Lin Ming thought that he would have to fight against these phantom martial artists. But he never thought he would have to bear the brunt of their impact just like thunder tribulation. Only now, these phantom martial artists formed from the power of divinity and condensed laws were many times more powerful than the previous thunder tribulation. Who? Lin Ming felt his own blood sizzling, his flesh cracking apart as his skin was scorched black. Even his organs were tumbling around underneath this violent attack. That golden phantom had been an amalgamation of the body transformation laws. Thus its attack was a tribulation of the body. The phantom that held the golden scepter had made a connection between the threshold of life and death, and had opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. Its attainments in body transformation were much higher than Lin Ming's. If Lin Ming couldn't withstand this attack, then he would be burnt to smoke and ash. And even if he did withstand it, he would be too heavily injured. The following 32 tribulations would be impossible for him to cross. At this moment, there was the resonant roar of a dragon. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared. All of his bones began to emit explosive popping sounds. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, immediately washing away all of that golden energy. Although Lin Ming's body transformation boundary was a level lower than the Golden Scepter Phantom martial artists, he had still absorbed the supreme dragon bone. This had caused his body to take on attributes of a god beast, just barely allowing him to cross this tribulation. Puff! Lin Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body wavered as he kept himself up with his will. Lin Ming had to climb up the Divine Seal altar. He could already feel that this Divine Seal altar was a great lucky chance. It was highly likely that the concept of the 33-layered heavens was a secret related to the peak of martial arts. If he couldn't take advantage of this opportunity laid out in front of him and expand his comprehension, then he might not have such a lucky chance in the future. He withstood it. He's simply like a god beast in human form. It's far too abnormal. If an ordinary martial artist had to withstand such a tribulation, they would have died long ago. It's too bizarre. Just then, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared behind him. I fear that his body has already fused with a portion of a god beast's body. But there are still 32 heavenly tribulations coming, and this is at 90,000 feet. Just how will he continue onwards? And on the side of the Ancient Phoenix Clan and Ancient Dragon Clan, as they saw that Azure Dragon Phantom appear behind Lin Ming, they inevitably suspected that during the trip into the God Beast Mystic Realm, the missing Supreme Dragon Bone had likely been obtained by Lin Ming. This boy! How did he do it? Hua Violent Stone could not even begin to imagine what had happened. At that time, numerous geniuses had entered the God Beast Mystic Realm, and Lin Ming's strength had been on the weaker end of them. The Ancient Dragon Clan especially had sent out many disciples that were led by the previous Dragon One. Compared to the current Dragon One, the past Dragon One was at least 2 times more formidable. If Lin Ming had been placed in front of him at that time, there was no way he would have been able to run. So how could he have actually obtained the Supreme Dragon Bone? Hua Violent Stone was puzzled, and the Ancient Dragon Clan could only stomach this grievance. Lin Ming was currently at the height of his glory. With his performance so far, not even a great world king Holy Land would dare to move against him, much less their Ancient Dragon Clan. As for Dragon One's death, they couldn't be sure that event was related to Lin Ming. At that time, Lin Ming had simply been far too weak, and he didn't possess the strength to kill Dragon One. It might have been that Dragon One died under the onslaught of the Mystic Realm demons. Hanging onto the cliffs of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming looked up. At this time, he could see the second heavenly tribulation phantom rushing towards him. This phantom had the vague shape of a woman. Its attack became a beautiful beam of purple light, surrounded by countless mysterious runes. This was a soul-forging martial artist, a law phantom of the soul-forging system. What it aimed at was the soul. A divine light covered Lin Ming, and his entire body was bathed in a purple brilliance. His entire divine soul was placed in this heavenly tribulation, undergoing a brutal baptism. The pain of a burning soul was 100 times more intense than the rupturing of the body. Lin Ming paled as his pupils widened. He felt as if his head would explode at any moment. The pain of his soul being torn and burnt was utterly agonizing. Grand Mist Battle Spirit! Lin Ming shouted out. At this time, a dark golden stream of light shot out from between his eyebrows, piercing through the skies like a divine sword. The purple sea of light was split in half by this divine sword. As everyone saw this, they were all incomparably shocked. That is a perfect gold battle spirit. Not only is it a perfect gold battle spirit, but it also possesses an extremely mysterious attribute. Terrifying. This battle spirit is something that not even a divine Lord Realm powerhouse might have. To use a sword of will to split apart that purple sea. Just what kind of colossal power is that? A battle spirit was the manifestation of a martial artist's will. The moment that the Grand Mist Spirit howled out, the second heavenly tribulation, the purple-clothed woman condensed from the laws of the soul-forging system, was defeated by Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's head was in debilitating pain, his soul had safely crossed this tribulation. But before he could catch his breath, the third phantom, the divine transformation realm martial artist that represented the essence gathering system, came flying down. This was a blue phantom, carried a savage sword in its hand. As it hurtled towards Lin Ming, a wave of killing intent surged forth with it like a tide. The third tribulation. Bang! The blue-clothed phantom broke into Lin Ming's inner world, a tribulation of the essence gathering system. If this had occurred to someone before the divine sea realm, this tribulation would have entered their dantian and shattered their revolving core. But after reaching the divine sea, this tribulation would instead explode into a martial artist's inner world and cause the entire world to collapse. Facing this great tribulation within his inner world, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, flooding it all without reservation into the heretical god tree. Grow for me, heretical god tree. Even if Lin Ming's entire body was dripping with blood, his flesh and skin were cracked to pieces, and even his soul and divine sense had suffered a dangerous attack, he still didn't give up. Within his inner world, the heretical god tree that stabilized that world began to crazily grow. Countless branches and leaves extended outwards, welcoming the impact of this blue light. Puff, puff, puff. The blue light was completely wrapped up by the heretical god tree, and the branches of the heretical god tree were in turn broken by the incomparably sharp and violent energy. However, these broken branches did not wither away. Instead, they returned to the heretical god tree where they grew out once more. Lin Ming's entire body was enveloped within the phantom of this divine tree. The energy within his body seemed like a vast ocean, endless and turbulent. The blue energy was constantly swallowed up and melted away. Even though Lin Ming's ruined body no longer seemed human at all, the fires of life continued to blaze like an inferno. Bang! The blue light vanished. The third tribulation had been defeated by Lin Ming. He withstood it. The Azure Dragon Phantom, the perfect gold battle spirit with a strange attribute, and even that final divine tree phantom. Each one of these phenomena represents a secret on Lin Ming's body. Just how did he grow to this level? His body has fused with the body of God Beast. He has an incomparably formidable will, and he even has some incomprehensibly mysterious inheritance. With this all added up, it's completely within reason for him to climb up 90,000 feet. This is a genius of the divine realm encountered only once every million years. He has a high chance of becoming an Empyrean in the future. Many high-level figures were discussing this in the reserved seats. Lin Ming wasn't like Dragon Fong, suddenly exposing a certain aspect of his talent and shocking the world. Instead, as time passed, he slowly exposed various aspects of his ability. His talent left everyone bewildered. With these factors added up together, his potential now even surpassed Dragon Fong's. After Lin Ming withstood these three heavenly tribulations, the remaining phantoms rushed towards him. 9 phantoms, each one condensed from the laws. If these phantoms were alone, then each one would be inferior to those 3 phantoms from before. But with 9 of them added together, their strength was 3 times greater than the 3 phantoms from before. The tribulation that Lin Ming would have to withstand was far more terrifying. The heretical god tree crazily grew. The azure dragon roared out into the heavens. The sword of will formed from the grand mist battle spirit recklessly slashed out. As each heavenly tribulation fell, Lin Ming's number of wounds increased. His body, his will, and his inner world far surpassed those of martial artists of the same level. But in the process of withstanding such an impact, even he felt as if he would collapse soon. Xiao Daochild floating in the skies and the gray-clothed old man in the divine seal altar were both on edge, prepared to save Lin Ming the moment he broke. However, although Lin Ming was teetering on the edges of his limit, he still struggled to fight. Within Lin Ming's body, the powers of essence, energy, and divine constantly gathered. With each strike, unconsciously, the three energies actually had a faint trend of fusing together. The laws of the 33-layered heavens all evolved from the foundation of essence, energy, and divine. They were the basis. As Lin Ming climbed up the divine seal altar, he absorbed a massive amount of the power of divinity. And the power of divinity he absorbed was the three energies fused together. Others couldn't use it, but Lin Ming actually could. When Lin Ming had shattered the 33 Dao tablets and absorbed the law fragments of the 33-layered heavens, at that time he also began to slowly fuse with the triple fused energy he had absorbed. Body transformation runes fused into his flesh and blood. Soul-forging runes fused into his soul. Essence-gathering runes fused into his inner world. The different law runes he absorbed began to go to their respective domains. Even the law runes he absorbed during Ninefall began to truly integrate into his body. By absorbing the power of divinity, law runes, and the concept of the 33-layered heavens, within the tattered Lin Ming, his body, soul, and inner world were being imperceptibly transformed. This was a qualitative change that no one was able to detect. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of the 9 heavenly tribulations gathered together, violently exploding. In that instant, an endless divine light swallowed up the world, blinding everyone's eyes. Lin Ming's body was submerged within. A wisp of light in the blaze of the sun, instantly lost. The earth trembled. Giant fissures appeared in the great mountains that held the audience, and even the void seemed to break down. Too terrifying. Who can still live through such an explosion? The divine light persisted for 10 breaths of time before slowly fading away, and the divine seal altar calmed down once again. Everyone frantically focused their eyes. At this time, Lin Ming's situation was poor to the extreme. Lin Ming's body had originally been soaked with blood, but now even that wet blood had been cooked dry and his body was black and withered as if he had been burned on the pyre. There were many deep wounds on his body that exposed bone, and even those originally shining white bones had been burnt black by the dazzling divine light. Even Lin Ming's soul had dimmed down and his life force seemed to have faded away. Lin Ming died. Died? That's impossible. That is utter nonsense. How could such an extraordinary genius die here in a competition? That would simply be the greatest joke of all time. No one could accept that. Lin Ming had created miracles again and again, and even if his strength was lacking, there was still Xiao Daochild here. So how could Lin Ming die? Lin Ming! Qin Xingxuan nearly fainted. Little sister, don't panic. Look at Senior Xiao Daochild, he still hasn't moved. Mu Qianyu was also extremely worried at this time, and she was barely keeping calm. From time to time she would sweep her eyes over Xiao Daochild. Although Xiao Daochild had an extremely dignified expression at this moment and he appeared to have almost moved several times, he finally didn't take action. This proved that the situation was still within his control and that Lin Ming was still living. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone that cared about Lin Ming felt their hearts jump into their throats. As for those that hated him, such as Nether Limitless and the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, they all hoped Lin Ming would die here. Ka-ka-ka. With a crisp snapping sound, cracks began to appear all over Lin Ming's body. The coal-like skin and flesh fell down, revealing a new layer of jade-like crystal-clear flesh. Lin Ming's eyes snapped open. In that moment, the entire universe seemed to be reflected his dark, bright pupils, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of the world as if he could see through all laws. Lin Ming was alive. Lin Ming! Qin Xingxuan's eyes were wet with tears. This damned brat! Does he want to scare me to death? Hua Violent Stone shouted out, finally relaxing. In fact, just a moment ago, he had felt that Lin Ming's life force had hidden deep within his body as if it were experiencing some hibernating state, going through some sort of transformation. But now that Lin Ming was truly awake, Hua Violent Stone was relieved. He didn't die even after 9 levels of heavenly tribulation exploded on him? Forget about him dying. Haven't you discovered that his flesh and blood, and even his bones and hair have received an all-new life? How is that even possible? A human's regenerative ability was limited. Even if a body transformation martial artist reached an extremely high boundary and the power of their blood energy was incomparably formidable, it was still impossible for them to instantly restore their wounds. For someone like Lin Ming, who had such heavy wounds, no matter how strong his restorative abilities were, it would still take a day or two to fully heal. Moreover, in the recovery process he would have to consume a great deal of precious medicinal herbs and a massive amount of energy. The current situation in front of them had gone beyond any sort of common sense. That's right. How could he obtain new life? It's like his body was reforged. This sort of situation would only appear if he swallowed up a transcendent divine might. Everyone felt this was unbelievable. But at this time, some people discovered something different about Lin Ming. As for how he was different, they actually couldn't say. Lin Ming's aura has changed. What is going on here? He broke through to the Middle Divine Sea Realm. Middle Divine Sea Realm? Everyone swept their senses through Lin Ming's inner world, and to their shock they discovered that he had reached the Middle Divine Sea Realm. The Middle Divine Sea Realm, the same as Dragonfang. The difference was that Dragonfang was at the peak of the Middle Divine Sea Realm and Lin Ming had just entered it. But, with Lin Ming's foundation, he would rapidly consolidate his cultivation. It wouldn't be long before he also reached the peak of the Middle Divine Sea Realm. If it was said that Lin Ming had suffered a great disadvantage during the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting because of his cultivation, then now he had made up a great part of that disparity. Even the Empyrean descendant, Xiao Moxian, was also at the Middle Divine Sea Realm. The moment that those 9 heavenly tribulations had crashed down, all of the law fragments within Lin Ming completely fused into his body. The heretical god tree absorbed a great deal of energy and also helped to expand Lin Ming's inner world. In addition to all his previous accumulations, he had successfully stepped into the Middle Divine Sea Realm. However, what people didn't know was that the benefits Lin Ming had obtained just now weren't simply limited to just entering the Middle Divine Sea Realm. In that baptism of heavenly tribulation, the 3 energies of essence, energy, and divine within Lin Ming's body had begun to faintly fuse together. After the law runes buried themselves into his soul, body, and inner world, Lin Ming's aura and physique were completely different from how they were before. If Lin Ming had only been aware of the concept of the 33-layered heavens before, then now he had truly stepped through the great gates of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Lin Ming's current aura, if described with mortal words, was the aura of a god. However, this was still extremely light, nearly completely negligible. It was impossible for the audience, who didn't understand the concept of the 33-layered heavens, to understand all that had just happened. Even the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit couldn't see through all this. After all, the gray-clothed old man was formed from a soul fragment of a god-beast and a fragment of the true ancient Divine Seal Altar artifact spirit. It was not the complete ancient Divine Seal Altar artifact spirit. Thus there were great inherent flaws and missing sections in its understanding of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. If Lin Ming were to display all of his secrets in front of the gray-clothed old man, then he could naturally detect all of this. But Lin Ming certainly wouldn't do something like that. Lin Ming made a breakthrough at the most critical moment. Now Lin Ming and Dragonfang have the same cultivation. He really might climb past 90,000 feet. That is too terrifying. Of the 33 heavenly tribulations of 90,000 feet, first time would come 3, second time would come 9, and third time would come all remaining 21. These 21 heavenly tribulation phantoms spread out around Lin Ming, rushing towards him together. Space shook. The overwhelming momentum was awe-inspiring. Even from a great distance away, the audience could still feel the terrifying strength contained within this attack. The 9 heavenly tribulations were already so formidable, but now it was 21 of them together. Everyone kept their eyes glued onto Lin Ming. Lin Ming had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation, like a phoenix rebirthing through the flames of nirvana. At the precipice of death, he had found the path to survival. In this situation, Lin Ming was undoubtedly even more formidable. Now, all of them wanted to see just how strong Lin Ming had become. They wanted to see with their own eyes how Lin Ming would withstand these final 21 heavenly tribulations. It's here. This divine seal altar is really my lucky chance. When I crossed a 33-layered heaven's ninefall, that corresponded to the laws of the 33-layered heavens. Facing the bombardment of these 21 heavenly tribulations, Lin Ming did not wield his spear. Instead, he pushed the three energies within his body to the limit, directly withstanding the impact of these 21 heavenly tribulation phantoms. Good heavens! He's forcefully resisting it. There's no other way to do it. Although these phantoms are in the shape of human martial artists, after they make their attack, they completely dissipate into explosive energies. These attacks cannot be blocked. Energy swept out. A divine light lit up the heavens. 21 heavenly tribulations completely crashed into Lin Ming, rumbling into his body. His soul, body, and inner world were forced to withstand a baptism of heavenly tribulation once more. Of essence, energy, and divine, there were 7 heavenly tribulations aimed at each. Despite Lin Ming having broken through into the middle divine sea, becoming much stronger, it was not easy for him to withstand this heavenly tribulation at all. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the azure dragon and heretical god tree appeared once more. The sword of will came slashing down. The intense battle continued for several dozen breaths of time. Finally, the divine light gradually dissipated and the world was restored to serenity. Lin Ming's crystal-clear reformed flesh was ruined once more, and his entire body was again stained with blood. Even though almost all of his bones were broken, he was still brightly smiling. He had finally crossed the great tribulation of 90,000 feet. Originally, he was doomed to be defeated. But at the most critical moment he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and stepped into the middle divine sea realm. Through this tribulation, not only did that happen, but Lin Ming also obtained other great benefits. Through a baptism of heavenly tribulation, the three energies within his body began to fuse together. During the semifinals on the divine seal altar, although the lucky chance Lin Ming found here was inferior to him crossing his 33-layered heaven's ninefall, the difference wasn't too great. He finally crossed 90,000 feet. He's truly unstoppable. Lin Ming might really mount the summit. At this time, if Lin Ming could truly reach the summit, then although many people would be shocked, they would no longer be surprised. Lin Ming hadn't yet broken through the middle divine sea realm when he passed the tribulation at 80,000 feet. But now that he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation and broke through 90,000 feet, it wouldn't be strange for him to reach the top. I have no idea. Who can say what will happen after 90,000 feet? All legends will be broken by him. Although this is only a possibility, what follows now will be recorded down in history. At this time, the atmosphere in the martial field was extremely heated. Many people were wildly discussing amongst themselves. The ancient Phoenix clan's disciples were all zealously excited. They never imagined that there would be a day that someone from their clan would break apart the myths left behind by an Empyrean heavenly palace. On the divine seal altar, Lin Ming was actually deaf to the waves of cheers erupting around him like an endless tide. He hung onto the jagged stone cliffs 90,000 feet high and slowly adjusted his breathing. One of his arms gently swayed by his side. With a light crackling sound, his arm that had been shattered by heavenly tribulation slowly restored itself to its original state. His body also slowly regenerated. Now, Lin Ming's wounds weren't considered too heavy. After several more quarter hours, he would be able to restore himself to a reasonable state. After experiencing this heavenly tribulation, my battle spirit is nearing the blue soul boundary. After my mortal body was baptized, even if my body didn't have the supreme dragon bone or phoenix blood, my martial talent would still far surpass an ordinary genius. Moreover, my body's defensive power has also risen to another level. Lin Ming examined his entire body. The benefits in climbing the divine seal altar were reflected in every aspect of Lin Ming. To others, climbing the divine seal altar was a grueling and miserable trial, filled with pain and suffering. But Lin Ming was verifying the laws gained during his ninefall. To him, this entire journey was an extreme lucky chance. Now, his only goal was to reach the top, to climb up without hesitating, putting forth the final dregs of his strength and reaching the peak of the 33rd step. It was said that if one climbed the ancient divine seal altar, they would be able to take a step into divinity. That was by no means empty talk. By reaching the summit, the triple baptism would bring immeasurable benefits to one's soul, body, and inner world, helping to fuse together that person's essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming's current foundation was too shallow. Even if the true ancient divine seal altar were placed right in front of him, he would not be able to climb up it at the level he was at now. As for this replica divine seal altar, it was far simpler. It had a wisp of the true divine seal altar's concepts. This replica was one that completely suited him. How could he not grasp this opportunity laid out before him? Step by step, trudging forwards, constantly climbing up, Lin Ming's path was steady and solid. After 90,000 feet, there was no longer heavenly tribulation, nor was there the power of divinity. All that was here was a strange and phantasmal kind of power. As Lin Ming climbed up, he felt as if he had been isolated from the world, where he had entered a completely different time-space. In this space, the entire area was flooded with a strange energy. It was something Lin Ming had never felt before. As Lin Ming climbed up here, he didn't feel any pressure at all. This caused him to feel extremely strange. By all reasoning, it should become more difficult the higher it was. Could it be that this strange space is only an illusion? Did I fall into the maze of an illusory enchantment? Lin Ming suddenly thought this, but he immediately felt it was improbable. From the start until now, the tests of the divine seal altar had been permeated with the concept of the 33-layered heavens. A martial artist's essence, energy, and divine were the three aspects being tested. As for something like an illusionary magic array, that was something a bit too unorthodox. It was too far off from the source laws and shouldn't appear on the 33rd step. As Lin Ming was thinking that all this was strange, the audience was also confused. Isn't Lin Ming climbing up a bit too easily? It doesn't look like he's having any troubles. A martial artist whispered. Don't be an idiot. Whatever tribulation Lin Ming is experiencing is beyond our imaginations. It's just that you can't see it. If you were to stand at his height, you would instantly die a horrible death. That's right, you think it looks simple, but the dangers are inconceivable. And this is Lin Ming. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to stay there for a single breath of time. Many young disciples were rapidly discussing with each other, their words filled with awe and respect. When Lin Ming passed through the tribulations at 80,000 feet and 90,000 feet, it had filled many of these young disciples with admiration towards Lin Ming, taking him as their shining idol. It was indeed easy for Lin Ming to win the hearts and minds of these young martial artists. This was because Lin Ming's background was the most ordinary out of all these geniuses. He didn't even come from a World King Holy Land. In terms of potential, he completely outclassed all Empyrean descendants of vast universe Heavenly Palace for the last 2 million years. He was truly an inspiration to everyone present. As these young Lin maniacs stared at Lin Ming, they knew that even if their own background wasn't the best, there was still the opportunity that they could one day stand on the highest stage of the divine realm and become a peak master. Lin Ming was the prime example of this. What is at the final 10,000 feet of the divine seal altar? Some people asked from the reserved seating section. These high-level figures were filled with curiosity towards the mysteries of the final 10,000 feet. However, the divine seal altar was mostly kept deep within vast universe Heavenly Palace and was only occasionally taken out for the first martial meeting. And even then, the highest the participants of the first martial meeting had ever climbed to was the 32nd step. Thus, no one knew just what lay within the final 10,000 feet, not even the world kings present. I know a bit, a dark-clothed old man suddenly said, attracting the eyes of everyone in the hall. Oh, Elder Zhou, you know? I'm originally from Vast Universe World and also a disciple of the Wide Universe Holy Lands. Tens of thousands of years ago, my senior apprentice brother was fortunately chosen to enter into Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. He was also given the chance to climb the Divine Seal Altar, and although he didn't reach the 33rd step, he still has a good understanding of what happens in the last tens of thousands of feet of the Divine Seal Altar. In some great worlds that an Empyrean was located at, there would be some disciples of that world's great world king Holy Lands who would have a chance of being chosen to enter the Empyrean Heavenly Palace. Nether Limitless had these thoughts and hoped to enter Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. But, after his miserable defeat on the Divine Seal altar, it was unlikely he would have such a chance. Empyrean Demon Dawn was a powerful and ruthless Empyrean, and his standards for disciples entering Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace were much higher than Vast Universe Heavenly Palaces. The old man said, "In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, there are indeed disciples that can climb up the last 10,000 feet. Of course, these disciples are all at the divine transformation realm and above. What they experience in the last 10,000 feet is different from person to person, and each one's experiences are unique. According to what my senior apprentice brother told me, there are two people that have experienced the same things." "Oh, there's something like that." As everyone listened to the old man, their interest was immediately aroused. Empyrean Vast Universe may have created this Divine Seal altar, but there are many situations of the Divine Seal altar that have surpassed his control. Even Empyrean Vast Universe found this situation strange. He finally speculated that whatever events happen in the last 10,000 feet are dependent on a martial artist's cultivation methods, lucky chances, experiences, foundation, physique, will, talent, bloodline, perception, and all sorts of other factors combined together. Thus the reason why all sorts of unusual and unpredictable things can occur that are impossible to predict. These strange situations are sometimes even accompanied with the emergence of phenomena. Phenomenon? Everyone was startled. As long as a phenomenon was involved, it was truly something extraordinary. Yes, moreover, the more potential and talent one has, and the more mysterious and powerful their cultivation methods are, then the more difficult it will be to predict just what will happen when that person climbs the last 10,000 feet of the Divine Seal altar. Sometimes, there are monstrous geniuses with unprecedented talent who will climb up the Divine Seal altar's final 10,000 feet and galvanize the appearance of phenomenon. When Vast Cosmos climbed up the Divine Seal altar during the Divine Sea realm, he created a record at 70,000 feet. Later, at the Divine Transformation realm, he climbed up the final 10,000 feet of the Divine Seal altar and caused the appearance of a phenomenon. So that's how it is. The Divine Seal altar is truly unfathomable. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, it is something that follows the laws of the world. It already far surpasses our understanding." As everyone was speaking, Lin Ming had already climbed up 91,000 feet, but there still weren't any strange changes around him. He was extremely cautious. Although there was barely any pressure on him, he still climbed up at a slow and steady speed. He was well aware that some catastrophe would come sooner or later, and it wouldn't change whether he climbed slow or fast. 92,000 feet, 93,000 feet. Gradually, he rose up with steady steps. Finally, there was only 7,000 feet left. Once he reached the top of the Divine Seal altar, that would be a baptism and rebirth of his life. Suddenly, Lin Ming's mind shook. He could feel a terrifying will wash towards him like a roaring tide. This will contained endless killing intent, tumbling around like a boiling tsunami. It's here? What is it? Lin Ming was completely focused. This terrifying will became increasingly strong. The entire sky was swallowed up by this sea of killing intent. Even the world lost its color. This is... Lin Ming's mind tightened. This killing intent was far too horrible. It was the most savage and otherworldly killing intent that Lin Ming had ever faced in his life. A completely incomprehensible aura. In that moment, Lin Ming felt completely cut off from the world. Even the Divine Seal altar around him vanished. He suddenly appeared in a vast and starry space, wide and limitless. In the far-off distance, Lin Ming could see a mass of figures flying towards him. Lin Ming's eyesight was extremely sharp. Soon, he was able to see what it was. And when he saw just what was flying towards him, his eyes popped wide open. That is... heavens! Lin Ming's heart rapidly beat and his pupils contracted. That was a dragon. A true dragon. Not only was there a dragon, but also god beasts of all kinds. There was an ice phoenix, fire phoenix, and even a dark phoenix that Lin Ming had never heard about. Other legendary creatures appeared. A swan and I, white marsh, Kirin. There were over 200 of these mythical creatures. These god beasts constantly grew larger as they came closer and closer. In Lin Ming's vision, they began as the size of a palm, then became the size of a person, the size of mountains and rivers, and finally several hundred miles large, thousands of miles large, tens of thousands of miles large, nearly as large as a small planet. Standing on these god beasts were groups of people. Or rather, it was more accurate to call them an army. They were all standing in orderly formations, wearing gleaming gold armor. And in front of them were commanders. On top of each god beast, there was a commander as well as an army of tens of thousands. The soldiers in this army all exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Lin Ming was startled to discover that he was not the match of any single one of these soldiers. They are divine lords? No. They are holy lords. Holy lords as soldiers? Several million holy lords? As Lin Ming clearly saw all of this, he was inexplicably shocked. Many of these soldiers had heads of white hair and their faces were wrinkled with age. They were obviously old. In Lin Ming's impression, these people were all top figures, masters of their sex, but now they were all soldiers. Lin Ming looked at these soldiers standing in front of him with incredulous eyes. As he faced them, it felt as if he were facing the entire universe. There was an indescribable sense of awe that washed over him. Empyrean! This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Holy lords as soldiers, and an Empyrean as the general. What sort of army was this? He feared that this would require the total gathered strength of the divine realm to form. Just what matter could cause all of the masters in the divine realm to come out? Could it be the Great Calamity? Lin Ming's mind immediately recalled the Great World Calamity that the ancient Elysium seal spoke of. For some time, he couldn't say a word at all. Was the ancient calamity a great war that swept through the entire divine realm? This thought instantly passed through Lin Ming's mind. The scale of this war must have reached unimaginable proportions. Even the heavenly Tao laws had been changed. Just what sort of terrifying war was this, that it could even alter the heavenly Tao laws? At this time, Lin Ming saw a massive purple-gold divine altar appear in the void. A tall and dashing man stood atop this divine altar, wearing pure white robes. His right hand grasped a golden scepter and his left hand grasped an ancient and solemn-looking seal. At this moment, standing atop this altar, he seemed to be the only existence in the world. Standing alone, he faced the army comprised of over 200 Empyreans and several million holy lords. That is Empyrean Divine Seal? Lin Ming immediately thought. Empyrean Divine Seal was the leader of the divine realm 3.6 billion years ago. Although he was extremely far away, in the instant that Lin Ming saw Empyrean Divine Seal, his mind shook. Facing such an existence, it was like he was facing the universe and all the ancient stars within. Afterwards, the terrifying pressure crashed down upon him like a waterfall. Endless killing intent poured past him. Caught within this pressure, Lin Ming felt like a leaf in the water, about to be swallowed up at any time. Is this an Empyrean will? The memories of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Without a doubt, he could now confirm that the ancient Divine Seal altar was Empyrean Divine Seal's divine tool. And the great seal in that Empyrean Divine Seal's hand was the ancient Elysium seal. 3.6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal had led the masters of the ancient divine realm to withstand the Great Tribulation. He stood atop the Divine Seal altar, leading all the troops. After the Great Tribulation passed, the ancient Divine Seal altar went missing. In truth, it might have even been struck by some immeasurable force and been extremely damaged. Otherwise, it was impossible for Empyrean Vast Universe to have obtained a wisp of the ancient Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit to refine the Divine Seal altar replica. As for the ancient Elysium seal, it was used by Empyrean Divine Seal to suppress some unknown existence. This suppression had continued for 3.6 billion years. It was hard to imagine just what was suppressed beneath the ancient Elysium seal that could survive for such a long time. Lin Ming had all these suspicions but no time to ponder on them. The pressure atop the divine seal altar was too terrifying. The surging pressure ruthlessly crashed into Lin Ming. His body, soul, and inner world all simultaneously withstood the baptism of this horrifying pressure. His divine sense seemed as if it would tear apart, and his inner world was on the verge of collapse. This was the pressure that Empyrean Divine Seal left behind in the past when he once stood atop the Divine Seal altar. This was a pressure created by the martial arts will and thoughts of hundreds of Empyreans and millions of Holy Lord and World King powerhouses, controlling all of existence. Even though 3.6 billion years had passed, even though this was only a dream of a wisp from the ancient Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit that Empyrean Divine Seal had created, Lin Ming still found this nearly impossible to withstand. Under this pressure, Lin Ming's entire forehead was dripping with sweat, and the veins on his arm bulged up like worms. Within Empyrean Divine Seal's hand, that solemn and thick ancient Elysium seal slowly floated into the air. From that seal, 100,000-foot beams of silver radiance spread out, recklessly flying through the air. A divine might spread out, passing through the universe. Millions of divine realm masters gathered, all of them solemn and grim. None of them made a single sound. Strong astral winds roared through the air, sweeping through everything. At this time, their thoughts gathered into a terrifying vortex, breaking through space itself. Space and time collapsed, all living beings trembled. Lin Ming struggled to continue onwards. Nearly all the blood vessels in his body were crushed, but he still pressed forwards, a step at a time. This was incomparably strenuous. Underneath this pressure, his will seemed as if it were being hammered down by a divine hammer. What is Lin Ming experiencing? What is it? I can't see. Many people discovered something strange with Lin Ming. It was apparent he was withstanding some great tribulation. In the tribulations of 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, and 90,000 feet, they had been able to clearly see what was happening. But now, none of them were aware of just what Lin Ming was experiencing. In the final 10,000 feet of the Divine Seal altar, everyone experiences something different. But since ancient times, there has never been a divine sea powerhouse that has managed to climb up this last 10,000 feet. It is hard to predict what Lin Ming could possibly be experiencing right now. Although we can't see, for it to be this hard for Lin Ming, it should be some sort of tribulation that we cannot hope to imagine. Let alone the ordinary spectators, even the high-level figures in the reserved area, and even the World King Xiao Daochild himself didn't know what Lin Ming was experiencing at this time. Time seemed to slow down to a near standstill. Lin Ming saw a great war sweep across the heavens and earth. He saw countless trillions of lives perish. He saw ancient stars explode into nothing and worlds collapse to pieces. He saw phoenixes rise from nirvana. He saw the corpses of azure dragons litter the ground, and he even saw the blood of god-beasts form rivers of blood flowing to the ends of the world. Even Empyreans fell from the sky here. As for holy lords, their lives were as frail as dust, vanishing at every turn. Such a scene was boundless, vigorous, bleak, tragic. Although he was faintly aware of all these scenes, he couldn't see it clearly happening. But that terrifying killing intent, that gathered will, still attacked Lin Ming's mind, nearly causing his divine sense to collapse. Grand Mist Battle Spirit, Lin Ming shouted out loud. He displayed his Grand Mist Battle Spirit, using his sword of will to open a path in his mind. The dark gold sword of will struck that sea of killing intent. Pong! As that normally unstoppable sword of will struck the sea of killing intent, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea violently shake. A soul-tearing pain ripped through him. However, he didn't give up. He endured this torturous pain, continuing to open a path outwards with his sword of will. Otherwise, underneath this pressure, it would be impossible for him to climb up. Time slowly passed. A quarter hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Lin Ming forcefully relied on his solid, unyielding will to crawl to 99,000 feet up the last step of the Divine Seal altar. At this time, his face was paper white and his entire body was soaked with sweat. He had overdrawn his true essence and his sword of will had dimmed to almost nothing at all. It was hard to imagine just what sort of tribulation he had experienced on his journey here. Even though Lin Ming's foundation was extremely deep, he had finally reached his limit. He was relying on his will alone to reach this far and continue struggling upwards. His fingers were worn away, and he had bitten his lips so hard they were bleeding. Sweat blurred his eyes, and all sounds faded away from Lin Ming's ears. He simply clenched his teeth, continuing forwards, unstoppable. 99,500 feet, 99,600 feet. He would soon reach the top. At this moment, the entire audience was roused into a frenzy. Is Lin Ming really going to reach the top? It's hard to say. At the final moment, he might even experience an even more terrifying tribulation, just like the tribulations at 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, and 90,000 feet. I have no idea just what a tribulation at 100,000 feet would be like. No one can tell whether or not Lin Ming can cross that. Although no one knew just what Lin Ming had experienced, they could all see that he was relying on his dogged and stubborn will to climb up this far. He had already long surpassed his limits. If he were to experience another tribulation at 100,000 feet, it would likely be even more terrifying than the one at 90,000 feet. For Lin Ming in his current state, it would be impossible for him to cross it. At 90,000 feet, Lin Ming had relied on breaking through to the middle divine sea to create a miracle. Now, Lin Ming's only hope was to break through to the late divine sea realm. Otherwise, there was nothing left for him but defeat. But after just breaking through to the middle divine sea realm, it was clearly impossible for him to break through to the late divine sea realm right after. 99,900 feet. This is the final stretch. Everyone held their breath. And at this time, the heaven and earth origin energy around the divine seal altar suddenly began to swell up in chaos. A terrifying eruption of energy broke out. The massive divine seal altar trembled, as if a true dragon were awakening from deep within. Is there really another tribulation? If there is, just who can withstand it? Everyone was feeling sorry for Lin Ming at this time. If there really was a tribulation at 100,000 feet, then this divine seal altar was simply too abnormal. It was impossible for a human to climb up it. What is that? Someone suddenly pointed to the highest precipice of the divine seal altar. On the edge of the 33rd step, there's a figure there. Everyone was incomparably shocked and horrified. At the highest peak of the divine seal altar, there was the phantom of a tall man in white clothes. He held his hands together, as if he were standing alone in the endless flow of time, looking at the future and the past, becoming one with the boundless world. Although this was only a phantom, the moment that he appeared, the world seemed to fall under his control, the master of the heavens and the earth, the ruler of existence. The billions of people present all had a deep impulse to fall to their knees in prostration, worshipping him. Even Xiao Daochild, floating in the skies, was sucked in by this power. Unable to continue flying, Xiao Daochild was shocked. He rapidly formed some seals, dropping down hundreds of thousands of feet before stabilizing himself. He slowly fell down and finally landed on the ground. Flying was prohibited above the divine seal altar. But that was only for young disciples. Xiao Daochild was a world king. Thus he had the ability to fly. Yet in front of this phantom he couldn't even fly at all. How could he not be shocked? This person is. Xiao Daochild's mind raced. Even though this was only a phantom, his aura and his momentum were far more formidable than the average Empyreans. Xiao Daochild could not imagine just who would have such divine might. This was also an inevitable matter. This ancient Empyrean was a figure from 3.6 billion years ago. Let alone Xiao Daochild, not even Empyrean Vast Universe knew who it was. If it weren't for Lin Ming finding the ancient Elysium seal deep underneath immemorial Imperial City, then he would never have known of the name of Empyrean Divine Seal. Who is he? What a terrifying and alarming aura. Facing him is like facing the endless ancient stars. Just a phantom is like this. What would his true self be like? I have no idea. Is this Empyrean Vast Universe? It absolutely isn't Empyrean Vast Universe. I wonder just which ancient king this is. As everyone was discussing on the divine seal altar, the nearly unconscious Lin Ming also saw this phantom. Others might not know, but Lin Ming was well aware of who this was. Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal's phantom stood right in front of him. There was only a 100-foot distance separating them. Empyrean Divine Seal. Lin Ming's lips moved, but no sound came out. At this time, he could only look at Empyrean Divine Seal, the corners of his mouth overflowing with blood. The white-clothed phantom slowly walked forwards to the edge of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming looked up but couldn't clearly make out his appearance. All he could feel was that this phantom exuded a vast and ancient aura, as if he had stepped through the solemn and endless flow of time, bridging the gap of 3.6 billion years between then and now. The phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal lowered his head to look down at Lin Ming. His eyes were as deep and profound as the void, impossible to see through. Although Lin Ming didn't understand Empyrean Divine Seal, he still felt sincere admiration towards him. This was because he shouldered the history of the divine realm 3.6 billion years ago. Lin Ming wanted to open his mouth and respectfully call out senior, but he couldn't make a single sound. Then, at this time, Empyrean Divine Seal indifferently raised a hand and began to slowly draw something in the void. Empyrean Divine Seal's finger cut through the void, leaving behind a purple-golden path of shimmering light. These lights gathered together, forming a strange golden-purple rune. Lin Ming froze for a moment. This purple-golden rune seemed to exude some strange magical charm, making him fall into it. His heart wildly shook. Empyrean Divine Seal's finger did not stop. After drawing up the first rune, he continued to draw up a second, a third, a fourth. Every time he drew a new rune, he did so slowly. The path of light he carved into the air was simple and profound, as if it contained the highest truths of this world. The entire process was soundless, without a single word spoken. At this time, the world had faded away from around Lin Ming's eyes, leaving nothing behind but these mysterious runes. In truth, he didn't understand just what Empyrean Divine Seal was drawing. But he could faintly feel that these runes he drew were incomparably precious treasures, containing the mysteries of the great Tao within them. Lin Ming entered a complete ethereal state. Besides Empyrean Divine Seal, everyone lost all meaning. In the audience, the billions of spectators also saw this scene. Who is that phantom? What is he doing? That could be a divine soul mark that an ancient supreme elder once left behind in the Divine Seal altar. After hundreds of millions and even billions of years, it still remains in existence, continuing onwards in perpetuity. What is disturbed because of Lin Ming? Heavens! That is unbelievable. It is said that when an unrivaled genius climbs up the final stretch of the Divine Seal altar, they will arouse a world phenomenon. Vast universe, heavenly palaces, vast cosmos climbed up the last 10,000 feet of the Divine Seal altar during the Divine Transformation realm and also triggered the appearance of a phenomenon. This ancient phantom is likely the world phenomenon Lin Ming caused by climbing up the Divine Seal altar. Inconceivable. He has actually alarmed an ancient supreme elder. And he seems to be writing something in the air. He is indeed writing something, but I can't see what it is. It's like my vision has been blocked by some strange power. Although the audience couldn't clearly see these runes being drawn, they could see that the phantom was drawing them. But, in the process of drawing them, distortions appeared in the surrounding power of the heavenly Tao laws, causing all of them to be unable to clearly see what was happening. Are those words? Runes? Can anyone see what is being written? Many people widened their eyes as best they could, deploying any mystical sight skill in their arsenal to see just what this Empyrean phantom was writing. But, the more they tried to look, the dimmer their vision became, until they couldn't even see the finger of that Empyrean phantom. What a pity! I can't see. Everyone was able to guess that this Empyrean phantom was likely some outstanding existence amongst all Empyreans. Otherwise, it was impossible for a phantom to leave behind such a terrifying pressure. The words, the runes he carved might contain the truths of the great Tao. If they could remember them, then their benefits would be endless. If we can't see, can Lin Ming see them? That phantom seems to be deliberately drawing these characters. Is it doing so for Lin Ming to see? As everyone was discussing, their hearts were beating with fear and also envy. A purple gold divine light came shrouding down like tens of thousands of fluttering silk ribbons. Lin Ming and that Empyrean phantom were covered within this light, and no one could clearly see what was happening on the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. And within this brilliant blazing light, Lin Ming felt his entire body become weightless. He was only able to watch blankly as these mysterious runes flew into his body. Some buried themselves into his flesh and blood, some fell into his soul force, and some flew into his inner world. What is this? Laws? Information? Or both? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. In that moment, the light vanished and the phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal also disappeared along with it. There was nothing left but a dim, shimmering purple gold light that quietly scattered away like endless flower petals. In that final moment, Lin Ming felt a strong will from this fading light, unyielding and indomitable. Empyrean Divine Seal. Lin Ming's thoughts were extremely complex. When Empyrean Divine Seal vanished, the overwhelming pressure from the sky completely disappeared and everyone was restored to tranquility. What happened just now? The ancient Supreme Elder's phantom has disappeared, and the runes he carved have vanished also. No one had been able to see those purple gold runes submerge into Lin Ming's body. Thus no one knew what happened. The final 10,000 feet of the Divine Seal altar was completely different from their expectations. They thought that Lin Ming would have to withstand some terrifying heavenly tribulation, and perhaps he would even be defeated, but they never thought this would be the result. Lin Ming breathed in, grabbing the extremely rough walls of the Divine Seal altar once more, then began to climb upwards, one step at a time. 100 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet, 60 feet, 50 feet. Lin Ming was only a few moments away, but he did not hurry himself. Every step he took was as stable and steady as the rivers and mountains. The billions of spectators all held their breath, each and every one of them with their eyes glued onto Lin Ming. At this final moment, time seemed to slow to molasses. Lin Ming firmly reached out his right hand and grasped the precipice of the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. Pulling his right hand, he seemed to conjure up every last shred of strength in his body as he slowly pulled himself up. His arms were the first to reach flat ground, then his chest, his waist, and then his legs. Lin Ming half knelt on top of the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step before slowly standing up. The Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. He had made it. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his entire life had been baptized. He stood 3.3 million feet in the air, overlooking the endless rolling lands, peering into the vast galaxy. At this time, his body, his soul, his inner world, everything seemed to transform, becoming purer, slowly fusing together. He did it. He finally reached the top. It's a miracle. The billions of spectators didn't cheer at the start. They were all still lost in their shock, unable to utter a single word. But after a silence that lasted for several breaths of time, the entire area burst out with deafening cheers. He mounted the Divine Seal altar. This is like a dream. Lin Ming is the peerless proud son of heaven of the divine realm that only appears once every million years. His talent and potential are incalculable. In the future, there are high hopes he will become an Empyrean. He surpasses an Empyrean descendant. When the numerous spectators said that Lin Ming surpassed an Empyrean descendant, they referred to his potential. When Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal altar to reach the top, the truth was that it wasn't because of his strength, but because he alone had crossed a 33-layered heaven's ninefall and experienced a 9x9 heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to mount the summit of the Divine Seal altar. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe looked down at Lin Ming as he stood on the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. He blinked several times, opening his mouth but finally not saying anything. After several dozen breaths of time in silence, he then slowly said, "Divine Dream, that final phantom, was that Empyrean Divine Seal?" Empyrean Divine Dream nodded. She said in a soft voice, I have never seen him before, but I could feel his aura. I shouldn't be mistaken. I could also feel it a little. Really, that was quite shocking. I used a fragment of the ancient divine seal altar, as well as countless timeless godstones, in order to refine the current divine seal altar. Even so, for the divine seal altar to be able to project senior divine seal's phantom, his strength must have reached an unfathomable boundary. Perhaps the word Empyrean alone is insufficient to describe his strength. I wonder what senior divine seal finally wrote in the air. Empyrean Vast Universe sighed with deep emotion. Although they were both called Empyreans, the truth was that he couldn't compare in the slightest with Empyrean Divine Seal. In truth, Empyrean Divine Seal already surpassed the limits of an Empyrean. Empyrean Divine Dream said, I only saw a tiny portion of Senior Divine Seal's handwriting. It should be the highest laws of the 33-layered heavens and possibly some information too, describing the Great War that happened 3.6 billion years ago. 3.6 billion years ago was an incomparably glorious era from ages past. Although there were Empyreans that could live for 100 million years, there were still many things that were lost in the endless river of history. This was just like a mortal that could live for 100 years. How could they know what happened 36,000 years ago? Moreover, after that great calamity, many masters perished from the skies, and even the martial arts world had been struck back down to its fundamentals. Many things had to be redeveloped from the beginning. Some secrets would have disappeared in the infinite flow of time, and only some peak characters of the divine realm would know of them. As Empyrean Divine Dream mentioned the 33-layered heavens, Empyrean Vast Universe frowned and said, I am still not sure just what lucky chance Lin Ming encountered that allowed him to access the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Because the heavenly Tao laws changed long ago, that is something that should have been cut off from the divine realm. These laws are almost impossible to comprehend now. Empyrean Vast Universe realized that Lin Ming had come into contact with the concept of the 33-layered heavens before he had climbed up the divine seal altar. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to become aware of it. Empyrean Divine Dream spookily said, Lin Ming indeed must have comprehended the concept of the 33-layered heavens before he started climbing the divine seal altar. But that is not necessarily because of some lucky chance, but perhaps because he himself was thoroughly enlightened about it. Empyrean Vast Universe was shocked. He thoroughly enlightened himself on it? How could that be possible? Underneath the limits of the divine realm's heavenly Tao laws, it is impossible to access the concept of the 33-layered heavens. There is always a possibility. For instance, if Lin Ming were to break through a 33-layered heavens ninefall and withstand a baptism of the heavenly Tao laws, he would come into contact with the concept of the 33-layered heavens. At that time, he might have even withstood the power of heavenly tribulation. If that is true, then it can also be explained how Lin Ming was able to use heavenly tribulation. As one of the leaders of all Empyreans within the divine realm, Empyrean Divine Dream's understandings of a 33-layered heavens ninefall were far greater than Empyrean Vast Universe's. After Empyrean Vast Universe listened to this, he looked at her with amazement. 33-layered heavens. Ninefall? When Empyrean Vast Universe crossed ninefall himself, he had stopped at a 30-layered heavens ninefall, a 90-mile origin energy cloud. Thus, he was not clear on what it meant to cross a 33-layered heavens ninefall. If it were really as Empyrean Divine Dream said, then Lin Ming's future achievements would be hard to imagine. Of course, Lin Ming still fell far short of being on the same level as those ancient Supreme Elders. After all, the achievements of these characters were not based on just how many layered heavens they crossed during ninefall. This was because ninefall was merely the beginning of a martial cultivator's road. There were many boundaries afterwards, and in order to take a solid step forwards within these boundaries, one needed to pile up countless lucky chances and resources before they could hope to be successful. Since ancient times, for the birth of an Empyrean, talent, destiny, resources, and inheritances were all indispensable. Since Lin Ming disturbed the phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal, then in a sense he obtained the recognition of Empyrean Divine Seal. If I'm not wrong, that must be because of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. If this were 3.6 billion years ago, Lin Ming might have even be received as a disciple of Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly said. Empyrean Divine Seal was a peak existence who cultivated essence, energy, and divine. In reaching the summit of the Divine Seal altar, this had been the most exhausting battle Lin Ming had gone through so far. From start to finish, it had taken him 7 days and 7 nights. In these 7 days and 7 nights, besides a pill that he had taken, he had completely relied upon his own natural restorative abilities. After exhausting himself over 7 days, at the final moment he was like a lamp without oil. At the last 100,000 foot pass, if it were any casual test and not the phantom of Empyrean Divine Seal, then Lin Ming would have lost. Lin Ming didn't remember how or when he came down from the Divine Seal altar. All he knew was that he slumped over and instantly fell into a state of deep sleep. And outside, billions of people were wildly screaming. News about this competition on the Divine Seal altar spread like a snowstorm throughout the entire divine realm. The billions of spectators present had come from 100 great worlds as well as countless small worlds and hidden worlds. They were all high-level figures, either sect elders, reclusive sages, or outstanding young elites. Their ability to spread news far surpassed the ordinary person's. For a time, the name of Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were extremely dazzling. In particular Lin Ming. His fame resounded through the world. Of course, to many people, they had no idea just what sort of concept mounting the summit of the Divine Seal altar was. This was because the Divine Seal altar wasn't very famous to begin with. An Empyrean was synonymous with mystery. People didn't know all the Empyreans in existence. Moreover, there was quite a large number of Empyrean heavenly palaces in the divine realm. In terms of heavenly palaces alone, there were 100 to 200 that were well known by most, not including those Empyreans living in deep seclusion like 3 Lives Old Man. With so many Empyreans, how many people would know about a random Empyrean spirit treasure? Although the Divine Seal altar had been revealed to the public before, that was 100,000 years ago, or even several 100,000 years ago. People had already forgotten about such a distant matter. Let alone the disciples of ordinary holy lands. Even Nether Limitless didn't know how difficult it was to reach the top of the Divine Seal altar. Many people only knew that Lin Ming was the top participant from the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. As for what degree he had reached, it was hard for them to imagine. Far away, there was an independent greater dimension. This dimension was a great world that was forcefully opened up by an extreme character using their titanic supernatural powers. It was billions of miles long and wide, far larger than the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent combined. It was already astounding for a martial artist to open up their own dimensional realm, much less a greater dimension. In this separate world, there was a palace built from white jade. This palace was filled with flowers and trees as if the inside was endless grasslands. Immortal cranes flew above lotuses and white monkeys danced among the fruit trees. Beautiful spirit springs sprung up all over. These springs were not formed from ordinary water, but wine nectar. If a mortal were to drink this, they would be able to extend their lifespan by several times. In this heavenly fairyland, there was a group of lightly dressed women. Amidst enchanting music, they gracefully danced. Each one had alluring looks and perfectly built bodies made for obsession. These women all had a cultivation at the Divine Sea realm. Moreover, their talent was very good. However, they were just singing and dancing maids, serving the guests of their master, who were a dozen or so young men and women. These dozen-plus people all had extraordinary auras. They were clearly outstanding individuals. I hear that the semi-finals are finally over. A red-haired youth smiled, carrying a wine cup in his hands. Oh? How is it? Are there any interesting opponents? Beside the red-haired youth, a man in silver battle armor lazily asked as he ate some grapes. To dare speak with this sort of tone, to refer to the martial artists of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds who had been selected through trial after trial as interesting, their status was easily guessed. They were Empyrean descendants. Empyrean descendants were all divided between high and low. There were strong and weak Empyreans, just like the difference between ordinary world kings and great world's kings. In addition, even between the disciples of Empyreans, There were number 1 ranked disciples and also last ranked disciples. According to the customs of the first martial meeting, when a new number 1 disciple was about to appear to an Empyrean, that Empyrean would also step forwards to hold the first martial meeting. Of these Empyreans that held the first martial meeting, their strength on average was extremely high. Even the weakest among them would be at the same level as Empyrean Vast Universe. The weaker Empyreans would not hold the first martial meeting. Rather, their descendants would join the first martial meeting held by other Empyreans. These dozen-plus people were mostly in this situation. As Empyrean descendants, they didn't need to undergo the preliminaries and semifinals, and could go straight to the finals. There are indeed some interesting matches that have appeared. On White Light Star's Martial Field, the first-ranked participant, Blood Carnage. On Yellow Net Star's Martial Field, the first and second-ranked participants, Hong Yu and Chao Guang. And of course, the ones with the greatest limelight so far are the first and second-ranked participants of Grave Moon Star's Martial Field, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong. Especially that Lin Ming. It's said that he even surpasses us Empyrean descendants. Surpasses us? Many of those present chuckled. It's just the ramblings of people who have never seen the wider world. They haven't even seen the side of a heavenly palace, and yet they dare to do something so ridiculous like comparing someone to us Empyrean descendants. How laughable! There's no need to care about those common mortals. In the Divine Realm first martial meetings, it has always been Empyrean descendants that have ruled the rankings. The so-called geniuses of the great worlds can struggle as much as they want for the Earth Proclamation, but there is no room for them to stand on the Heaven Proclamation. Empyrean descendants were all proud and lofty individuals. They naturally wouldn't be willing to believe that some common person was able to surpass them. However, the youth who spoke up before added again, "It's different this time. That Lin Ming is extremely fierce. I heard that he climbed up to the 33rd step of the Divine Seal altar and created a miracle." As this youth finished speaking, another person who was sitting amongst the group nearly spat out the wine he was drinking. "Shorefeather, what do you think? Is the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step really that exaggerated?" "That's right. The Divine Seal altar is Empyrean Vast Universe's spirit treasure, right? Aren't you from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace?" The young man called Shorefeather opened his mouth, his complexion pale. If one didn't come from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, even if they knew that it was difficult to climb up the Divine Seal altar, they wouldn't truly understand until they witnessed it with their own eyes. But as a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Shorefeather was profoundly aware of just how ridiculously abnormal it was for a Divine Sea Realm martial artist to climb up the Divine Seal altar. Exaggerated? It's more than exaggerated, Shorefeather shouted out in his heart. Since Lin Ming had joined the first martial meeting, then he definitely was at the Divine Sea Realm. He grit his teeth and said, "You can all continue eating. I'll be returning first." Shorefeather's reaction was to put down his wine cup and return. He wanted to confirm whether this matter was true or false. As for the others, they glanced at each other, puzzlement in their eyes. Wasn't Shorefeather's response just blown out of proportion? This Lin Ming can have him respond in such a ridiculous manner? About the Divine Seal altar, I have heard some things. The Divine Seal altar is mainly a test of one's potential. Can this Lin Ming's potential surpass our own? As if I'd believe that. In any case, the finals will soon begin. I'll see for myself just what sort of freak this Lin Ming is. That's right. We'll know sooner or later. Come. Let us continue drinking. Oh. Crimson Light World, Ancient Phoenix Clan Headquarters. The Ancient Phoenix Clan was originally a highly ranked influence based on the Crimson Light World. The Ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters were usually bustling with people. The skies would be flooded with powerful mounts, glorious spirit boats, divine carriages, and countless divine lords and even holy lords. But in these past days, over 100 times more martial artists had come to visit the Ancient Phoenix Clan. The entire sky was occupied by various mounts and spirit boats, and the martial artists that came all had an above-average strength. Originally, it was mostly divine lords and some holy lords, but now it was mostly holy lords, half-step world kings, and even World King-level powerhouses. There were even some weaker Holy Lords that were ashamed to enter the gates as they saw all these peak Holy Lord powerhouses and even World King Holy Land spirit ships shuttling through the skies. Without a doubt, all of these people had come for Lin Ming. Most of the Holy Lord level characters had simply come to befriend and establish connections with the ancient Phoenix clan. They were also well aware of their status. What sort of character was Lin Ming now that they could easily see him? And amidst this crowd, there was a small group of extremely low cultivation individuals, with the strongest amongst them being at the late Divine Lord realm. Even so, these people still had a place to stand in the ancient Phoenix clan, and they were also treated courteously. These were people from the Good Fortune Great World's unbroken cult. Aya, thanks to the blessings of those two female disciples, we've become honored guests here, the black-clothed man leading the group commented. He was the founder of the unbroken cult. Normally, he would be considered someone with some degree of status, but here in the current ancient Phoenix clan he wasn't even worth a fart. Each of these other visitors were more amazing than the last. Let alone these people's subordinates, the unbroken cult founder couldn't even contend with their followers. However, these great people couldn't even see Lin Ming. They might not even have the chance to see the high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan. They could only greet the internal affairs envoy, the disciplinary elder, the merit elder, and so forth. Truly, this scene is a bit too ridiculous. We really are the frogs in a well. This time can be regarded as us gaining a great deal of experience. Several elders sighed with emotion, and beside them, Yu Yuming was also silent, his mood extremely complex. Not too long ago, he was considered a chosen pride of heaven. From birth until adulthood, he had been shrouded in the halo of being called a genius. He had enjoyed the worship of countless others, but now he was just a joke compared to Lin Ming. I must practice as hard as I can. Although I might not reach his level, one day, I too will have the unbroken cult be so lively because of me. Yu Yuming gripped his fists together, setting down this vow in his heart. However, the truth was that in the divine realm there were countless young martial artists that made similar pledges. But only an extremely small proportion of them were able to succeed in their dreams. Many of them perished, their wishes and hopes unfulfilled. The road of martial arts was incomparably brutal. The ancient Phoenix clan could be considered as being at the height of their glory at this moment. Several highest elders, including even the current patriarch, were growing tired from greeting the endless stream of guests. Although they were only here to curry favor with the ancient Phoenix clan, each and every one of them was a powerful figure. Thus they naturally couldn't be treated coldly. However, as they greeted these guests, they were also a bit worried, because since Lin Ming returned he still hadn't awoken. Up until now, over 10 days had passed. Hua Violent Stone was especially worried. Lin Ming had slept for too long and the reason for it was also unknown. In these days he had been investigating the reason for Lin Ming's sleep, but nothing came of it. Even Xiao Daochild made a trip here, but he couldn't figure out the reason either. If the reason was fatigue, that would be easy to understand. But with Lin Ming's recovery abilities, that was simply impossible. Elder Hua, there are many people waiting outside to see Lin Ming. What a headache, Aya. The patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan's Xiao family said to Hua Violent Stone. Declare that Lin Ming has entered into seclusion because he is meditating on some concepts he comprehended from the divine seal altar, and he is seeing no one. Just let them wait as they wish. The ancient Phoenix clan didn't want to spread the news that Lin Ming had fallen into a deep slumber. That would create an extremely bad influence. Lin Ming was exceedingly outstanding, to the point that there were many whose eyes were red with jealousy. These people might not have any abilities, but they were actually skilled in spreading lies and rumors. Even if Lin Ming was in truth all right, these people would blabber on, wanting their ancient Phoenix clan to become a joke. There are some people that believe we are using Lin Ming going into seclusion as an excuse. Although they haven't yet publicly said it, it's placing some pressure on us. Deal with them. Aren't they just some holy lords and half-step world kings? Who cares about them? Just handle them as they come. Hua Violent Stone was disinclined to bother with these people. he would only have the patience to come up with an explanation to a true world king powerhouse. This damned brat Lin Ming. Just what he is doing, Hua Violent Stone said, breathless. In truth, he was very worried for Lin Ming. He wasn't worried that Lin Ming's slumber would delay their traveling schedule to the location where the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting Finals would be held, but was afraid that Lin Ming had actually received some hidden wounds on the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar was incomparably mysterious. If there was some damage to his spiritual sea or divine soul that no one was able to detect, then that wouldn't be too strange. Another 20 days passed. Lin Ming was still in his deep sleep. His dream seemed endless. He dreamed that he returned to the era of 3.6 billion years ago. He fought with ancient clans and races, defeated countless powerful enemies, slaughtered endlessly, and even became an unrivaled hero of his generation. During this time, he sought out mystic realms, making repeated breakthroughs in his strength. He swore brotherhood with his life and death friends, establishing a sect that dominated the world, living at the prime of his glory. Finally, his cultivation reached large success. He stepped towards the peak of martial arts, creating his own transcendent divine might, and then even resisting the great world calamity. That great war startled the heavens, shook the earth, and moved demons and gods. Every scene was incomparably real. Lin Ming didn't know how many years he lived in silence, but suddenly he awoke. He discovered that he was lying on a large bed and his entire body was soaked with sweat. Beside him were two gentle and elegant women. They looked up at him with surprise. Lin Ming was very familiar with these two beautiful women's faces. They were Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan. You are? Xingxuan. Lin Ming was startled, his mind still in chaos. You're here. For a time, everything was tumbling over in confusion. His thoughts were in tumult, disoriented, and he found it hard to distinguish between illusion and reality. It was all because that long dream he just had was far too real. Lin Ming, you're finally awake. Brother Lin. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan began sobbing with happiness. Lin Ming had already been sleeping for over a month. During this time period, many high-level figures of the Divine Realm had looked over Lin Ming, including Xiao Daochild. Even so, none of them knew what was happening. Xiao Daochild only sensed that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was extremely active, but there shouldn't have been any great problem with him. For Lin Ming to not have any problem but still be unable to wake up, how could Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan not be worried? They stood guard by Lin Ming's side, all the way until he finally woke up. Where am I? This is the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Brother Lin, after you were taken down from the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step, you fell into a deep sleep, and now you've slept for over a month. More than a month? Lin Ming rubbed his forehead. To think he had already rested for over a month. You were? Xingxuan. You came to the Divine Realm? After sleeping for a month and suddenly awakening, and then being able to see these two beautiful and familiar figures standing guard beside him. An inexplicable warmth and tenderness suddenly filled Lin Ming's heart. This was something that he hadn't felt for quite some time, the so-called warmth and happiness. Ever since Lin Ming stepped onto the road of martial arts, he hadn't experienced these feelings often. Year after year he experienced battle and slaughter, going on journeys, passing through danger after danger, risking his life at every turn. Although Lin Ming was someone who loved to fight and go on risky adventures, after such a long time, this inevitably placed a great pressure on him. Now that he awoke from his deep sleep and saw these two women standing beside him and also being able to smell their fragrant scent, he felt long-hidden emotions rising within him and needed to release them. He held Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, pulling them into his chest, gently hugging and kissing. He softly said, I'm glad that I can see you two here. Without any extraneous words or sweetly honeyed love poems, Lin Ming's words were straightforward and honest. Even so, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn as tears tumbled down their cheeks. Even if they didn't want to acknowledge it, they knew that in their hearts Lin Ming was becoming more and more distant. This was a feeling of unattainability. In this situation, when the two women saw Lin Ming, they would inevitably be a little cautious because of their lack of security that Lin Ming still viewed them the same. But, as Lin Ming hugged them, this caused the barrier around their hearts to melt away like white snow underneath the blazing summer sun. "You, Xianxia, how did you two come to the divine realm?" After embracing for a long time, the three of them separated and Lin Ming began asking them questions. After hearing this question, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu looked extremely sad. The two of them had already been in the divine realm for over a year. They had experienced many hardships, but through the twisting roads of fate, they finally managed to see Lin Ming without any troubles at all. Otherwise, if circumstances were different, they had no idea how long it would have been until they met again. Mu Qianyu said, "The situation in the lower realms has been settled. With Old Man Good Fortune's help, the ancient Phoenix clan has stabilized and replaced the Azura Divine Kingdom as one of the 4 divine kingdoms. In truth, the sect no longer needs us to be there, and we also didn't want to waste our time in the lower realms." After Mu Qianyu spoke, Lin Ming could make out their thoughts from their eyes. They didn't want the distance between them and Lin Ming to grow anymore. If Lin Ming was in the divine realm and they remained in the lower realms, the disparity between the three of them would only grow greater and greater, whether this was strength, cultivation, lifespan, or distance. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent were limited to the late Divine Sea realm. But a late Divine Sea realm martial artist lived at most for 10,000 years. As for Lin Ming, his future lifespan might even be measured in the hundreds of millions of years. Not just that, but ever since Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, they had obtained no news about him. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive, so how could they ever feel at ease? After all, from what they knew, within the divine realm a divine sea martial artist was nothing at all. One only had the strength to defend themselves at the divine transformation realm. But when Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it would only take the blink of an eye for a powerful master to kill him. After all of this combined together, they finally made the decision to ascend to the divine realm and search for Lin Ming. Although they didn't describe the process, Lin Ming could also imagine that they experience all sorts of suffering and hardships. "It's been rough for you too," Lin Ming sighed. He was someone whose heart was focused on the road of martial arts. He was indeed lost when it came to feelings and emotions. But in truth, Lin Ming was better than most. There were many peerless geniuses and masters whose feelings of affection and love were clearer than water. These martial arts masters often lived for millions or even over 10 million years. If they came from great backgrounds and their parents were also peerless powerhouses, then they would be a bit better. But if they came from a humble common background, then even if they used all sorts of methods and pills to extend the lives of their parents would live at most for tens of thousands or 100,000 years. In the end, they would die. As for their wives, this was also true. These people would often have different wives in different times. This was because their speed of growth was too fast and no one was able to keep up with them. The woman they married during their youth would slowly age and eventually die. The only exception would be if they married some proud daughter of heaven like Xianxia. But, for a genius of humble birth, they were often nothing more than weeds and grass during their youth. So where would they encounter such a woman? Besides love, their emotions towards their children were also extremely faint. A peerless master would have many children, hundreds of them. Moreover, it would be hard for these children to outlive their parents. The reason that mortals doted on and loved their children was because of their short lifespans. To them, their children were a continuation of their lives. But to a peak genius, this situation didn't exist at all. Gradually, martial artists would often diverge into two extremes. They would either wholeheartedly invest everything into pursuing the road of martial arts and remain pure in heart and mind, or they would have harems of concubines and gaggles of children. Lin Ming embraced the two women in silence before separating from them. He traced his hands over Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's soft hair and said in a gentle voice, "Do you plan on staying in the ancient Phoenix clan in the future? I can have the highest elder make arrangements for you." The resources of the ancient Phoenix clan were far more than enough to train Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. If they didn't seek out higher combat strength and only chose to increase their cultivation, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the Divine Lord realm. Lin Ming. There are many people outside waiting to see you, Mu Qianyu said to Lin Ming as she suddenly thought of this matter. Who is it? It's mostly Holy Land-level influences from the Crimson Light world and other nearby great worlds. There are even some World King influences that have sent people. I don't want to see them. Lin Ming shook his head. He had already made a decision. The time of the finals was getting closer and closer. He had to train as much as he could. Every minute of his time was valuable. Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu left the room hand in hand. At this time, Hua Violet-Stone had already obtained news of Lin Ming's awakening and had hurried over. You damned boy, you finally woke up. You had me worried to death these past days. Hua Violet-Stone slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. If Lin Ming were a normal essence gathering system martial artist that didn't use any protective true essence, this slap would have fractured his bones. Lin Ming and Hua Violet-Stone were related as master and disciple. The two people had spent a great time together in the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters as well as during the time at the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial. They were extremely familiar with each other, to the point where Hua Violet-Stone didn't feel like Lin Ming's master, but a good friend who occasionally met up with him. Lin Ming greets Elder Hua. When this disciple climbed up the Divine Seal altar, I simply exhausted myself a bit too much, thus I rested for so long. I apologize for worrying you. It's fine. I'm glad everything is over. What have you been experiencing during your sleep these last days? This was what Hua Violet-Stone was concerned about. Xiao Daochild had said that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was extremely active, but as for what he was experiencing, no one knew. Lin Ming said, I lived through an extremely long dream, experiencing many chaotic scenes. During it, I felt that my divine soul, body, and inner world were experiencing some strange baptism in this dream, as if my perception of some laws have become deeper. Now that Lin Ming recalled his dream, it was like he had lived through a completely different life. He traveled back 3.6 billion years, formed his own heavenly palace, ruled the world, resisted the great calamity, passing through the ages, everlasting and immortal. Every scene was magnificent, glorious, and very lifelike. Lin Ming suspected that these scenes were part of Empyrean Divine Seal's memories from 3.6 billion years ago. Empyrean Divine Seal had planted mysterious runes in Lin Ming's body, soul, and inner world, besides the laws of the 33-layered heavens. These runes also carried with them a part of Empyrean Divine Seal's memories, and these memories were what Lin Ming had experienced in his dream. In the dream, Lin Ming thought he was Empyrean Divine Seal, thus he had passed through the ancient events from 3.6 billion years ago. This was the most reasonable explanation. Because of the great world calamity Empyrean Divine Seal, the ancient Divine Seal altar, many other matters were extremely important and involved in many great secrets. Thus Lin Ming did not elaborate in detail to Hua Violet-Stone and instead referred to these dreams as somewhat trivial matters. Boy, you have truly brought honor to our ancient Phoenix clan now. You struggled to reach the top of the Divine Seal altar's 33 steps and even proved that that boy Dragon Fong is inferior to you. Oh, that's right. I've heard some rumors about that Dragon Fong. It's confirmed that he is the last disciple of some secluded great expert, but as for whom that is, I'm not sure at all. To an ordinary martial artist, an Empyrean was an extremely mysterious existence. For those Empyreans that formed their own heavenly palaces and ruled the world, others would know of them. But, for those that were deep in seclusion, normal martial artists wouldn't know their names at all. Moreover, 3 Lives Old Man was someone who was at the height of his fame 300 million years ago. Let alone Hua Violet-Stone, even great world kings wouldn't know of him. Lin Ming nodded. In truth, he already made this guess a long time ago. If there was no teacher and no resources, while it couldn't be said that a martial artist without a background would never grow up to be anything significant, the chances were so low they could be ignored. Ha! If this continues, then you, brat, will be the greatest dark horse. You don't have a decent master at all, but you've already obtained such great results. That's truly impressive, Hua Violet-Stone said, patting Lin Ming's shoulder again. That's right. Come with me, the old patriarch would like to see you. Old patriarch? Lin Ming froze for a moment. In the ancient Phoenix clan, the current patriarch was younger than Hua Violenstone. But above the current ancient Phoenix clan patriarch were several other older patriarchs. These patriarchs had stepped down from their positions tens and hundreds of thousands of years ago, and were all characters that were deep in seclusion. They were considered the true foundation of the ancient Phoenix clan, and their strength was far greater than Hua Violenstone's. Lin Ming followed Hua Violenstone and flew over countless great jade palaces. He flew up a 100,000-foot-high celestial mountain and finally touched foot on the summit. On the summit, there were fire flowers and parasol trees planted everywhere. There were even some spirit birds in the shape of phoenixes that were flying back and forth through the forest of parasol trees. At the end of this forest was a grand palace the color of deep crimson. This was where the old patriarchs were deep in seclusion. Standing within this parasol tree forest, even the loud and boisterous Hua Violenstone had restrained himself. He respectfully bowed, facing the grand palace as he loudly said, "Disciple Hua Violenstone has brought Lin Ming here. Enter." An elderly voice responded. Lin Ming and Hua Violenstone both walked into the palace. Inside the grand hall, with glittering fire-red jade shining all around them, a man and a woman sat in two thrones. The man was thin with silver hair. The woman had a gentle smile and she wore a long red dress. Although she was old now, one could see from the outline of her face and features that she must have been a beauty in her youth. "Haha, Lin Ming. Sit down." The silver-haired old man waved his hand, a welcoming smile on his face. "Lin Ming, the reason I called you here is because I wish to see with my own eyes the great genius that came from my ancient Phoenix clan. Secondly, and a bit more importantly, the ancient Phoenix clan has something to give you." The silver-haired old man took out a jade box from his spatial ring. He gently caressed it. This movement was just like a man stroking his wife. It was obvious that this silver-haired old man treasured this jade box very much. Could that be? Hua Violenstone's eyes widened. He already had a guess in his mind. Now that Lin Ming had grown to this level, the ancient Phoenix clan could only support him with their most precious treasures. And there might be only one thing at that level. The silver-haired old man stroked the jade box for some time, and then let out a long breath and opened it. He pulled out a bright green jade bottle from the jade box. This jade bottle was less than half full, filled with deep red blood. Looking at the amount, there was likely over 20 drops. That is ancient Phoenix blood essence. Even though Hua Violenstone already guessed this, he was still shocked upon seeing so much ancient Phoenix blood essence. In his life, he had seen ancient Phoenix blood essence an extremely small number of times, and that was only one drop at a time. Just when did he have the chance to see so much ancient Phoenix blood essence at once? Ancient Phoenix blood essence was incomparably precious to the ancient Phoenix clan. Besides the line of patriarchs, even the vice-patriarchs or highest elders might not have the chance to obtain a single drop. Now, this silver-haired old man was actually planning on gifting this much to Lin Ming. It was likely over half the reserves that the ancient Phoenix clan had. This is... Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. This gift was far too heavy. This was the ultimate bottom-line treasure of the ancient Phoenix clan. If this was given to him, then the resources available for raising future geniuses would be much more intense. The silver-haired old man saw Lin Ming's doubts and said, "Rest assured, this is only 60% of the ancient Phoenix clan stock of ancient Phoenix blood essence. We've kept 40%, which is still over a dozen drops. More than enough to use in the future. As for this amount, you must accept it. It will help stabilize your middle divine sea cultivation, so that you can fight for a small space on the first martial meeting's heaven proclamation." The divine seal altar mainly tested one's potential, and Lin Ming had relied on his understanding of the concept of the 33 layered heavens to climb up the divine seal altar. If it were true combat, then it was unknown just how far he could have made it up the divine seal altar. This was also the reason for the rules that one had to fight an opponent in the latter steps of the divine seal altar, so that testing one's potential wasn't the only criteria. Thus, the silver-haired old man wasn't sure how close Lin Ming could reach to the heaven proclamation. But regardless of that, It shouldn't be a problem for Lin Ming to enter the top 3 ranks of the Earth Proclamation and attain a complete transcendent divine might. The reason that the silver-haired old man took out this blood essence was to help Lin Ming grow further and to also have him display a greater result in the finals. Why aren't you hurrying up and receiving it? This is wonderful. Violent Stone saw Lin Ming's hesitation and slapped his back. Lin Ming walked forwards, respectfully receiving the Phoenix blood essence. This Phoenix blood essence was indeed useful to him. After absorbing the Supreme Dragon Bone, Lin Ming's dragon bloodline density had surpassed his Phoenix bloodline density. If he had this Phoenix blood essence to make up for that, he would be able to display a much stronger power. The jade vial only contained 20-some drops of Phoenix blood essence, but it was extremely heavy. The weight of Phoenix blood essence was greater than that of ordinary blood by dozens of millions of times. Thank you, old patriarch. I, Lin Ming, will carve this graciousness in my heart. Lin Ming didn't say much, only speaking this simple vow. The silver-haired old man was more than satisfied with this. The silver-haired old man knew that for someone like Lin Ming with such a firm heart of martial arts, the pledges he made were worth more than money. The reason he had put out 60% of the ancient Phoenix clan stock of Phoenix blood essence was because he hoped that their ancient Phoenix clan could become a world king holy land in the future and evolve into something much stronger. Good, you can go now. There are still 2 months until the finals begin. I will have Violent Stone follow you. He will create a time enchantment that will help you absorb the ancient Phoenix blood essence, and then you will embark towards the finals. Lin Ming, you have brought the greatest honor for me. Rather, I should say that this honor is too great to the point that my ancient Phoenix clan might not be able to withstand it. To you, the ancient Phoenix clan might already be far too small. But I only want to say one thing. That is, no matter where you are in the future, do not forget that you have a home here. The silver-haired old man gently smiled. His words were sincere and gave off a very sympathetic feeling. Lin Ming deeply nodded and said, "This disciple will never forget." Good. I believe your battlefield is to struggle on the Heaven Proclamation. For you, the Earth Proclamation is no longer difficult. You will inevitably earn the qualifications to enter an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, and you must make sure that you grasp this chance well. If you can make progress in the Heavenly Palace, then that will also be the glory of my ancient Phoenix clan. Understood, Lin Ming succinctly said. Very well, you may leave. Violent Stone will accompany you to absorb the ancient Phoenix blood essence. As for your wives, the ancient Phoenix clan will look after them. You need not worry. With the ancient Phoenix clan's resources, there will be no problem having them enter the Divine Lord realm. At that time, once your life has stabilized, I fear you will have already stepped into the World King realm and even become someone outstanding amongst World Kings. With you training them yourself at that time, it will be much easier. The silver-haired old man's words instantly erased many of Lin Ming's worries. Lin Ming couldn't bring his wives everywhere with him. The ancient Phoenix clan looking after them would be the best choice. This was an extremely vast and broad continent. Dark, seething red magma flowed all over the world, and the skies were filled with desolate stars. These stars had surfaces covered with craters, devastating to the eyes. Lin Ming stood on a tall cliff. The air was filled with the heavy tang of sulfur and flame. The fire origin energy here was rich to an extreme degree, as if the air would start burning up at any moment. This was the ancient Phoenix clan's best training grounds, the land of Nirvana. How about it? This place is great, right? Violent Stone chuckled from beside Lin Ming. It's a great place. Lin Ming nodded. This cultivation area was a precious treasure of the ancient Phoenix clan. Normally, it was reserved for past patriarchs and highest elders. Young disciples didn't have many chances to enter. There is a space-time enchantment here. After entering, time slows to a 12:1 rate, so 1 month outside will be equal to around a year in here. If you cultivate here for 10 days, that will be around 4 months. Afterwards, we will set off to vast universe great world where the martial field of the finals will be. The timing will be just right. I've troubled Elder Hua, Lin Ming said. There's no need to mention anything useless. Time is of the essence. Let's start now. Violet Stone took out the small jade bottle of ancient phoenix blood essence. Looking at this ancient phoenix blood essence, even Violet Stone felt greedy. He had never enjoyed such treatment, but Lin Ming was now absorbing over 20 drops at once. The younger one was, the better they would absorb the ancient phoenix blood essence since it was particularly useful when one was stabilizing their foundation. But for an old man like Violet Stone, absorbing this ancient phoenix blood essence wouldn't be very useful to him. Truly luxurious. But I guess that since a boy like you has managed to grow this far, you should have come across many lucky chances that were far more extravagant than this. Violet Stone didn't need to be a genius to know that Lin Ming had found countless incomparably precious heavenly materials and had secretly used them. Lin Ming only smiled, not replying. Violet Stone was right. Not to mention anything else, but just the supreme dragon bone was far more precious than ancient phoenix blood essence. Violet Stone flicked his finger and the small jade bottle exploded. A bead-sized ball of blood slowly floated forwards. This was the condensed form of 20+ drops of ancient phoenix blood essence. As the ancient phoenix blood essence appeared, the surrounding fire origin energy was suddenly stirred up. This fire origin energy was attracted to that phoenix blood essence, forming a swirling deep red vortex. As this vortex spun into the skies, it created true fire in space. What a formidable power of laws! Lin Ming exclaimed. This was not the first time he had absorbed ancient phoenix blood essence, but last time he had absorbed only a single drop. Now that he was about to absorb over 20 drops, the feeling was completely different. He could even see that around every blood cell of the ancient phoenix blood essence, slight distortions in space appeared. This was the mighty power of laws contained within the ancient phoenix blood essence. The power of these laws originated from the great Tao laws that were carved into the very being of a phoenix god-beast. A god-beast and a human were two completely different life forms. When a human was born, their comprehension of laws was at nothing, and they would have to completely rely on meditation and their own hard-earned comprehension after birth to perceive the laws. As for a god-beast, once they were born, the laws would be engraved into their flesh, their blood, and their bones, becoming an inextricable part of their body. Thus, every single inch of a god-beast was an incomparably precious treasure, especially this phoenix blood essence that contained the condensed life force of the phoenix. Prepare yourself. If an ordinary Divine Sea Realm martial artist were to withstand over 20 drops of ancient phoenix blood essence, they would be scorched to ashes by the terrifying fire energy within. But this shouldn't be a problem with your foundation. Even still, it will hurt. As Violet Stone spoke, he suddenly struck out at Lin Ming. His index fingernail became incomparably sharp as he thrust it towards Lin Ming, piercing through his protective true essence and right into his heart. Even if Lin Ming was a dual body and energy cultivator and his defensive abilities were amazing, he was nothing but wet paper in front of Violet Stone. This was the disparity brought about by the massive difference in cultivation. Ready? I will transplant the phoenix blood essence directly into your heart where it will spread through your body via your blood vessels. This is the most thorough way to do so, but it will also cause your heart to be under a tremendous load, because this phoenix blood essence is very heavy. A single drop of phoenix blood essence was as heavy as a lake. To move over 20 drops of phoenix blood essence in one's bloodstream required an incomparably powerful heart. I'm ready. Lin Ming nodded. He had complete confidence in his body. Yes. Violet Stone flicked his finger, and the ball of phoenix blood essence turned into a crimson beam of light that instantly sank into Lin Ming's body. The blood essence flew into his heart where it instantly blazed up like a roaring inferno. In that moment, Lin Ming felt the immense load brought about by the incomparably heavy blood essence. It nearly caused his heart to stop beating. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of life, open. The gate of life was located at the heart. It could directly withstand the power of the phoenix blood essence. In the instant that Lin Ming opened the gate of life, energy erupted from his body. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, and faintly, the phantom of a phoenix and azure dragon appeared behind Lin Ming. His heart began to slowly and heavily beat. Boom! 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 A heavy heartbeat echoed through the world, like the incessant ringing of a divine drum. Violent Stone looked on from the side, no worry at all on his face. He knew that a monstrous abnormality like Lin Ming would have no problems absorbing 20+ drops of phoenix blood essence. At most he would be startled, but there would be no life-threatening dangers. Lin Ming's mortal body had reached incredible degrees of tempering. Boom! 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 Lin Ming's heartbeat became increasingly powerful and resonant, but it remained just as slow as before. There was 1 or 2 breaths of time between every heartbeat, but every heartbeat sent a massive amount of fresh blood through his body. Hoo! Heaven and earth origin energy howled. A massive amount of fire energy was attracted to Lin Ming, spinning around him in a tornado of fire origin energy. Phoenix blood essence constantly pumped out into his blood vessels from his heart, fusing into his body in a sublime matter, as if fire itself was circulating through Lin Ming. A fierce and wild will followed it, shrouding over Lin Ming. In that moment, everything around him disappeared, leaving him in a vast and endless space. He saw a phoenix god beast atop a divine tree, burning in an inferno of flames. This was an indescribably titanic tree. The tree stood 10,000 miles tall. The branches were ancient and humble, stretching out to infinity, able to hold up even asteroids. Every leaf that fell into the water below turned into a giant island. Its roots penetrated through the entire planet, piercing deep into the burning magma at the center of the world and absorbing energy there. This was a massive divine parasol tree. A divine parasol tree that was able to suck dry all the burning heat within a planet that was hundreds of millions of miles wide. A 1,000-mile-wide phoenix perched atop this massive divine parasol tree. This 1,000-mile-long phoenix landed atop this divine parasol tree, bathing in the fires of nirvana. In that moment, a dreadful wave of flames swept through the entire planet, turning the entire world into a sea of fire. This was an apocalyptic scene. Lin Ming also knew that these were the memories of the phoenix god beast contained within the 20+ drops of blood essence he had absorbed. In these memories were also comprehensions of the laws. As Lin Ming was immersed in these memories, he seemed to become the incarnation of a phoenix, looking down from its perspective over all existences in the world. Within the boundless sea of fire, he saw the flowing fire origin energy, the circulation of the fire laws, and even the tiniest atomic structures where the 2 yin and yang particles interacted to produce all 5 elements. This strange and mystical scene continued for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Lin Ming awoke from this chaotic state of mind. In the instant his eyes popped open, one could clearly see bright flames reflected within them. His fire laws, during this period of enlightenment, had steadily entered the boundary of virtual fire and were approaching large success of virtual fire. To have such attainments in the laws at just over 30 years of age was extremely rare. Of course, someone like Dragon Fong with a cheat-like method of perception was not included in this. His comprehension of the laws was far higher than Lin Ming's. 3 days. This period of enlightenment has taken 3 days. It seems you've made some good comprehensions. Your cultivation is also at large success of the middle divine sea realm. As long as you use a bit more time to accumulate, then you will reach the peak of the middle divine sea. As Lin Ming was undergoing enlightenment, Violent Stone had been sitting beside him the entire time. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the air he inhaled gathered into 2 streams that danced in the air. In terms of his inner world, it had expanded once more. Lin Ming's cultivation was currently rapidly developing. His previous accumulations had been far too deep. Okay, I'll train to the peak of the middle divine sea realm, and then attend the finals of the divine realm first martial meeting. At this time, Lin Ming was burning with excitement. He was impatient to battle powerful enemies on the martial field and experience their strength. In these past days, he realized that Empyrean Vast Universe's disciples weren't considered too outstanding. The far stronger Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian were disciples of other Empyreans. To martial artists that lived such long lives, they simply didn't understand the concept of time while training. Like this, for months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming, it's time to go. Violent Stone's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming opened his eyes. As he stood atop a high cliff, a casual movement from him was able to arouse the resonance of the laws. Countless flames swirled around him, forming all sorts of spiritual fire attribute creatures that prostrated towards him in worship. Lin Ming's fire laws had already reached large success of the 5th level concept, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle divine sea realm. If Lin Ming had entered a 1:100 time enchantment, he could have trained for 2 or 3 years and broken through to the late divine sea realm without a problem. However, doing so would have created instabilities in his foundation. Only his cultivation would have increased and his other aspects wouldn't have followed. That would have been a waste of Lin Ming's potential. The process of a genius's growth wasn't something accomplished with only seclusion. There were only extremely old martial artists that were stuck at a boundary for tens of thousands of years and would then go into deep closed-door seclusion, either making a breakthrough or dying in the process. Of course, these people would have no progress in the future. Good. Very good. Violent Stone said with satisfaction as he looked at Lin Ming. The current Lin Ming's entire body was filled with power, and his combat strength had reached the highest it had ever been. During these 4 months, Lin Ming's strength had stabilized a great deal. He was impatiently itching for a fight. He wanted to face the 10,000 geniuses of the divine realm that had been screened multiple times. From these 10,000 geniuses, any casual one would be a top 3 ranked character of a great world. They were the true chosen prides amongst all chosen prides of heaven. Every single one of them had countless worshippers and were characters that countless great influences would desire to bring into their fold. But now, with so many of them gathered together, it would truly be a sight to behold. Of these people, most of them had already touched upon the 5th level concept of their respective laws. Of course, there were actually very few that stood within the true gates of the 5th level concepts. In addition, their foundation and true essence were exceedingly deep. They were far from what ordinary geniuses could hope to compare with. Only opponents like this could arouse Lin Ming's fighting spirit. If Lin Ming were to meet the Dragon Fong of 40 days ago, then he had sufficient confidence to defeat him. Of course, that was only the Dragon Fong of 40 days ago. At that time, Dragon Fong had just opened the 3 lives pupils and his strength hadn't rapidly risen. And in these days, if Dragon Fong were to have gone deep into seclusion, his strength was sure to have grown fast. However, this only made Lin Ming seethe with an even greater fighting spirit. At the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, outside of Lin Ming's dwelling, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu were waiting for him. There was also the ancient Phoenix clan's patriarch, the several highest elders, and even Yen Little Moon and Xiaoping were all going to Vast Universe World to experience the finals. The tickets for the finals were over 100 times rarer than the tickets for the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. Just a semifinals ticket alone was enough to cause an 8th grade sect like the Unbroken Cult to feel powerless and frustrated. As for the finals, if it weren't for Lin Ming, then the entire ancient Phoenix clan would only have been given a mere 2 or 3 tickets. There were some weaker holy lands that wouldn't even be given a single ticket. Let's go! Violent Stone waved his hand and everyone flew towards the spirit ship. This trip would continue for nearly 2 months. In an unknown space of the divine realm, on a bleak and desolate planet, a black-clothed youth with a curved sword on his back was kneeling down towards the back of a haggard-looking old man. This old man looked towards the vast and starry skies, his back lonely and solemn. This black-clothed youth was Dragon Fong. As for this old man in front of him, that was his master 3 lives old man. 300 million years. In my years, I have walked through the 3,000 great worlds and explored the myriad galaxies, and you are the most splendid genius that I have ever found. Most importantly, you are suited for learning my 3 lives pupils. I have already taught you the entirety of my life's work. As for that loss on the Divine Seal altar, you need not take that to heart. You lost not because Lin Ming's strength surpassed your own, but because he already understood the concept of the 33 layered heavens. Thus he had a tremendous superiority to you in climbing up the Divine Seal altar. In a sense, you using the 3 lives pupils to climb the Divine Seal altar could be considered a trick, but Lin Ming was even trickier than you. Thus, of the two of you, one could climb up 80,000 feet and the other could reach the top, both of you breaking the record set by Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. That junior Vast Universe, because of some lucky chance he stumbled into, he was able to refine the divine seal altar. Of the disciples in his heavenly palace, none of them were able to find any tricks of their own. Thus, in front of the divine seal altar, they were nothing more than motes of dust. Go to the incomparably broad stage of the divine realm and struggle for a top 3 position on the heaven proclamation. 3 Lives Old Man was dreary and lonesome, like a cold and forsaken winter wind. Yes, master. Dragon Fong stood up, his eyes changing to different colors, as if they contained all the truths in the world. In these 1 to 2 months, Dragon Fong had undergone an enormous change. His cultivation had reached the late divine sea realm. Dragon Fong had already spent a great deal of time at the peak of the middle divine sea realm. With these accumulations, he easily broke through to the late divine sea realm. In addition, his law concepts had drawn close to perfection of the 5th level concept, and even faintly traced upon the gate of the 6th level concept. If this matter was spread out, it would truly be shocking to anyone who heard it. Fong, you must be cautious of Divine Dream's disciples. Divine Dream is a magnificent woman. Compared to me in my youth, she is much stronger. Stronger than Master? Dragon Fong was startled. In his opinion, even though he was at the last fading years of his life, he still had the potent strength to move stars and planets. When he was young, his strength had been unimaginable, and even Dragon Fong had seen a glimpse of this. If any Empyreans of this era were to see his master, they would also need to be respectful. In this situation, Empyrean Divine Dream was actually stronger than his master. Divine Dream is only 10 million years old. She is far younger than your old master, and her future has no limits. And this time, Frost Dream in particular is a disciple that Divine Dream cherishes and loves beyond all others. With her faint and elusive personality, Divine Dream was actually moved to the point that she utilized the Divine Dream world for this first martial meeting. Perhaps this is a smelting trial that she set down for Frost Dream. In these 10 million years, this is the first time that Divine Dream has ever held a first martial meeting. In other words, this Frost Dream might be the most outstanding disciple she has raised in these 10 million years. You can see just what sort of ability Frost Dream must have from this alone. If you were able to open the 3 Lives pupils 3 years earlier, then you might have had the strength to contend with her. But for now, 3 Lives Old Man shook his head and Dragon Fong silently clenched his fists. He knew that his master wouldn't speak nonsense. His master's 3 Lives pupils were known as the eyes that could see through all of existence. Not just laws, but he could even faintly see a blurry image of the future and sense the outline of the endless flow of time. There is also that Lin Ming. He will be your greatest opponent. I have a premonition that he has made great progress in these past days. Moreover, there is an incredibly great destiny enveloping him. You and him are a pair of dragons that have met each other through the hands of fate. In this era, all geniuses will rise together. This is your good fortune. Disciple understands. Now go to Vast Universe World and participate in the finals. Yes, Master. Vast Universe World was an independent world opened up by an extreme powerhouse using their tremendous supernatural powers. Here, there existed a massive arena. This arena was completely formed from Thundercrush steel as well as timeless god stones. It was so tough that even a divine Lord Master couldn't leave the shallowest of marks. All around this arena, there were massive stands able to hold hundreds of millions of people. Just these stands alone extended 10 miles into the skies. But these stands were still much smaller than the temporary stands created by Xiao Daochild at Grave Moon Star. This was also one of the reasons why the admission tickets were so rare. 100 miles away from this arena, there were groups of palaces. Each palace stretched out for an extremely long distance, and each one was the epitome of luxury and grace, with fine carvings and beautiful finishings. This was also where the geniuses of the 3,000 great worlds would be located. After a month and a half and several great void shifts, Lin Ming finally arrived at Vast Universe World, where the finals would be held. This is vast universe world. Lin Ming flew down from the spirit ship and discovered that the heaven and earth origin energy on vast universe world was much more chaotic and strong than the heaven and earth origin energy on Atlas world or true martial world. For a genius like Lin Ming, having a special training area wouldn't have too great of an effect right now. But there were some more basic martial artists that could only train outside, and thus they were greatly influenced by their surroundings. If one was to cultivate in vast universe world, wanting to control the circulation of origin energy was much more difficult. But if one continued to train here, their achievements would also be greater. Before Hua Violent Stone arrived here, he had already contacted one of the organizers from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace to determine where their temporary residence would be. It was the 52nd Palace. According to the arrangements of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the first 30 palaces were for Empyrean descendants to prepare themselves. In other words, the direct disciples of Empyreans. Follow that Palace 31 to Palace 60 were for the first-place contestants of the various semifinals areas. From Palace 61 to Palace 1000, they were for various disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. These people weren't Empyrean descendants but core disciples as well as the disciples of the older Empyrean descendants. As for the other participants and core disciples, they were housed in even lower-ranked palaces. Many Empyrean descendants were millions of years old or even 10 million years old. Among them, the weakest were comparable to ordinary world kings and many of them were stronger than great world kings. There were even some that were half-step Empyreans. There were a great number of these people, and their top disciple was often more talented than the top disciple of a great world king Holy Land. An Empyrean heavenly palace had a truly terrifying population. An Empyrean had their descendants, and these Empyrean descendants had their own disciples, and then these disciples also had their disciples. The population would grow over the years at an exponential rate, and the total number of people easily broke past 1 trillion. Of course, most of these people were staff and they simply didn't possess the qualifications to contact the core of the Empyrean Heavenly Palace. With 30 semifinals areas and each area screening out for 300 people, there were a total of 9,000 participants. In addition to the 970 Heavenly Palace core disciples and the 30 Empyrean direct disciples, that was just about 10,000 individuals. Lin Ming in front is the residential area for the contestants. We can't enter there, so we'll separate here for now. There are still around 10 days until the finals of the first martial meeting begins. You shouldn't spend this time training. It's fine as long as you adjust your mentality and prepare yourself. You should relax and also get to know the geniuses from the other great worlds. Lin Ming's current strength had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to make any significant changes in just 10 days of time. If he wanted to steadily break into the late Divine Sea realm, it would take at least several years. Okay. Lin Ming also wanted to get to know the geniuses of other great worlds more. After Hua Violent Stone and the others left, Lin Ming went into the residential area by himself. He discovered that there was an enormous square in the center of this palace, with all sorts of buildings. There were restaurants, martial fields, pill shops, and weapon stores. Upon casually entering a store, everything inside was extremely expensive, but the items were all of high quality. The worst weapons from the weapon stores were spirit artifacts. Although these spirit artifacts didn't have much potential for growth, they were still equal to dozens or hundreds of top-grade saint artifacts. This was also a reasonable matter. The 10,000 martial artists that were able to come here were famous individuals with strength ranked in the top 3 of their great world. Besides those few scattered wandering martial artists, the ones with the worst background still came from great world king Holy Lands. How could they care about a normal top-grade saint artifact? Numerous heroic young elites walked back and forth on the streets. Even a character like Bloodless Sword seemed ordinary here. Lin Ming glanced over them, sighing. It truly was a spectacular sight to see all the divine sea geniuses of the divine realm gathered here. These people were all monstrous freaks, but even so, most of these people weren't worth Lin Ming paying attention to. The ones Lin Ming saw to be a real threat were only several people. For instance, Dragon Fong, but also Frost Dream. Lin Ming. Lin Ming suddenly stopped as he heard someone call out to him. He turned around to see a martial artist in purple clothes running towards him. He had some impressions of this fellow. He was the martial artist known as Purple Blade in the semifinals at Grave Moonstar. He had finally lost when he failed to climb up the 31st step of the Divine Seal altar. His strength had been ranked 5th at Grave Moonstar's semifinals, inferior to Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword. Purple Blade. Right, haha, Brother Lin has arrived really early, but I came even earlier, about a month ago. Brother Lin, it seems you've been training quite well these days. I have to say that I envy your strength. Purple Blade was already at the peak of the late Divine Sea realm. The next step for him was to enter the Divine Transformation realm. Thus, there was no way for him to increase his strength by raising his cultivation, so he could only enlighten himself on the laws. But in just a few months' time, how much could he possibly perceive? Brother Lin just arrived, so you're probably not familiar with this place yet. Come, I'll bring you to some interesting places. There are some ruthless individuals that haunt those places. I imagine Brother Lin would be like to take a look, as only those geniuses can be Brother Lin's competition. Purple Blade had been arrogant and proud since birth, but after witnessing Lin Ming mounting the Divine Seal altar, he felt nothing but a deep sense of admiration towards him, and wanted to be friends with him. In the future, Purple Blade would be the leader of a great influence. There would be no harm and only gain if he were to befriend a top master. All right, Lin Ming readily agreed. He was also interested in this. Purple Blade brought Lin Ming through several streets and past a group of palaces. Finally, he came to a large square where many people had gathered. This square had several hundred elites in it, with both men and women. In the center, there was a massive crystal platform, and this platform shined with a variety of colors. What is that? It is used to test one's laws. I've also seen these at my World King Palace, and they test the degree to which a trial challenger can comprehend the laws. But this one is several times greater than any I've seen before. Purple Blade explained. This was clearly one of the interesting locations he had mentioned. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. There were magic tools that could test one's comprehension of laws? Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Ming followed Purple Blade forwards. The crystal platform was divided into 9 colored layers. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, black, and white, each color corresponding to a different set of law concepts. As Lin Ming walked forwards, he saw a martial artist just coming down from the crystal platform. The first 4 levels of the crystal platform had lit up with a blazing light, but the 5th only dimly shined for an instant before dying down. The 4th level laws are his limit, and he's just barely managed to become aware of the 5th level concept. Not bad. Many of those present had already practiced the 4th level laws to the peak. The difference was whether or not they had comprehended the 5th level concept and just how deep their awareness was. Above the 5th level, every little bit of progress was extraordinary. Senior Apprentice Brother Song is great. Haha. Your results are no worse than those of that Heavenly Palace core disciple who just stepped up. Are you saying that we're worse than them? Their master is a great world king, but so is ours. Just thinking about how the palaces are ranked by position angers me. The Empyrean descendants are arranged in the top 30 palaces. The top master of each semifinals location is arranged in the 31st to 60th palace, and then that is followed by the Empyrean Heavenly Palace core disciples and finally us. It's like they think we are all worthless. Yeah. It's not like those Empyrean Heavenly Palace core disciples are Empyrean descendants. They are only disciples of Empyrean direct disciples. So how come they are arranged in front of us? We'll see how they do in the finals. Just because of their empty status as a Heavenly Palace disciple, they don't place us in their eyes at all. In truth, they can't even see the Empyreans. They are nothing but foxes pretending to be tigers. At the edges of the crowd, Lin Ming heard such discussions going on. Geniuses were all extremely arrogant. From the way that vast universe Heavenly Palace had arranged the residences of the participants, it could be seen just how they viewed the difference between Empyrean disciples and the disciples from ordinary influences. It was originally difficult for the disciples of Empyrean Heavenly Palaces and the disciples of World King Holy Lands to live peacefully together. This was because the disciples from Empyrean heavenly palaces always had a sense of superiority, and the disciples of the great world king Holy Lands would naturally envy them. Now, because of how the palace living arrangements were done, this had aroused the bitterness and criticism of others. Heh! Talk about a crowd of country bumpkins that have yet to see the greater world. Just because you managed to stumble into some good results, you're also overly pleased with yourselves. What a bunch of idiots. In the crowd, a cold voice suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's angry glares. As everyone looked over, they saw a white-clothed youth speaking. He had the emblem of a starry sky embroidered on the chest of his robes. This was the symbol of a disciple from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace Disciple. Core Disciple? Direct Disciple. These geniuses who were originally mocking and cursing those Empyrean Palace disciples were all extremely angry. But in the face of this Vast Universe Heavenly Palace disciple, they actually felt lacking in courage and energy. This was because this fellow's aura was simply too strong, and all of them felt as if they couldn't begin to compare with him. What are you being so arrogant about? If you have the ability, then go up and test yourself. Don't just stand here and talk big. A World King Holy Land disciple shouted, not too convincingly. Haha, I already knew that you would have doubts. Since that's the case, let me broaden your horizons. As that disciple spoke, he walked into the middle of the crowd and lazily brought up a hand. Then, with a simple gesture, he thrust his palm out. Faint fluctuations of the space laws appeared in the air, and the first 4 levels of the crystal platform immediately lit up. The 5th level also dimly shined, continuing for several breaths of time before dying down. This was proof that his comprehension of concepts was not just being faintly aware, but truly touching upon the 5th level threshold. Compared to Nether Limitless, he was about the same. And Nether Limitless was himself a peak master of a great world. If it weren't for the monstrous freaks known as Lin Ming and Dragon Fong, he would have been first in the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. He was stronger than 99% of those present. Any casual disciple from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, even if they weren't an Empyrean direct disciple, still nearly reached the standard of a first-ranked master from a semifinals area. This caused many of the young elites present to be left speechless. Who is he? The several Holy Land disciples speaking before felt their faces flush red with embarrassment. They weren't able to ascertain his status before they saw that person switch hands. This time, a golden red light covered his hand as he slapped his palm onto the crystal platform. The last time was the space laws, but now it was the metal laws. The crystal platform shimmered with a dazzling light once more. Without needing to mention the first 4 levels, even the 5th level blazed for 1 to 2 breaths of time. Although his metal laws were slightly worse than his space laws, he could still be considered as having touched upon the threshold of the 5th level concept. He cultivated 2 different laws, and yet he had reached perfection of the 4th level concept and was soon to break through the boundary of the 5th level concept. This disparity was obvious to all present, and it caused many of them to lose all the bluster they had before. That disciple from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace swept his eyes through the entire audience and tipped his head upwards in victory. As for the person that had challenged him, his face had gone deep red as he was left speechless. Under the gaze of everyone present, he had disgracefully shamed himself. These people were all geniuses of their various great worlds. When they came to the first martial meeting, although they didn't imagine they would be able to shock the world with a brilliant feat of talent, they believed they could at least shine in glory. But now, before the finals had even begun, they had been brutally attacked. I am Zhao Ji, and my honorable master is Vast Cosmos. Remember that. The Vast Universe Heavenly Palace disciple said with a smug smile on his face. Vast Cosmos was the chief disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, and also had a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Not just that, but with the support of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's resources, the strength of the disciples he taught could be imagined. To be able to touch upon the 5th level concepts of 2 different laws wasn't strange at all. Many people clenched their jaws, but they were pressured so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. They already couldn't compare with Empyrean direct disciples, but now these Heavenly Palace core disciples were pushing them down. To tell the truth, having the number 1 ranked participants of the semifinals be arranged in front of us is already doing you a favor. You should be content with what you have. Zhao Ji sneered. Purple Blade frowned. Brother Lin, this cocky fellow really thinks his tail reaches the skies. He's even mocking you. Lin Ming was the first ranked participant of the Grave Moon Star semifinals and was arranged in the first 60 palaces. As Zhao Ji spoke, his words naturally disparaged Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Let him do as he pleases. There's no reason to quarrel over something like this. No matter how great his results are on that platform, it won't affect the overall result of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Moreover, a genuine master wouldn't do something so ridiculous." Lin Ming was well aware that there were many martial artists in this first martial meeting, as well as Empyrean descendants, that had thoroughly comprehended the 5th level concept. That was something that wasn't as simple as touching upon the threshold. But these people actually hadn't moved. Lin Ming and Purple Blade's conversation wasn't hidden. Thus Zhao Ji naturally heard them. He sneered and said, "You talk like you're so amazing. How about you come on stage and give it a try so we can see just how much weight you have? You really are a shameless boaster," Zhao Ji provokingly said. Everyone immediately turned to Lin Ming. Out of the hundreds of people present, there were naturally some from Grave Moon Star's semifinals. Thus they recognized Lin Ming. "Isn't that Lin Ming?" "Yes, that's Lin Ming. He's the first ranked participant of Grave Moon Star." The first ranked participant was Lin Ming, and the second ranked participant was Dragon Fong. Both are extreme geniuses. Many disciples from the Grave Moon Star semifinals started to call out Lin Ming's name after seeing him. As for the people from other semifinal areas, they didn't think much of Lin Ming. To them, there were far too many first-ranked participants from the different semifinal areas. First ranked of Grave Moon Star? That's him. I guess he's around the same as our semifinals first-ranked participant, Blood Carnage. As everyone was speaking, near the crystal platform, Zhao Ji stiffened, his face red, the exact same as the disciple from the World King Holy Land that he had embarrassed. You are Lin Ming." Zhao Ji gulped, his words coming out a bit slurred. If one wasn't a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, it would be hard to imagine just how difficult it was to climb up the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps. When the disciples from other semifinal areas heard that Lin Ming had mounted the peak of the Divine Seal Altar, they only knew that he was fierce. As for how fierce he was, they weren't sure. But, as a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Zhao Ji had personally witnessed an incomparably powerful direct disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe climb up the Divine Seal Altar in the past. However, that disciple hadn't even been able to climb 10,000 feet up the 33rd step. In this situation, if Lin Ming could reach the top, just how strong was he? At the beginning, when Zhao Ji first heard this news, he simply couldn't believe it. But after verifying this with his master, he had learnt beyond a shadow of a doubt that this news was true, despairingly so. Even if Lin Ming were using some tricks, shortcuts, or had some treasure to climb up, there was no doubting his potential. Zhao Ji knew that he absolutely couldn't compare to such a person, because he himself couldn't even climb up to the 32nd step. The great disparity between them could be imagined. "Yes, he is Lin Ming," Purple Blade said, his lips curving upwards. He already guessed that the name of Lin Ming had some significant mental impact to this disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming. Zhao Ji's complexion was very uncomfortable. In front of Lin Ming, he didn't have any confidence at all. But even so, he couldn't back down and lose like this here. "My senior apprentice brother has wanted to challenge you. Your results in climbing up the Divine Seal Altar were truly heaven-defying. But you did so using nothing but tricks." Lin Ming faintly smiled. "The Divine Seal Altar is a test of your comprehension of laws. Whether or not you can find tricks to climb up all depends on your own ability. The methods are already there. Whether you can find them is your own problem." Zhao Ji was left speechless by Lin Ming's words. He was well aware that no matter how Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps, him trying to challenge Lin Ming was only bringing about his own destruction. So he simply walked down the crystal platform. He had spoken too arrogantly just now and had ended up slapping his own face. Zhao Ji didn't even have the shame to lift his own face up. At this time, a pall of silence fell over the entire square. Some people began to look towards one direction. As for others, they seemed to feel something special and also looked over. They saw a 15 to 16-year-old looking young girl. She wore a long black skirt, and as she walked over she resembled a devilish nocturnal temptress. Her long hair was jet black, hanging down to her waist like a waterfall of ink. Her eyes were as wide as a baby's, incomparably bright. Even with several hundred people present, it was possible to hear the sound of a pin drop. Xiao Maxian, direct disciple of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, and also a direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, Xiao Maxian. And what was most breathtaking was that beside Xiao Maxian was a young woman in a long pure white dress. Her figure was tall and outstanding, and her entire body exuded a sacred and sacrosanct atmosphere, making anyone near her feel inferior. She appeared together with Xiao Maxian, and she herself was a perfect and formidable young woman. Her name was heart-stopping. She was Fairy Frost Dream. Xiao Maxian and Frost Dream were two peerless women. Standing side by side, they were two women that made all surrounding martial artists feel less than dirt. These two women, whether it be in status or strength, made everyone feel incomparably distant. Even that World King Holy Land disciple who was criticizing the arrangement of the palace residences didn't complain that the Empyrean direct disciples were placed in the first 30 palaces. This was because the disparity was far too obvious. There was no need to mention Frost Dream. It was said she was the disciple that Empyrean Divine Dream was most proud and satisfied of for these last 10 million years. Empyrean Divine Dream was already one of the few peak characters of the entire divine realm. The strength of her most outstanding disciple could be imagined. However, Fairy Frost Dream was an extremely low-key and subdued individual. The techniques she used, the laws she cultivated, all of that was a mystery. As for Xiao Maxian, her character was widely known as a naughty trickster that loved to play all the time. Even so, her strength was also a mystery. During the preliminaries, Xiao Maxian's terrifying strength had struck fear into the hearts of everyone. In the Divine Dream World's 3,000 Great Worlds, Xiao Maxian had swept through all opponents, unstoppable. But even that was not her full strength. It was hard to imagine where the limits of her strength lay. They are Xiao Maxian and Frost Dream. Lin Ming looked at these two women, his eyes extremely sharp. Xiao Maxian was actually only at the middle divine sea realm, the same as himself. As for Fairy Frost Dream, Lin Ming couldn't clearly see through her cultivation. Her inner world was covered in a dense layer of fog, blurry. Let alone her inner world. Even her facial features seemed to be shrouded in a dreamlike layer of illusions, making all unable to clearly see her. Beside Lin Ming, Purple Blade said to him, "Brother Lin, Fairy Frost Dream is an extremely mysterious character. Whenever she appears in public she is always concealed with the divine dream laws. It's impossible for anyone to get a clear look at her. As for Xiao Maxian, I've heard a bit of her situation. Although it isn't some secret, not everyone knows of it. After I learned this information, I lost all confidence to face her. Her talent has truly reached a boundary that mortals like us cannot imagine." As Purple Blade spoke, he saw Lin Ming's not too concerned expression and continued to say, "Brother Lin, I'm not trying to scare you. In my opinion, your talent is already heaven-defying amongst all heaven-defying geniuses. But, if compared to Xiao Maxian, I'm afraid that even you are far inferior." "Oh!" Lin Ming looked at Purple Blade with amazement in his eyes. In Purple Blade's opinion, Xiao Maxian's talent was far greater than his own. The Divine Seal Altar was mainly a test of one's potential. When Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal Altar, although he had relied on some shortcuts, the undeniable truth was that his potential swept away the dozens of Empyrean disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace for the last 2 million years. Because Purple Blade didn't understand him, Lin Ming wouldn't think it was strange that Purple Blade thought he was worse than Xiao Maxian. But Purple Blade had said that Lin Ming was far worse than Xiao Maxian. This surprised Lin Ming. It was clear that Xiao Maxian was quite special. Let's hear it. Purple Blade said, Brother Lin, I know that you are hiding some secrets and also have many other cards you have yet to reveal. Your future achievements are something I cannot imagine, but even so, I fear that you are too far off from Xianxia. She is truly a monster amongst all monstrous geniuses. Let me say this first. Xianxia is younger than you. She is only 26 years old right now. 26 years old? As Lin Ming heard this age, he was truly horrified. A 26-year-old middle divine sea realm master? This age combined with this cultivation was ridiculously shocking. An extreme genius, even if they didn't cultivate the laws, ignoring their foundation and cultivation methods, merely seeking to increase their strength. Even if they ignored all consequences to take all sorts of medicines, they still might not be able to reach the middle divine sea realm at 26 years of age. And Xianxia was clearly not in this situation. There was no mistaking her strength. Whether it was in comprehension of laws or foundation, she far surpassed all her peers. Lin Ming couldn't begin to imagine just how she did so much in so little time. Purple Blade was already expecting this response from Lin Ming. He said, The reason Xianxia has her current achievements is because she has a special bloodline. Her mother is not a human. As Purple Blade said this, Lin Ming was stunned. Her mother isn't a human? Is she from the demon race? In the divine realm, besides humans, there were a small number of other races. For instance, the demon race's ogre race and imp race. Even so, all of them combined together were only a small number. Their population was nothing in comparison to the humans. In Lin Ming's impressions, since Empyrean Demon Dawn was known as Demon Dawn, the dawn of all demons, then it wouldn't be strange if Xianxia's mother was also from the demon race. Purple Blade shook his head. It isn't the demons but the monsters. If I say this it might scare you a bit, but the rumors say that Xianxia's mother is a dark phoenix. As Purple Blade said this, Lin Ming was truly scared silly. Dark phoenix? A god beast? According to what Lin Ming knew, the most common phoenix was a fire phoenix, with a small number being ice phoenixes. As for dark phoenixes, Lin Ming had once seen one in Empyrean Divine Seal's dreamlike memories. But now, in the current divine realm, these types of phoenixes had disappeared long ago. However, that was not the most critical point. A human Empyrean was originally an existence comparable to a god beast, and their strength might even surpass a god beast. In Empyrean Demon Dawn's heavenly palace, Lin Ming wouldn't be startled if there was a god beast there, or even a primordial god beast. No, what Lin Ming thought was inconceivable was that even though a god beast could change into human form, no matter how much sex they had with a human, it should be impossible for a child to be born from them. Let alone a god beast with a human, even a god beast mating with another god beast would find having a child incomparably difficult. The more powerful a species was, the more difficult it was to bear descendants. This was part of the laws of nature that balanced the universe. Otherwise, there would be hundreds of millions of god beasts and it would be beyond simple for them to sweep through and rule the divine realm. In this sort of situation, how could there be a child between a god beast and a human? Lin Ming finally knew why Purple Blade thought that his talent was far inferior to Xianxia's. A god beast was originally the beloved darling of the world laws. Their entire body was a treasure and their bones and organs and flesh were all engraved with the most mystical and profound law runes. When a god beast was born, they would not need any training at all to possess strength only inferior to that of an Empyrean after growing up. Of course, correspondingly, there were many shortcomings. This was that the laws they possessed were more or less finalized at their birth. No matter how much they trained, this wouldn't change much. Also, their ability to learn was far worse than humans. But, if a god beast and a human could mate together, the child they produced would inherit the learning capabilities of a human but also the heaven-defying talent of a god beast. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying such an existence would be. Moreover, since this Xianxia was the direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, then her father must naturally also be an extreme character. Otherwise, how could he possibly obtain the favor and lust of a god beast taken human shape? Her father was an extreme character, her mother was a god beast, and her grandfather was an outstanding Empyrean. This sort of background was high to the point that it couldn't be any higher. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Xianxia was the proudest daughter of heaven within the entire divine realm. Ancient Phoenix clan, in front of Xianxia, there simply isn't any comparison at all. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The ancient Phoenix clan, no matter how much ancient Phoenix blood they transplanted, could not compare with Xianxia. Xianxia had the true body of a Phoenix child. Every drop of her blood, every bone, every muscle, and even her soul was marked with the characteristics of a god-beast. No wonder that Xianxia can reach the middle divine sea realm at 26 years of age, but also comprehend the laws to this level. That is because those laws have already been engraved within her body from her birth. Lin Ming felt a bit relieved. Xianxia didn't need to do as other geniuses did and assiduously perceive the laws. She already had the laws within her body and merely needed to slowly digest them. Such a disparity was truly frustrating. Yes, when the resources and inheritances of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace are added on top, we truly can't compare. Purple Blade spoke with sincere envy. In front of Xianxia, he really was nothing more than an ant. The difference between them was too great. Big sister. There are so many people here. It's really lively. Xianxia giggled as she saw all the people gathered around the crystal platform. As she smiled, she revealed a pair of sharp canines. They are testing their comprehension of laws. Fairy Frost Dream said. Her voice was similar to immortal tunes flowing down a 100,000-foot-tall snow-capped mountain. Is there something so fun? Xianxia had just arrived at Vast Universe World, so she had yet to take a walk around. I also want to play a bit. Would Big Sister Frost Dream like to try it too? Xianxia casually asked. Frost Dream faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, No need. Then I'll give it a try. Xianxia walked into the crowd and everyone spontaneously drew away from her. Although Xianxia seemed extremely casual as if she were just playing around, everyone else's eyes widened. They held their breath, waiting to see Xianxia's performance. Among the young generation, she was someone who truly stood at the peak. Standing before the crystal platform, Xianxia simply didn't ready anything at all. She just lightly thrust out her palm, and in that moment a black flame burnt in Xianxia's palm. Although this black flame appeared inconspicuous, the moment it lit up, the entire crystal platform began to light up. The first 5 levels blazed with a shining light, and even the 6th level began to glimmer with a bright light. She had reached perfection in the 5th level laws, and even touched upon the 6th level concept. As everyone saw this, they were shocked, speechless, panic-stricken. A normal genius was already considered amazing if they could touch upon the 5th level concept, but Xianxia had already touched upon the 6th level concept. Her comprehension of laws was truly monstrous. Too strong. Purple Blade sighed from beside Lin Ming. In terms of the comprehension of laws, Xianxia had flung him impossibly far away. He had only reached large success in the 5th level concept. Xianxia is only playing around, and yet she's managed to reach such a level. She's definitely not trying her best. In terms of laws, I am truly far inferior to her. Lin Ming shook his head. His comprehension of laws was already considered outstanding, but it was far too difficult for him to compare with Xianxia, who had the laws engraved into her body as a true god-beast did. Xianxia didn't have any reaction to her result. She simply chuckled and said, Big Sister Frost Dream, are you sure you don't want to try? She looked completely like a young girl who only came to play about and have some fun. To other geniuses, they were here in a ruthless battle to decide superiority and gain glory. But to Xianxia, this was only an amusing toy. Frost Dream smiled, shaking her head again and saying, No! Okay, Big Sister Frost Dream, you are just too boring. Let's leave this place and go shopping over there. Junior apprentice sister Xianxia is fierce, truly fierce. Wonderful. I'm filled with admiration. As Xianxia was about to leave, Vast Cosmos's disciple, Zhao Ji, walked towards her with a face full of smiles. I am Zhao Ji, junior apprentice sister. It is truly my lucky chance to meet you here. Who are you? Xiao Moxian glanced over at Zhao Ji, clearly not interested in bothering with him. I am a disciple of vast universe, heavenly palaces, vast cosmos. Zhao Ji put forth his master's name, but his status wasn't able to arouse any interest from Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian singly gave a light, "Oh," before pulling Fairy Frost Dream's arm and leading her away from the crystal platform. Zhao Ji was left behind by himself, his hands cupped against his chest. This caused him to feel extremely awkward. In truth, from start to finish, Xiao Moxian hadn't even bothered to glance at the surrounding martial artists. From this, Lin Ming could faintly feel that even though Xiao Moxian had a lively and childlike innocent demeanor, her playfulness only extended to those she was familiar with. Strangers, and in particular those strangers that were ordinary in talent, were treated the exact opposite. After all, arrogance was something bred into her bones. Xiao Moxian had tested herself just now because she thought it was amusing. She didn't do so to demonstrate her ability like the other martial artists here, because doing so had no significance. This was just like how a human felt superior to a pack of ants. They weren't even on the same playing field. "Let's go," Lin Ming said to Purple Blade. As they were about to leave, he suddenly saw a black-clothed martial artist with a strangely curved sword on his back, walking towards the crystal platform. This person was Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong. He also wants to test himself? Lin Ming just had this thought when he saw Dragon Pang's palm thrust out. This palm actually had the feeling as if the flow of time were shifted around it. Suddenly, the crystal platform lit up. The first 4 levels shined with a dazzling light, and even the 5th level shimmered, shining for several dozen breaths of time before slowly dying down. That's Dragon Fong. For him to have the 5th level of the crystal platform shine for so long, his laws must have reached the 5th level concept. Compared to Xiao Moxian, his result is far worse, but that's still amazing. This person came in 2nd place at the Grave Moon Star semifinals, only inferior to Lin Ming. Rather, it should be said that his potential is worse than Lin Ming's. As for his strength, no one knows. Those that could recognize Dragon Fong also came from Grave Moon Star's contest arena. Although Dragon Fong had been completely beaten by Lin Ming, he had still left a profound impression on everyone. To be more accurate, Dragon Fong and Lin Ming were already on a completely different level. Large success of a 5th level law. I fear that is the strongest result you'll find under the Empyrean descendants. There are even some weaker Empyrean descendants that are weaker than him. How come those from the Grave Moon Star semifinals are so strong? Isn't there still Lin Ming, who is even stronger? The participants of the other contest areas discussed. As those from Grave Moon Star heard about this, they felt a certain sense of pride. They already knew that Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were fierce, and now those that had suspected them had actually seen them with their own eyes. Several 100 feet away, Lin Ming witnessed the entire scene. Dragon Fong. He actually used the time laws on that crystal platform. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Before now, he only knew that Dragon Fong's most outstanding ability was his mastery of the space laws. Nether Limitless had been able to create 4 spatial mirror images, but Dragon Fong had been able to use 8 of them. The disparity between someone who just touched upon the 5th level concept and someone who steadily entered the 5th level concept could be seen from this. And now, Dragon Fong's time laws had already reached the 5th level. It was unknown just what boundary his space laws had reached. The time laws and space laws were 2 of the most difficult laws to comprehend. Correspondingly, they were also 2 of the strongest laws. Of these 2, the time laws were far more abstract and elusive, and faintly superior to the space laws. Dragon Fong. He's a terrifying opponent. In these past months, his comprehension of the laws has reached an even higher level and his cultivation has entered into the late Divine Sea realm. I still have no idea what cards he's holding back. In terms of comprehending the laws, I can't compare with him at all. In terms of laws, Lin Ming was indeed inferior to Dragon Fong and far more inferior to Xiao Moxian. But true combat didn't depend on just one's comprehension of the laws. There were many other aspects that influenced one's comprehensive combat strength. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Besides the unfathomably deep Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming saw several strong Empyrean descendants. As the sun rose on the 11th day, Lin Ming was sitting in meditation in his palace. He suddenly heard a voice spread through his mind. All participants of the finals, gather in the square. The finals of the first martial meeting shall begin today. A solemn voice spread through every palace. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Today, the beginning of the finals had come at last. The entire martial field was filled with 10,000 young elites. All of them had come from their respective palaces and were gathered at the central square. Here, dozens of world king powerhouses had gathered. They were all the presiders of the various semifinal contest areas, and even Xiao Daochild was included amongst them. With several dozen world king powerhouses gathered together, the might of their aura could be imagined. 10,000 geniuses stood quietly, waiting for the finals to arrive. After everyone had gathered, a strong and tall man in white robes descended from the skies. His figure was tremendous and his aura was pressuring. His entire body emitted a breathtaking pressure. I am Empyrean Vast Universe's direct chief disciple, Vast Cosmos. I represent Vast Universe Heavenly Palace in welcoming you all here. You are all truly outstanding. Vast Cosmos. He is Vast Cosmos? If we can enter the top 10 ranks of the Earth Proclamation, we can enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also obtain his tutelage. Senior Vast Cosmos has a half-step Empyrean cultivation. He is more than qualified to guide us. Even the great world king of a first-order world has to pay deep respects to Senior Vast Cosmos. The young geniuses present secretly discussed with true essence sound transmissions. For many of them, Vast Cosmos was the fiercest character they had yet to see in their lives. Now I shall announce the rules. The lot of you have already been divided into groups for elimination. As Vast Cosmos spoke, he flourished his hands and a massive curtain of light appeared in front of everyone. This curtain of light was 1,000 feet wide and had 10,000 names displayed on it. Each name had a number following it. These were the palace numbers that everyone had lived at. Of 10,000 people, they were divided into 10 groups with 1,000 people each. 1,000 people? How do we fight? Could it be an elimination trial like the Divine Seal Altar? Lin Ming immediately thought, if they carried out a round-robin tournament to ensure absolute fairness, then everyone would have to fight 999 other people. This seemed too troublesome. But at this time, he also discovered that each group of 1,000 people was also divided into two parts. The first part had 30 people written in red, and the second part had 970 people written in white. Lin Ming's name was red, and many of the Heavenly Palace core disciples were white. In the skies, Vast Cosmos said, every great group is divided into two smaller groups depending on your results in the semifinals, as well as the strength you've displayed so far. The first group has 30 people and the second group has 970 people. For those in the second group, they have 3 chances to challenge someone from the first group. If they can win in any single one of these battles, they may swap positions with their opponent. Otherwise, if you are defeated in all 3 challenges, then you will be directly eliminated. As for those that are defeated and replaced in the first group, they also have 3 chances to challenge someone from the first group again. If they lose all 3 challenges, they too will be eliminated. This will continue until all those from the second group have lost their qualifications. Upon hearing these rules, those that were selected to enter the second group felt uncomfortable. To put it in other words, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace did not believe those from the second group had any chances of winning and wanted to directly eliminate them from the tournament. This round of eliminations was developed as their final chance. They really think we're useless trash. Although we can't enter the top 10 of the Earth Proclamation, we still shouldn't be directly placed in the elimination group. Out of the 10,000 participants, there were only 300 people in the first groups. 200 of them were Empyrean descendants and Heavenly Palace core disciples, and the other 100 were the young elites chosen from the 30 semifinal contest areas. This caused many of the 3rd and 4th ranked participants of the semifinals to be placed in the second group. There were even some contest areas with bad luck that had their second-ranked participant placed into the second group. This caused them all to immediately fume with anger. What is the meaning of this? I came in second in my semifinals contest area, so why am I in the second group? There are some people that were ranked 5th in their contest area that are still in the first group. These grouping rules are too random. These people were referring to Grave Moon Star's contest area. The 5th place Purple Blade was placed in the first group, much less Lin Ming and Dragon Fong. These grouping rules are too unfair. Why are some people that were ranked second in their contest area still placed into the second group, and yet the 5th of another contest area can be placed into the first group? Yes, this is unfair. I would like to ask what the basis of this grouping is. Is it only subjective judgment? The geniuses present were very proud. After being viewed as worthless by others and also being treated unfairly, they certainly weren't convinced. Silence! Vast Cosmos didn't need to speak at all. Beside him, several world kings shouted out, their voices fierce. These world kings, once they released their pressure, were not something that these juniors could withstand. Many of them immediately began to stream a cold sweat. Rules are rules. You may only follow and cannot resist. As for the reasoning behind how these rules are established, I have no need to explain to the likes of you. Vast Cosmos's voice was indifferent, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak at all. To someone at his level, this group in front of him was nothing more than a pack of children. Although they were chosen prides of heaven, the road of a martial artist was long and difficult, filled with dangers. Whether or not any of them could grow was unknown. Out of these 10,000 geniuses present, only a very small number of them would reach the World King realm. As for the rest, they would only be holy lords. They simply weren't worth Vast Cosmos paying attention to. This bunch of idiots, it's as if they think they are so fierce. Out of these 10,000 people, only 300 are chosen. In truth, even I'm surprised that I've been chosen. Even I have to think that I'm a bit worse than the required standard. Beside Lin Ming, Purple Blade shook his head. Before coming to the finals area, Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and some others had all been training. But Purple Blade had already cultivated as much as he could, and 3 months was far from enough for allowing him to become any stronger. Thus, he used this time to study his opponents. Out of these 10,000 people, he had gathered the materials of the entire 1,000 people in his group. After carefully analyzing it, there were over 100 people stronger than he was. Brother Lin, I must thank you and Dragon Fong. You and Dragon Fong are too strong. So I believe that Grave Moon Star's ranking simply didn't apply to you. In that case, Nether Limitless should have been considered first and I should have been considered third. That's why there are 5 people from our area. Purple Blade was extremely self-aware of his own strength. After researching all the information of those here, he knew that many people were stronger than he was. Everyone, follow me, Vast Cosmos loudly said. At this time, with a great rumbling sound not too far away from the crowd, the ground began to cave in for dozens and dozens of miles. And in the center of the collapsing earth was a metal city that slowly began to rise up into the air. This city looked fierce and barbaric, with harsh and bewildering angles. It was red all over and emitted a vast and ancient aura. It was unknown just what type of metal was used to make this. As soon as this metal city appeared, many of the young elites present felt their hearts shake. Facing this city, they felt all the hairs rise up on their body. It was difficult to summon any courage or confidence in the presence of this Crimson City. This is Slaughter City. It is my honorable master Vast Universe's Empyrean spirit treasure. He brought it up from a 100-million-year blood pond in a slaughter hell, and it carries with it a terrible slaughter energy. The main battlefield of the semifinals will be Slaughter City. If you cannot even pass its gates, then you have already lost all qualifications to compete. As Vast Cosmos spoke, all of the young elites present glanced at each other in shock and dismay. So there was another elimination event. Before the finals truly began, there would first be a massive round of eliminations. This was a way to simplify the competition without affecting the fairness of it, so that the number of matches was reduced as much as possible. Slaughter Hell, 100-million-year blood pond. I wonder just what sort of place this is that you can actually fish up an Empyrean spirit treasure. In Empyrean Vast Universe's 10 million years of life, He had only created 2 Empyrean spirit treasures himself. But in truth, he actually had many more Empyrean spirit treasures. Most of them were lucky chances he found, left behind by ancient Empyreans. There is this slaughter hell, but there is also that soul world that Empyrean divine dream went to before. I've never heard about such strange places before. Lin Ming sighed deeply. The divine realm was far too broad. There were so many mystic realms that it was impossible to count them, and he didn't even know the names of the overwhelmingly vast majority of them. You may enter now, Vast Cosmos indifferently said. Slaughter City, great. I must enter Slaughter City in a much more relaxed manner than the others. I will show them that they were mistaken in including me in the elimination group. This is my time to shine. Although it's impossible for me to compare favorably with the monstrous freaks here, as long as I can do better than 70 to 80 of the people, then that will be enough for me to be praised throughout the entire divine realm. Many young elites were brimming with fighting spirit as they saw Slaughter City, especially those martial artists who believed they should have been placed in the first group. As the peak geniuses of their various great worlds, most of them were prideful individuals who did not fear challenges. Now that they were looked down on so much, they naturally simmered with rage. The slaughter fields within the city were over 20 miles wide and long. From the square that everyone was on to the city gates, there was a 3-mile wide abyss. As one peered down, the sight was enough to make their hearts skip a beat. Within this abyss was a river of blood that emitted an extremely strong coppery stench. Sad and mournful cries faintly wafted upwards, as if countless tortured souls were sealed within the blood river. This isn't an illusion. This is a real river of blood. Moreover, this isn't ordinary blood. This blood should be related to that so-called 100-million-year blood pond. As Lin Ming was thinking this, several dozen disciples had already flown up from the square, heading towards Slaughter City. Go! Although it's impossible for me to take first place in this first martial meeting, I still want to be the first to enter the city. Many masters hadn't moved, but some people had the desire to be the first to enter Slaughter City. If they did, they at least would have something to boast about once they left. So this is pressure created from killing intent and the pressure of resentful spirits. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not enough to stop me. Several dozen people instantly flew 1 or 2 miles forwards. As they saw their goal in sight, many of them revealed joyous expressions. But at this time, several massive blood hands emerged from the abyssal blood river, smashing down their palms at these geniuses. Break! Many geniuses attacked these blood hands, but their attacks vanished completely, disappearing into the blood hands. No! Many people cried out in misery. They were instantly swallowed up by these blood hands and disappeared without a trace. Only 2 people managed to avoid the blood hands after a series of desperate maneuvers in the air, shakily managing to mount the gates of Slaughter City. As everyone saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Of the dozens of people, only 2 of them managed to pass. Although those that tried were from the second group and they weren't too strong either, this elimination rate was too amazing. From the looks of it, there wouldn't be many people left over in the second group after this. This is difficult. It's impossible to defend against those blood hands. We have to avoid them. Many people quickly reached this conclusion. Then, several dozen more people flew towards the gates of Slaughter City. The killing intent and resentful energy enveloped them. When the blood hands rose up, these people all tried every method possible to dodge, but over 90% of them failed. Finally, only 3 or 4 people managed to reach the city gates. Compared to the first try, this wasn't much better. This is far too difficult. Many people suddenly had different expressions, their complexions paling. And at this moment, a tall and powerfully built man in white clothes laughed as he shot towards the city gates. He didn't follow the others, instead going by himself. As a giant blood hand reached up towards him, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he took out a long staff from his spatial ring and smashed it against the blood hand, immediately scattering most of it. Blood fog drifted about as the man easily reached the gates of Slaughter City. Who is that person? He's formidable. His name is Shirku. I don't know where he comes from, but he is a complete dark horse. He is the first ranked participant from our contest area and uses a simple long staff. He's far too strong. Here, the first ranked participants of their semifinals areas were generally known by everyone else, and others also had a general understanding. That boy with the staff is decent. I heard his name is Shirku. It seems he was hiding his strength at the semifinals. It isn't that he was hiding his strength, but that no one could force him to use his true strength to begin with. I wonder which great expert's disciple he is. The present world kings discussed with true essence sound transmissions. They were clearly surprised that Shirku could use his staff to forcefully scatter the bloodhands. After Shirku was a pale-faced martial artist, Nether Limitless. He wanted to copy Shirku and scatter the bloodhands, but after 2 continual attacks he wasn't able to do anything to them at all. Instead, he was nearly grasped by the bloodhands, and was forced to use the concept of space to narrowly dodge them and mount the city gates. Nether Limitless' expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't compare to Empyrean descendants, and it was even fine if he couldn't compare to Lin Ming or Dragon Fong, but now there was some random fellow that popped out of nowhere who was much stronger than he was. However, on the great stage of the Divine Realm, Nether Limitless was only able to play a minor supporting role. There weren't many people paying attention to him. Those that could mount the city gates were already astounding individuals. Who cared whether or not he was able to scatter these bloodhands? After Nether Limitless was Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong slashed out his sword and sheared a bloodhand in half, easily mounting the city gates. Another one cut through the bloodhands. So fierce. I attacked the bloodhands too, but it was like a gust of wind hitting a towering tree. Isn't this Dragon Fong second from his contest area? I wonder just how freakish that Lin Ming is. As everyone was talking, Lin Ming also moved. He lightly flew through the air. The killing intent and resentful aura of the blood pond wasn't able to affect him at all. At this time, a blood hand reached towards him. Lin Ming swept out his spear, directly breaking that blood hand off from the middle. Looking at Lin Ming's calm and unmoved appearance, everyone's mouths were left ajar. He really is a freak. Grave Moon Star has produced 2 monstrous abnormalities. If that Dragon Fong were to go to another contest area, he could easily be first. But there is always someone stronger than the strong. In the end, he was only placed second. After mounting the city gates, Lin Ming looked over at Shirku. He could feel that this burly and hardy martial artist was very strong. For him to be able to scatter the bloodhands so easily must mean that his strength was terrifying. He's also a dual body and energy cultivator. Lin Ming was immediately able to see that this fellow trained in the body transformation technique, and that his cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates was no worse than his own. How did he train to that level? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This Divine Realm first martial meeting was truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger of talents, filled with countless masters. There was actually someone that had managed to reach such attainments in the body transformation technique. He must have had some heaven-defying lucky chance. After Dragon Fong and Lin Ming mounted the city gates, many others followed. Even the Empyrean descendants no longer bothered posturing. That is White King, Empyrean Vast Universe's direct disciple. White King had a very low-key personality. Although he had joined the preliminaries, he didn't reveal his true abilities and he rarely came out to the contestant area, so many people didn't know about him. Without any problem, White King easily defeated the Bloodhands and stepped onto the city gates. After White King, Xiao Moxian also flew up. She even engaged the Bloodhands in a little tussle before scattering them. The other martial artists were afraid of the Bloodhands and vigorously tried to avoid their attacks. But this was actually amusing to Xiao Moxian. Then it was time for Fairy Frost Dream. Frost Dream gently lifted her hand, covering her entire body with a shroud of scattered light. This dreamlike scattered light slowly revolved around Frost Dream, seeming like countless gorgeous flower petals that fell around her. Then she simply vanished. In the next moment she appeared above the city gates. A hazy halo of light appeared, shining with dazzling colors like spring cherry blossoms. Frost Dream appeared within these flower petals, proud and tall, like a goddess fallen down from the highest heavens. Her entire body exuded a holy and sanctified aura. Even though she had entered Slaughter City, she wasn't stained with even the tiniest scent of blood. Like this, Frost Dream had inexplicably appeared within Slaughter City, as if those flower petals had led her there. From start to finish, no one had been able to see how she moved or what laws she utilized. Is that teleportation? Impossible. The power of space around Slaughter City is extremely solid, and there is also that resentful energy that is hindering us all. It's already difficult for us to fly, so how could she possibly teleport? Too horrifying. I don't know what laws she used to accomplish what she just did. Who could possibly be her match? Everyone looked at Fairy Frost Dream with awe in their eyes. Xiao Moxian was a heaven-gifted, eternally rare genius, but she was still only 26 years old. Being so young, her strength would naturally lag behind her senior. Moreover, after understanding Xiao Moxian's information, although one still couldn't hold a candle to her, at least one could clearly see her strength. She wasn't like Fairy Frost Dream, who had always been a mystery. Even now, no one had the faintest clue about her. These aren't the space laws. This Frost Dream is too terrifying. Dragon Fang thought to himself. As someone with an extreme understanding of the space laws and who also touched upon the 6th level concept, he could easily distinguish whether or not Fairy Frost Dream had used the space laws just now. There was no limit in this universe. There was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. Many martial artists sighed with emotion. Frost Dream was already so horrifying, and yet no one knew where the limits of her strength lay. After Frost Dream, the other remaining participants were all overshadowed. Even if they could defeat the Blood Hands, that wasn't anything special at all. Soon, all 10,000 people had tried to enter Slaughter City, with only 890 succeeding. 10,000 people, and now 90% were suddenly eliminated. This is just too abnormal. I thought that after entering the finals I would be able to earn a ranking, but I never imagined there would be so many people that wouldn't even have the chance to enter the arena. There are too many geniuses. This competition is the definition of brutal. Even those that successfully entered Slaughter City thought this. As for those martial artists that were overly confident in themselves, they also restrained the contempt and envy in their hearts. The difference was laid out in front of them. Many of them had managed to barely bypass those hands to enter Slaughter City, while some easily defeated the Blood Hands to enter. There was even someone like Fairy Frost Dream who had entered using some inconceivable means. Let the battle begin, one of the world kings managing the tournament suddenly announced. In the 10 great divisions, those that were eliminated were in the second group. Everyone in the first group would be considered as having passed. Lin Ming was in the 3rd division. In his division, there were 62 individuals remaining in the second group. They had to challenge those 30 martial artists in the first group. Dragon Fang. Lin Ming was surprised. He hadn't noticed before, but he and Dragon Fang were placed in the same division. In addition, Purple Blade was also here. Choose your opponent. Each of you has 3 chances. The one managing this division was a thin old man. He wore blue clothes and had an extraordinary and ethereal-like temperament to him. The 62 individuals chose their opponents. Neither Lin Ming nor Dragon Fang was selected. This was also a reasonable matter. As one of the few people in their division capable of defeating those Blood Hands, wasn't challenging someone as strong as they were just asking to die. Beside Lin Ming, several other people weren't chosen either. These were Empyrean descendants, Heavenly Palace core disciples, or the original first-ranked martial artists of their contest areas. Everyone else had 3 or 4 opponents. There were even some with poor performances as they entered Slaughter City, like Purple Blade, who were simultaneously chosen by 7 or 8 people. So that's how it is. The elimination round in entering Slaughter City helps to reduce the number of participants, but it is also to help those in the second group have an approximate understanding of the strength of the others. They can learn who is weak and who is strong so they don't randomly waste their time. As Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly felt someone's eyes fall onto his body. He saw a white-clothed youth looking at him. This youth was shaved bald with a 9-ring scar on his head. He wore straw sandals and a loose robe, the very image of a solemn monk. Monk! Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. Benefactor Lin, I'm blessed to meet you. I am a disciple of Mount Padala, Hang Chi. Mount Padala. Lin Ming was startled. He had never heard the name of Mount Padala before. As Lin Ming was trying to recall anything about Mount Padala, Purple Blade's true essence sound transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Brother Lin, Mount Padala is an Empyrean heavenly palace level influence. They have an incomparably low profile most of the time, but they are one of the longest-lived sects with the most glorious history, and it is even rumored that they have 2 Empyreans in their sect. 2 Empyreans? Lin Ming asked, startled. A sect with 2 Empyreans. There are extremely few double Empyrean influences. In the future, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace will be the same. Fairy Frost Dream and Xiao Maxian could be called Young Empyreans. But, whether it is Divine Dream Heavenly Palace or Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, they cannot compare with Mount Padala. This is the difference in background. I heard that Mount Padala has already existed for 3.6 billion years. 3.6 billion years. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. For an influence to survive for 3.6 billion years, that was a truly terrifying number. In these 3.6 billion years of history, would there always be an Empyrean standing guard within their ranks? Wouldn't that mean they had several dozen Empyreans born from their sect? I am not too clear about that. Mount Padala is extremely mysterious. The only reason I understand a little about them is because I was investigating information about everyone who is participating in the first martial meeting finals. Lin Ming deeply looked at Hang Chi. This monk exuded an aura as deep as the sea. He was clearly an extreme master. There are really too many masters here. This is a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ming thought to himself again. He cupped his hands and greeted Hang Chi in return. It's fortunate to meet you too. Since this fellow was polite, Lin Ming naturally had to return the politeness. And at this time, the fierce battling of the elimination series began. Every large division had several battles continuing on at the same time. In nearly all of them, the participants from the second group were defeated. After battles and more battles, there would be someone eliminated every now and then. But this intense combat had no influence on Lin Ming at all. When the sun set and the elimination round was over, out of the 10,000 people at the start, only 300 people were remaining, with each division having 30 people. Purple Blade was unlucky. He had been eliminated. There wasn't much he could do about this. He was someone who just barely managed to enter into the first group. On Grave Moon Star's side, there was only Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, Nether Limitless, and Bloodless Sword left. To a martial artist, there was no difference whether they fought in the morning or night. After several hours of rest, the group matches would begin. And at this time it was still around midnight. Things are happening so fast. Lin Ming thought to himself. There wasn't even time for a day's rest. Lin Ming glanced over the name list. In each group of 30 people, every person only needed to fight 15 times. Lin Ming's matches were mostly against Heavenly Palace core disciples or top 3 ranked participants from their contest areas. He wouldn't be running into true Empyrean descendants or Dragon Fong yet. It seemed that everyone who was considered an extreme master was seeded into different groups to stagger them apart from each other. First martial field. Lin Ming against Song Liang. Dragon Fong against Wuxia. Hang Chi against Hung Yin. In the individual martial fields of the divisions, a referee loudly announced that the first one to go on stage was Lin Ming. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming hadn't even fought in the elimination series, so he naturally had to fight first. His opponent, Song Liang, was a Heavenly Palace core disciple, and he stayed at Palace 90. From this number, his strength could be imagined to a certain extent.